Hello? There it goes. Almost forgot to plug the microphone in. I see somebody there. Who's my first victim? Ooh, I forgot to shave. Joe is first. Hey, Joe, what's up? Breakfast of Champions. It's not too bad. Hey, Rick. Is life perfect? No, but I'm better off than a lot of other people, so I can't complain too much. No, it isn't. Are you serious? They actually released it? No way. Hey, they got new infill patterns. Hey, they're finally fixing top layer support for infill. Holy shit. I've been bitching about that for years. Wow. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, 59 bucks. I'm blown away. I never expected to see an update. Like, I honestly never expected them to actually put out V5. Let's just hope they don't break anything. Yeah, I don't remember what the code is. 069 maybe? Oh, I can pay with PayPal. Even better. Please provide a... Oh, I have to click PayPal checkout. That might be the case. I'm definitely buying it. I can't afford it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Why isn't it working? Let's pause Ghostery and let's pause Adblock Plus. I think something might be version 5 of freaking Simplify 3D. Why can't I have to click this? Select it. Oh, it's the state got reset. So it's broken. It won't let me use PayPal. So if you select PayPal, it says provide a valid payment method. So you can't select PayPal. Oh, that's probably one of the first things they fixed. I'm guessing I should be clicking this PayPal checkout button, but nothing happens when I click it. So I got to pay by credit card, and the problem is I lost my credit card. I don't remember what the CVC is. You want me to bring it to you? No, I got one, Michelle. How do I find my CVC without the card? Pretty sure I don't have the card in here. My bank card, my credit card. No, I've lost it. I don't know where it's at. Not that card. Hey, I'm on a live stream, so you gotta be quick. What's up? What's up? Hurry up. Hurry up. What's up? Okay. All right. Bye. Well, good. All right. I'm going to guess 179. Though I don't think that's right. Nope. God damn it. This could easily be solved. Would you have it in your book? If PayPal worked. No, I haven't taken a picture of it since it got replaced. You see, one of the security measures they have in place is that you can autofill your credit card, but you got to remember the CVC number. Let's try that one. Nope. And if I do it too many times, it'll fail. Now this other card number came up, and I think I have this other card in the car. Where's my keys? Where are the keys? There they are. So I think that card, I think I have that in the overhead of my car. I'll be right back. No, Michelle. No, stop it, okay? It's not in a book. Huh? Not in the book. Hi, baby. What are you doing? No. Oh, he's hiding somewhere. What sucks is I don't get 2.5% back when I use this card. That's why I don't like using other cards. I want my 2.5% cash back. Okay. That is 076. I can show you the front of the card. It's simplified 3D version 5. Is everything else filled out? Yes. Keys and cards. Yeah, add info. Nice. Yeah, it's on the back. So they stick the numbers on the back now as a silkscreen instead of an embossment. Okay. Okay, so I got the receipt. Now how do I download it? Uh-huh. No, that's download 4.1. Yeah, a lot of the new cards today are the fronts are blank, just all logo and stuff like that. And then the underneath my fingers, they put all the numbers and stuff on the back. Now, how do I get an email? Oh, here it is. V5 download. Now, I probably want to log in as me instead of God. I don't know if I can do that. I might have to actually uninstall it. It's okay, probably good enough to just rename the folder. Go program files. Simplify 3D. Let's call this old. Yes. Oh, it's still open. There we go. Now let's install the new one. I can rename the folder. Let's put this down here like that. I'm actually blown away that they released 5.0. I really did not think they were going to. I hope they fix multi-process viewing. No, it's probably 71. Oh, what is my login for this? Let's switch back to camera view. Let's see here. That's for forums. That's for cloud. This is going to be what's it. That's not what I want you to do. I want to edit item. What the hell are you doing? Just show it to me here. There we go. Ah, there it is. Okay. It was one of my interim passwords. There we go. Now we can switch back to monitor view. Yeah. Oh, the software looks different. Let's open up an existing profile. Let's see here. Are you serious? I can't drag and drop factory files onto... What the fuck? Like, why would I not be able to drag and drop factory files on there? I think that's a... Oh, it does show the processes! Finally! Why did those windows go away? There it is. Check it out. You can finally see the processes. That's a bit of a weird way of doing it, but okay. Oh, that alone is worth something right there. So there's my base process, my 6 to 39, the transition, and the finish. I would have done it a little bit differently. This is a little weird, but at least I can now see all the processes and where they are, which is something that was seriously lacking in the first version. Okay. We have to modify this file today, by the way. It's too thin. Let's change the name. because I did not expect them to release this. I really thought it was dead. Oh, love the fact that I can see the damn processes now. Time looks about right. It's still slicing fine. I see no problems there. Yeah, that all looks good. Where is my retractions and travel moves? Very nice. The interface is, yeah, not enough of a difference for me to care. The be careful. And again, so that we're clear, I do not have a problem with them charging for an upgrade. The time of, what is on my screen? I got sneezed. The time of unlimited upgrades forever is long since dead. The only software that can really afford to do unlimited lifetime upgrades is companies where their income comes from a different source, or companies that do micropayments or have a vast bulk behind them, like cell phone games. Otherwise, there's no way for a company like this to fund their operation. I mean, they don't have Ultimaker printers to sell. They don't have Prusa printers to sell. They have Simplify 3D. That's it. So if they gave everybody free upgrades, they'd be out of business. They couldn't make any more money. The free upgrades only works when you have an effectively unlimited new user base continuously coming in, funding the software, where you could use the new money coming in to fund upgrades for the old money, the people who already have the software. But now that you have Prusa and Ultimaker backing open source software as their sold product, essentially, to support their hardware line, that doesn't work anymore. Hey, Ben, haven't seen you in a while. Hang on a second. I got to switch views so you guys don't see this. Yep. Yeah, me too. I'm totally okay with paying 59 bucks. Formware 3D slicer. I don't know anything about that. What about it? They already have. They give us multiple free upgrades. And anybody who bought it in the last 12 months gets a free upgrade. And to me, as long as updates are regular, 12 months of free upgrades is totally fair. Hey, Paul Feeney. But see, if they give everybody who existing has it a free upgrade, they can't make any money. It is 60 bucks. I don't know about you, but as far as I'm concerned, that right there is worth 60 bucks. uh, this right here. Okay, so when you go into tools and variable settings, you get to create these settings. Oh, they even allow different model settings now. Nice. But this is, you get this sections here. All right. This right here, as far as I'm concerned, this right here is worth $60. Just being able to see all of my individual processes and where they are. So there's my base process, there's my 6 to 39 process, there's my 39 trans process, and there's my cap process. That alone, as far as I'm concerned, is worth $60. But I'm a very heavy multi-process user. I use multi-process a lot. And now we have new infills, finally. Well, you have had per model settings since the very beginning in Simplify 3D, but it wasn't obvious. So the way you would do that is you would have to use sequential printing, and you would print them in sequential order, and then you could apply whatever settings you want to whatever model you want, any way you want. But to do that, you would have to, so Control CV, so you'd have to come in here like this, and you'd, why can't I drag this? Where's my set? Oh, it's down here now. That's annoying. Why'd they move it? Yeah, I'll look at the infills in just a second. So here's the models. So all I have to do is say this model here is for this file, and this process here is for this file. You've always been able to do that. That's not something new in Simplify 3D. What they've done is made it easier. So now when I go into Tools, Variable Settings, now it's part of this. It's part of this, the Variable Settings window. It just makes it a little more convenient. You've always had that functionality. It's just a little easier now. Now, one thing they don't have, and I'm surprised they didn't add it, maybe it's just a little harder because it's a pain in the ass in Cura as well, but Cura has the ability to add a ghost object to your file so that you can actually take a section of a model and apply different settings. That's something I would have liked to see. I mean, it's not an end of the world kind of thing, but you know, it's one of those. It would have been nice. Let's check out. Let's bring in something simple. Let's see. Delete, 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 delete. Remove the funnel. Let's bring in something that takes some infill. Maybe it's in there and we just don't know it. I'll have to read I'm assuming there's a notes file somewhere to show us everything they added. But hang on, let's see. I need something big. I don't have anything big. Okay, so let's just grab something. Come here. We're just gonna grab you. Cube. Come on. Stop messing with me. Export. Here we go. You guys are seeing my screen? Yes. Downloads. Grab a cube. Now, I hope I could turn that off. I want to be able to keep move on, but not have these stupid squares get in my way. It's kind of annoying. Although I guess I'll get used to it. Alright, so add a process. Yeah, default 2 is fine. Oh, it found all my stuff. I did not ask you to zoom out. Infill. Okay, so what do we have? We have grid, triangle, sinusoidal, wiggle, honeycomb, octahedral, cubic, and gyroid. Okay, let's see what they all are. Infill percentage, let's do 15%. Let's jack it up 200%. I guess the simplest solution would be to bottom 0, infill 15%. Do I have something weird turned on? Track crossing. Nope. I'll have to go through all these settings, see if any. There's more tabs here, I think. It looks bigger. No top and bottom. Outline. Oh, we're just in vase mode. That's why. There we go. All right, so there's our standard grid. Seems a little slower. I'm noticing that this is not as smooth as it was before. You guys seeing that? Where this seems to be a little jittery. Where it's not moving as cleanly. Could be my imagination, or I'm just noticing it, but it seems a little slower there. Let's look at triangular. So that's just literally triangular. I don't think that was there before. I think that's new too. Now we have, what is sinusoidal? Yeah, look, well, now see, that's smooth. Now that's what it should be. That's smooth. So it's the preview screen that's jumpy. Yeah. So the print preview is jumpy. I wonder why. That's kind of cool infill though. I kind of dig that. It's like it's separate cells, but there's crossover. Okay. That's interesting. I would love for them to have an API to allow third-party infill patterns. That would have been pretty cool. Just you could design your own custom infill, like make your logo your infill. That's good for making something flexible. So if you want something to flex in one particular direction, that'd be interesting. We know what honeycomb is, octahedral. Well, that's new. Yeah, the slice preview is jittery. Well, that's interesting. I wonder what the benefit of that is. Okay, so it starts off as double cubes. Oh, okay, I see it's closing one octahedron and opening up a new octahedron, and then it's closing the old octahedron while it opens up a new octahedron. That's kind of cool. I'm not sure how it would be useful, but it's interesting. It'll also be interesting to see what the mass coefficient of each of those infills is. And we got cubic. So this one here is 81.6. Okay, so this is the same thing but using triangles. Yeah, so this is basically three-dimensional triangle. And the so cubic is three-dimensional triangle, octahedral is three-dimensional grid. And then gyroid should be, we all know what gyroid is. Yeah, that's your standard gyroid. Yeah. Oh, what was the mass coefficient of that? So 77. So gyroid was lighter, which makes sense. There's less there. So this view here is smooth. So I see no jittering. That looks perfectly smooth to me. But as soon as you go to G-code preview, slice preview, it's fast. You know, that was, well, actually, that wasn't that fast, considering it's just a cube. But this is not smooth. Yeah, see how it's a little laggy? I mean, not horrible or anything, but it's definitely something I noticed immediately. What would gyroid look like with a lower? Let's go with 3%. Oh, interesting. So that's not possible. You can't do that. So that's, so here, good, to fail, 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 fail. So that whole section right there is going to fail because that's printing in midair. Huh. So I would say that's probably not well implemented right there. Unless gyroid's just not made to be this low a percentage. I don't know. I don't know much about gyroid. But that right there, that's going to fail. That can't work. Let's see if I notice anything new. Retraction, restart, vertical lift, speed, coast, wipe. That's all the same. This all looks the same. Let's see. Yeah, but the problem is it's trying to curve while it's bridging. Which means the bridge is going to be too long. If you're going to bridge, it has to be a straight line. Outline corkscrew. Oh, this is adaptive layer height. I'll have to play with that. I do this myself manually using variable settings, so this is an automated way of doing it, like Kira does it. First layer. Oh, I can pick absolute. Oh, I like that. I like being able to pick absolutes. Oh, I like that a lot. Oh, boy, do I like that. What I wish they would give me, I'm going to put in a feature request for this. I'd like to have flow rate be part of first layer settings. So for a tricky model, I can jack up the flow rate a little bit. Let's see. Restricts, that's new. Restrict start points to preferred regions. That's something new that I'll have to figure out. This is also new. This is a new setting that we didn't have before. Inside out and outside in is normal. But this island printing order. So minimize print time is what Simplify 3D defaults to. But being able to, I don't know what all at once means. Consistent order should mean if I have three, let's say these boxes are islands. So the way Simplify 3D does it right now, let's say this is the first box. All right, let's say this is the first box. And you got this island, this island, this island, this island, this island, this island. So each of these little outlines you're looking at right here is an island. Let's say we're printing this. So Simplify 3D would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The power just reset. Thankfully, we're on UPS. The problem is that means every time it reaches the end, it's printing that one twice. What the fuck? It doesn't normally blink that bad. It just reset the TV and it reset the mini split. Somebody may have hit a pole or something. So it would print this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and then instead of jumping back over to here, it would then print the next layer on this one. So this one here would get printed twice, and then it would work its way backwards. That's technically more efficient, but it's also applying a lot of heat to this layer, because you're printing this layer, and then you're printing on top of it again, which might not necessarily allow this island to cool down enough. So being able to do consistent order would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 1 through 6 and then 6 through 1 would be the normal way it does it, minimize print time. While consistent order would be 1 through 6 and then go back to 1 through 6. 1 through 6, 1 through 6 takes longer to print because you have more travel movements. But it allows more cooling. All at once, I have no idea what that means. Print infill before perimeters? Who the hell would ever want to do that? I can't think of any time where it makes sense to print the infill first. That's just always going to end bad. So that's something that's new. Restrict start points to preferred region is also something new. Well, another feature I'd like to see them add is allow me to pick a point. So give me a button here, and when I click that button, I want you to make this window go away, and I want to pick the goddamn point on the print bed. Like, see, I want it to start right there, you know, and let me pick that point. I would like to see that happen, or allow me to pick a point on the bed to get its coordinates so I can at least enter those coordinates here. Because right now it's difficult to... I know I can visually tell where I want the start point to be, but there's no way to translate that. Anything else new here? So we have adaptive that's new. Oh, that's interesting. Dimensional adjustment is... This looks different. I now see horizontal outer size compensation and horizontal inner size compensation. Where's my help windows? They have not enabled help yet. So I can't click on and figure out what any of these things are. So we're probably going to be seeing another micro update, because the help window is not enabled. But that, I think, is new, and that could be interesting for my vase mode models, depending on what those mean. I don't know what that means yet. I'll have to find out what it means. Alrighty, anything under additions? Let's see, use skirt or brim. I would like to see a toggle to be able to toggle between skirt and brim so that I don't have to keep changing this. So to go to brim, I have to change this to 0, and then to go to skirt, I have to change this to my offset. It would be nice if there was a toggle here. You know, use skirt or brim, and then another button here that said toggle between skirt and brim, and I could set 2 different defaults. I mean, it's a small thing, but it's something I'd like to see. Prime pillar, I think that's normal. Ooze shield normal. Raft normal, or at least it's something I don't use. Let's see. I stick with grid normally. Internal pattern rotation. They changed some of the names so they make more sense. I don't think that was called internal pattern rotation. I think it was called something else. Extrusion width. Combined infill layers. I'm not sure what that means. Overlap. Minimum infill length. I wonder what this means. Is this the new setting? Dense internal infill? Is that new setting for the top layers? I'm not sure. I'll have to play with that. This might be the new set. I'm hoping. Remember that problem I was showing you where if you put a circle on top of a square and you had light infill, it didn't print properly because it was printing the circle on top of nothing. Because it tried to print an incomplete top layer. They still didn't fix it the way I'd like them to fix it, but I'm hoping the dense infill layers is fixed toward that goal. Now here, solid layers. Oh, you can rotate the. Was that in the old one? Could you rotate separately? I would still like to see an option to dynamically add solid diaphragms. So this adds solid diaphragm 3 layers, good. I'd like to see a way to dynamically add that. Like I could be in my preview going through I would like to be here and going through my preview, and I'd like to have a button that says add solid diaphragm, and add solid diaphragm, and add solid diaphragm. I'd like to see the ability to do that. That's machine control. What is this? Oh, cross-section view. Oh, that's kind of cool. Cross-section view in the slice. Okay. Oh, I don't want that. I kind of like that. But I'd like to be able to dynamically add solid diaphragms. Let's see. We were on infill, so it'll be interesting to see what that does. All right, support. Looks the same to me here. Dense supports, part separation. This might be new. Or it just might be labeled differently. I'll have to do a side by side. This is actually nice, being able to cool down multi-extruder between when it's idle. It'll slow things down a little bit, but it'll also stop hydrolyzing of the filament, you know, with it being cooked off inside the hot end. I don't see too much use in increased fan speed for excessively quick layers because you should always be running your fan speed at 100%. There's really no benefit to not running your fan speed at 100% most of the time. At least if you're printing PLA. Okay. Well, we're stuck in millimeters per minute, which is annoying. Let's see. We want millimeters per second. We don't need to automatically check for updates. I don't like when my software does things I didn't ask it to. There we go. All right, so printing speed. This looks the same. XY travel, Z travel. Well, first of all, they did give the UI a facelift, and not super thrilled with all the changes, but I'll get used to it. I don't want the UI to get too much of a facelift. I don't want to relearn how to use my goddamn software. Okay, I want, UI changes where it makes sense, yes. But changing the UI just to make it look more modern, no. One of the reasons I like this software is because I know where everything is. So don't fuck with it if it's working. fix stuff. Don't fuck with stuff for the sake of fucking with it. I mean, if there's a point where it makes sense to make a change, yes, do it. But otherwise, no. This works fine. Don't fuck with it if it's not broken. Oh, look at this. Check this out. Oh, this is going to be big if it's implemented correctly. Time estimation. Are you guys seeing this? You guys are seeing my screen, right? Yeah. Time estimation. Okay. One of, not the only reason. Once you have it, let's see. Just go into your, when you go into your dashboard, go to download software right here, and you'll see, once you log into your account and you're in your dashboard, click on download software, and then you'll have here product name Simplify 3D V5, and you'll be able to download it right from there. So I believe that's account, and then download software, and then Simplify 3D V5. No, $59, $60. Unless you bought Simplify 3D within the last 12 months, then it's free. Cold coffee sucks, unless it's iced coffee. If you have V4 and you bought it within the last 12 months, the upgrade is free. If you have not bought it within the last 12 months, it's $60, which is completely fair as far as I'm concerned. All right, so one of the reasons that slicer time estimates are wrong is because the slicer makes assumptions about what your speeds and accelerations are. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. And that's because some printers have hard-coded acceleration values that you can't change. For example, I don't know about new Creality printers. Hey, thank you, Beetlescuber. I appreciate that. Oh, that reminds me, I have to give myself my own Google rewards. I think I do that. Where do I do that from? Is it in here? What the hell? Yeah. Come on. Do something. Yeah. Well, what the hell's going on here? Suspicious app detected. So, where's 32? Yes. Ah, okay. I'm rude. Yes. I wish you would tell me. 10. I hate when it makes me change my password. Probably because of the multiple attempts to use the credit card. Go. I don't know what the hell that was all about. Now this is interesting. Let's see what this is all about. Suspicious activity. I need you to tell me what the suspicious activity is. This is useless. It's utterly meaningless. It's gibberish. It's garbage. It's utterly stupid. You need to tell me what the activity was that was suspicious. Here it says I could check activity. Okay, this is not unknown. This is me. That was me. I think it was because I tried multiple times. Yeah, we're going to come back to that. I think it was because I tried multiple times to use the credit card number. I think that's what was doing it. Now, I should be able... Oh, it signed me out of YouTube as well. Oh, I hope that didn't fuck this up. Okay, good. Are we still on? No. Wrong channel. Switch account. This one. Well, let's do this real quick. So I should be able to look at my own stream, if I remember correctly, and I should be able to give myself a super chat. Come on. Here it is, right there. Super chat. How much do I have? 8 something. 862. The only thing that sucks is Google takes 30% of it. Google Play balance. There. It's the only way I know to cash out Google rewards. Okay, so now I can close that. How do I get back to my live? Do I have to do this? Yes. Okay. Okay, we're in. We're good. Okay. Yes. We are playing with it right now. Okay, so the reason time estimation, that should take care of that money there. The reason time estimation is inaccurate, for example, let me give you an example. Extruder acceleration. It's using 3,000 millimeters per second. You're saying, how much could that make a difference? Well, first of all, it's 25 millimeters per second, not 3,000. So that means it's if an well, your your retraction is 7 millimeters, that means you're pulling back 7 millimeters and you're pushing forward 7 millimeters. That's 14 millimeters of movement. The slicer thinks that's going to take 3,000 millimeters per second, when in reality it's 25 millimeters per second. So to give you an example, at 3,000 millimeters per second, 3,000 divided by 14, it thinks it's going to take 1/214th of a second. So it thinks it can do 214 of those per second. When the reality is it's moving at 25 millimeters per second, because on all older, like anything Ender 3 and back, Ender 5 and back, the firmware is hard-coded at 25 millimeters per second for retraction. Which means in reality it's going to take half a second. So instead of taking the slicer is assuming 1/214th of a second, when in reality it's going to take a half a second. Now multiply that discrepancy by thousands of retractions, and suddenly your print is actually going to take, a half an hour, 2 hours longer than the slicer was estimating. So somebody will have to recrack the new version. Okay, so this allows me to correct that. I can now inform the slicer, you are to assume extruder acceleration is, because your slicer doesn't know how fast your printer is moving. Your slicer is guessing. All right, it knows your regular print speed because you told it right here, 50 millimeters per second. You told it what your print speed is. You told it when you do an outer perimeter, go half that speed. But it was assuming 3,000 millimeters per second for a retraction, which is not even remotely close to what it's actually doing. So if your printer has hard-coded limits, you can input those hard-coded limits into here, which will make the time estimation for the slice more accurate. I wouldn't know how to. Interesting. It allows you to automatically reduce for high flow rates. You should know this already, but if you accidentally forget, that's nice. So this time estimation part should be pretty cool. What they should do, what I hope they do, is because this is an opportunity for Simplified 3D to do something good. Simplified 3D allows you to import a printer profile. So time estimation should be part of printer profiles, so that if you know the max hard-coded limits in your firmware, you can define them as part of the printer profile. Hopefully that's something they enabled. Reducing print speed for quick layers, for short perimeters. This is an expansion of settings. That's nice. Let's see. Let's steal my property and then blame me for taking my property back. So as you can see here, I paid for Simplified 3D 4, and I paid for Simplified 3D 5. So when did I pay for this? Yeah, let's see. That's V5. Where's my older license? Oh, they don't show my older license anymore. No fair. I have a screen grab of it somewhere. I have a screen grab where I show I bought Simplified 3D like 6 years ago. Okay? I paid for it. Well, I'm not stealing software. I am restoring access to my property rights for what I paid for. I paid for this software. If I want to install this software on 10 different goddamn computers, I'm going to install this software on 10 different goddamn computers. Their licensing be damned. It's not like I'm using the 10 computers simultaneously. I'm one person. Okay? I mean, I have at least 4 machines that I run Simplified 3D on. Telling me I can only run it on 2 is bullshit. No, $59 is not bad at all. I am totally okay with that. Except I need a crack in order to do that. I would hope people are going to legitimately pay for this if they're using it. I mean, there are plenty of free alternatives available if you don't want to pay. Prusa Slicer is fantastic. Idea Maker is fantastic. I mean, both of those are fantastic slicers. So, you know, don't copy software if you're not going to pay for it. Come on. You know, be fair. Let's see here. I don't know what these are. That's not something I mess with. I like the simplified machine definitions. This is new. Okay, this is new. This is not. This is something. This is a section called code or something like that in the old version. Toolhead offsets, global offsets, build volume, origin offsets. This is all the stuff. I wonder if they ever fixed Hey, looks like they may have finally fixed what the hell is it called? What the hell is it called? With the 3 arms. Delta. It looks like they fixed the delta setting so you don't have to use that math trick to input delta geometry anymore. Oh, I couldn't think of the word. But so it's as simple as diameter and height, which hopefully that works. Well, let's see if they keep updating. Here's the scripting. It looks like it's not changed. Well, the problem is if they gave it to all existing users, they wouldn't make any money. I don't want to pay for multiple machines. There's no reason for me to pay more for multiple machines. Now, if you want to use multiple machines simultaneously, like you want to have multiple users, okay, that makes sense. This is interesting. Looks like some of this may have changed, or they may have just changed the wording. I don't want to log in. No. I use my computers with no internet access. Well, you might be right, but that's only because they took so damn long to do it. I mean, they may have shot themselves in the foot taking so freaking long to do it. That's all the same. I don't know if this is any different. This all looks the same as well. Oh, this is new. Discard invalid, close and heal, thicken invalid. Now, that thicken invalid could be interesting. That should be part of thin wall behavior, though. That should be over here. Well, the question is, will enough people buy or upgrade to allow the company to continue? And if enough people buy and upgrade, can the company produce updates frequently enough to keep people interested? Because if we're looking at, if I'm guessing right, within 4 to 6 months, we're going to see a 5.1 update. So whatever little bugs people find or little easy changes, we're going to see an update with those included. The question is the next major update. All right, now that they're charging for updates, people are going to want to see a return on their money. If they wait, 14 months for each major update so that they can make people pay for each major update, that's going to piss people off. But if they put out regular updates, we're talking, every 2 or 3 months. Well, I'd say every 2 or 3 months, put out patches and fixes and stuff like that, minor changes, maybe 1 or 2 major updates a year. If they can do that, if they can manage to sustain that, I think they'll be okay, and I'll be totally fine paying for updates. If the updates this year are not to my satisfaction, I just don't update this year. I wait till next year and see what they add. That's fine. I can live with that. But if they're going to wait multiple years between any kind of updating, yeah, that's not going to fly. Because well, that also depends on what kind of backing they needed, meaning how far did they have to slim down the company to do it. Let's find the patch notes. No, companies these days do the subscription model because you end up paying triple and 4 digits using a subscription model. You end up paying a hell of a lot more money. I've only ever seen one program where I save money with a subscription versus buying it, and that's SolidWorks, which is $50 a year for non-commercial license. I won't live long enough to pay $50 a year. I haven't bought it yet, but I won't live long enough to pay $50 a year and end up paying more than what it would have cost to pay for the full software. But that's an exception. Most software will cost you substantially more as a subscription model, and that's why they do it. Like, screw that shit. Let's see here. So, now, I am okay with them charging for major updates. They have to. Their income source is this software, and they don't have an unlimited... They don't have an unlimited user base to, where people are constantly buying the software, especially with 2 major corporations now backing free software alternatives. That creates an advantage to companies like Prusa and Ultimaker that Simplify 3D can't compete with. That could mean Simplify 3D is not viable. Okay? Yeah, we have no idea who the actual owners of Simplify 3D are. Now, going to you now have to pay for upgrades more than 12 months out is a double-edged sword. Because now, okay, when the upgrades were free, I didn't care how long they took. Okay? But now that you're telling me I'm going to have to pay $60 for an upgrade if it's more than 12 months ago from now, I'm going to expect something. Okay? I'm going to want to see updates. I'm going to want to see upgrades. And I'm going to want them to be substantial. They should never charge for patches. True. They should never charge for patches. So if they're going to charge for a new version number, there better be something in it. No, the way it's going to work is that any update within 12 months is free. So any update between now and December 14th, 2023 is free. So if they update this, in the spring, that's a free upgrade. If they update it next fall, it's a free upgrade. If they update it next summer, after next summer, well, then that's paid for. I can already see things that I'm not a fan of. I don't like these icons. They're too goddamn small, and I don't know what they are. And I shouldn't have to figure it out. These icons need to be bigger. And I don't like these being down here. Stick them back over here where they were. I mean, why take up both borders with two sets of icons? Why not either put them all down here or put them all over here and give me some of my screen space back? That's annoying. And I also don't like the fact that I have to, sit here and figure out what these are. That's kind of annoying. And especially down here, I don't like these big freaking arrows. I want to get rid of them. Is there patch notes? Let's see here. I guess go home. So what I want to see is 120 new features and improvements. I want to see what that means. So this is definitely new. Infill patterns are new. Dynamic infill is new. Automatic seam hiding. They kind of already did that to a large extent, so I guess they improved it. But what else? We don't care about that. Looks like they did improve supports. This could be interesting if it's implemented right. No, that's where the you can see it right there. They hide it in corners and crevices. That's all. I tend to design my models to not need supports, so this is interesting. Now this is cool. Ooh. Now that's cool. There are many times where I've wanted to do something like that. Now that's going to be the neat trick. Is Simplify 3D going to be able to incorporate innovations from other people? Like, for example, this new organic supports. Are they going to be able to implement that? Is that something that they can do? Do they have enough horsepower in their engineering team to do that? We'll see. New coloring is definitely needed. Accurate time estimates, that's actually going to be a pretty big deal if it's properly implemented. Of course they're closed source. This is their product. They don't sell printers, they sell software. Upgraded 3D view controls, we'll have to see how much of an improvement that is, but it definitely needed it. Now, this is something that's definitely was needed. Automatically recognizing tiny perimeters and slowing down to print them. This is also something good. See, this is part of what makes Simplify 3D nice, is that it figures these things out for you, so you don't have to. So recognizing that's a tiny part, so increase the amount of infill so the part's stronger. This is also cool if it works well. Customize the offset for interior holes separate from the rest of the model. So instead of a global horizontal compensation, just compensate the holes. That could be good. Well, no, there's no way for Simplify 3D to copy a function in Prusa Slicer or Cura and drop that into Simplify 3D because they're not the same code. They can't do that. They would have to implement it in their own code, their own way. And that's going to be difficult because that's going to require engineers. That's going to require software engineers to be able to figure out how do we make our slicer do that. Because they can't just copy it and drop it into their slicer because it's a completely unique slicer. It's closed source. Oh, definitely. This new support, this is going to be amazing. Where is that? This right here? Fuck yeah. Oh, yeah, there are plenty of times where I've needed that. Definitely looking forward to playing with that. I think this might be why. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? I thought this might be why the preview was slower, but no, this is something different. I don't know. I would imagine 45 degrees. That'd be my guess. Let's see here. Now, this is interesting. Mesh repair. Okay, that's interesting. So I can join two separate models together and it will actually merge them in the slicer. That's pretty freaking cool. So this is just more intelligent model repair for bad models. You know something? I wonder. I found this interesting problem in my model. I don't know if Simplify 3D can fix this, but we're going to find out. So, F15 body fixed. Now, let me download that again. I have to, there's a tiny imperfection in the model that Tinkercad is adding to the model. I don't know why. I don't know how. I can't find it. I can't identify it. I tried tweaking it. Nothing works. But if I bring it into 3D Builder, it fixes it. So let's see if Simplify 3D fixes it. Where's my Tinkercad? There it is. Let's see here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. God, making me wait. Because I finally got a perfect print of this model, and you guys are going to love this. It came out so nice. Okay, F15 body. So for some reason, right here, and only this one, you're supposed to draw a line from here to here and then continue around. But for some reason, the slicer jumps from here to here. It doesn't go to here. It jumps to here. Even if I put a cut in there, it still breaks right here. There's something wrong with this model right there, and I cannot figure out how to fix it. I even deleted this fin, copied this fin, rotated it over here, and it recreates the bug right there. Only right there. And I did everything I possibly could. I could not fix it. 3D Builder fixed it. I have no idea why. So let's see. So this one is going to have the bug. This one's not. Let's see if Simplify 3D can fix it now. So here's the original. We want 0 corkscrew. Hey! It fixed it! Nope, it still has it. Right there. So it fixed the problem down. Oh, no, it didn't. I see a line. I see a line. Which means the problem is still there. It's not creating the deviation. That might just be a speed change. Nope, I see it right there. Look. See? There it is. I don't know why, but it's got that little... See how it's messed up right there? It's doing it differently, but it's still doing it. And then... Oh, wait a minute, wait. I gotta make one more change. Perimeter. Okay, there. Nope, I still have it. There's still something goofy going on right there. But it's not creating that stupid line that it was before. Like, I don't see... Yeah, I don't... It is doing better. It's not creating that stupid bug where it was jumping. Like, right here, you'd see it. It would jump from here to here. And I could not figure out why, but now it's not doing it. But I'm still getting that weirdness right there. Although now it's squishing instead of gapping. So it did fix it. Okay. Now let's see what it does with the corrected model. Because there was definitely something wrong with the model. Because when I let 3D Builder fix it, Simplify 3D sliced it perfectly. Let's see if this does any differently. Same exact thing. So Simplify 3D is fixing it now. Okay. So they fixed that bug. Now I don't have to run these models through a fixer anymore. It's now I hear something. So it is correctly fixing these models now. No bugs. Interesting. Now there is something goofy with the model because if I bring the Tinkercad model into here, see? It says one or more objects invalidly defined. And then I can just do that and it fixes it. So whatever Tinkercad is doing, Simplify 3D is now able to internally correct it. Which is fantastic. It's good. All right, that means they actually did improve the code. At least for that specific problem. All right, what else? This I question. It says that it has faster importing of geometry, faster slicer performance, and faster print preview loading. Now, the previews do seem to be loading fine, but why is it jittery? So, now see, that's smooth. Now that's interesting. That's perfectly smooth. I don't see any lag or slowdown there. But why was it running slower when I was printing the cube? When I printed this cube at 200%, with 3 walls and infill. This, okay, that's smooth. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe it was the amount of infill. Go back up to 15%. Yeah, this does have a pretty crappy video card. Yeah, see, now it's jittery again. See how there's a little bit of lag? So it was the amount of infill. So that could be a rendering issue with my GPU. This is a pretty decent machine. It's a 12th generation i5, but it's got a pretty lackluster GPU. What do I have in here? I think it's an Intel graphics. Display. The 2560 by 1440. This has, it's a Core i5, 12 gigs of RAM, 3 gigahertz. I should also be able to go to manage and device manager. So I have, yeah, it's an Intel UHD graphics 630. It's just basic Intel UHD graphics. So a decent PC, shitty graphics card. So that might be why that is lagging on me, because it does seem to be complexity based. You know, this high complexity infill. Yeah, you can see it's jittery as hell. But as soon as I reduce the complexity of the model, oh, I wonder if doing grid will change it. Grid's a little simpler. Yeah, it's a little smoother. It still jitters a little bit, but it's definitely smoother. So it has to do with the complexity of what I'm displaying. So that's a GPU issue on my end. That could be an optimization issue on their end. They might be able to fix that on their end, but it's definitely something to do with my graphics card. That's definitely smoother. It's not jittery nearly as bad as the gyroid infill was. Interesting. Now Simplified 3D does do multi-extrusion very easily. I never have a problem with that. Do other slicers not do this? Is this not common? Like, do other slicers continue printing the prime pillar even after you have no more tool changes? I'd be surprised if they didn't do that. This pre-calibrated setup stuff, that's actually more significant than people think. For people like me, it's completely irrelevant. This doesn't mean shit. But for brand new users who are not advanced users like we are, if this is done correctly, if these pre-calibrated profiles are actually set up properly, that's a pretty big deal. Hey, they have a search. That's new. Now that's something Cura has because Cura needs it. But there is now a search. What's this? That didn't work because it's trying to do studio, which is not your fault. That's YouTube's fault. Why is this so laggy? There it goes. Wow, pretty. That's kind of cool. Oh, hell yeah, I'll download that. I tried to upload my F-15 model to printables, and it won't let me. It won't accept my G-code. It said my G-code contains invalid lines, and it won't accept the G-code. Hang on, let's see. Let me download this first, so I want this. Why is this taking so long? All models. Now, does printables now include a zip file? Yes. Okay. And it has a link. Okay, it's annoying. It's a PDF, but I'm okay with that. It's got links. Excellent. It shows the license. It has a link to go, and that should take you back to the listing. Yes. Excellent. I'm glad to see Printables does that now. That's one thing I like about Thingiverse is that it does that so that I can find who the creator of the model is. Because I like to give credit to the creator. And sometimes I will print a file that I downloaded 6 months ago and have no fucking clue where I got the file from. So having that text file or PDF file is a really big deal. What really gets your goat? The farmer? Is he getting your goats? Shepherds, yes. Okay. Highlighting modified settings, that's good. This is something interesting. I don't know what it means. We'll have to look at that later. I don't tend to use this I don't tend to use these automatic configurations. I guess I'm what you would call an advanced user. I know what I want to change and I change it, but I can see how this would be great for profiles. It would just slightly automate a lot of what I do intuitively, adjusting your settings based on the size of the model and whatnot. And the power just blinked again. So I can again see that being useful for profiles. Okay, now how do I make this dark? I like this dark mode. Oh, I like dark mode a lot. Now this should be under view. IDEX is super easy in Simplify 3D. Oh, it's one of the things I love about it. IDEX is so easy. I think it was Lightspeed. It looks like they might support Wi-Fi. I see a Wi-Fi symbol there. So, tools, machine control panel. Let's see here. It looks like you might be able to send over Wi-Fi. I don't know how to do that, though. But I see a USB plug, I see an Ethernet plug, and I see a Wi-Fi symbol. Where's preferences? You're missing a step. What's the step before preferences? So, something preferences. There is no preferences. What's the step before preferences? It's something then preferences. There's no preferences here. Is it under options? Theme. Okay, it's options and then tools, options, theme. Oh, okay. Dark theme. Yes. That's why it was different for you. You're on Mac. Okay, it makes sense. Um, I can load both. Well, isn't that interesting? I didn't realize I could do that. Is this it here? Ooh, much nicer. A little high contrast. A little lower contrast would be nice. So the contrast is a little high, but it looks like you can modify that. Theme. Yeah, it looks like you can change it somewhat. Looks like I can change this stuff, but I can't change this stuff. Because that's a little too dark. So you lose the ability to see the lines, but that might be the new UI too. I don't know what this is. Oh, you can change the key mapping. That's good. The interface is a little on the small side. Is there a way to make the interface bigger? This is a relatively small, it's like a 24-inch screen, or 27-inch screen, but at a high resolution, so some of this stuff is a little on the small side. I don't know what the hell all this is. I don't like the fact that I can't... Now, how do I bring it back? Why can't I bring it back to center? Oh, you do that. Okay. Hey, they got rid of the middle click. Finally. Okay, that's nice. So now I don't have to worry about middle click resetting the damn screen again. Now, does that stick in here? Yeah, finally. So now Tinkercad and Simplify work the same. You know, left or right click lets you drag, left click allows you to rotate around a common point, and middle click does nothing. Finally. I understand I could probably change that in the old version. It was just really annoying. Now, does multiprocess look different? Let's see here. Desktop, gallon jug, discard. It's a little better. I don't like the blue. The blue is just, eh. That's actually pretty easy if you can manually adjust your printer. So what you do is you grab the coupler. Can you see what I'm showing you? You can't see what I'm showing you. So you're gonna have a lead screw. Grab the coupler, bring it all the way down until you hear it click the switch. All right. If you touch the bed and you haven't clicked the switch, raise the switch up. Yes, you manually adjust your limit switch. So bring the the nozzle, bring it down so it touches the bed, and then adjust your Z limit switch so that it doesn't crash into the bed so hard. Full screen mode, what's that? Just double click full screen, or is that something different? So yeah, just manually adjust your Z limit switch, and then you can test it after you've adjusted your Z limit switch. Roll the coupler to bring the nozzle back up, and then bring it back down, and you'll hear it click the switch, and then you'll be able to see where it is on the print bed, and that'll at least get you close enough so that you're not smashing that nozzle into the bed. I don't know what function F means. So I'm guessing. Oh, you're the one who's on a Mac, right? Yeah, you're on a Mac. I don't know what function F means. I don't see a full screen option here. At least not under view. Now, full screen is usually F11 or F12 on Windows. And that does nothing here. So I don't know where this full screen mode is. Double click doesn't do anything. Exposition. Okay. Scaling, uniform. Oh, that's interesting. Center of each part. That's new. Oh. Duh. So I don't know where this full screen. I was looking in here. They got some new options here. Center of each part versus selection center. I don't know where this full screen mode is. There's nothing under view. Under view, I don't see a full screen anywhere. I think I hear a mouse. I hear something moving. Let's see here. Looks like, oh, they have a whole repair section now. On Windows, it's on the top of the window bar. Well, that's just maximizing the window. That's not full screen. That's no different than maximizing the window. Full screen is usually a mode. So, for example, this is windowed. This is maximized. That doesn't work here? Oh, it doesn't work here. View. Yeah, it should be F11. See, now it's full screen. The entire UI goes away, and you have just Tinkercad. But you can always bring it back to normal maximized and then windowed. I always have mice. The cat does a pretty decent job of catching them. I live in the desert, so all mice are attracted to our houses. No, that's not full screen. That's just the window taking up the whole screen. Full screen usually means something different. Yeah, we always have mice here. There's no possible way to get rid of all the mice. All you could do is control them. Mickey or Minnie, it's dinner. So I don't see a way of going like actual full screen. I don't see an option for that anywhere. Yeah, I don't see an option for like a full screen mode. Yeah, gopher snakes like them too. Now, when you do your full screen, does it just do this? Is that all you're talking about? Is just doing that? It's not different. It's just taking up the whole screen. Nice. Yeah, rattlesnakes are usually friendly as long as you don't try to step on them. As long as you don't try to pick them up. Well, let me show you guys these. I finished the funnels. So I have the 2 funnels now. The link is in the description. They're already uploaded. You could download and print these out if you want. The first 39 millimeters prints in vase mode, then it prints in regular mode. The smooth one is for the snap fit. The ribbed one is for the threaded. Now, I do have to modify this one. I dropped this and it cracked it. And that's because it's too thin. So I'm going to thicken this part of it up a little bit. But, now, where I'm at here, the only time I see the screw-on lids is for milk jugs. And you really don't want to use milk jugs for water because the plastic absorbs some attributes of whatever you put inside the plastic bottle. And that includes milk proteins. So no matter how many times you wash this out, that one still stinks. No matter how many times you wash out a milk jug, it's still going to stink of sour milk. So I would not be putting, I wouldn't be putting your drinking water in a milk jug, no matter how many times you wash it out. Now, milk jugs are still handy because they have a screw top, which means they don't easily pop open. And I use these as fire extinguisher supplements. So every closet in the house has one of these. The bathroom has one. There's one in the kitchen cabinets. I keep jugs filled with water, just tap water. And, if you ever have a fire, you can, if it's a small fire, you can grab one of these and just and put out the fire. So they are handy to still have. So this will thread right onto the milk jug. Now, you might be saying, well, why not just use a regular funnel that sticks inside? And yes, I could do that, but Michelle doesn't have the same dexterity as everybody else. So it's a lot, I want her to be able to do this too. And it's a lot easier for her to use 2 hands to hold the water carafe and pour it into something like this. While if this didn't thread on, you'd have to hold this with one hand and hold your gallon carafe with the other hand to pour the water in. This allows her to place this on a table, thread that on, and now she can very carefully take her water container and pour it into here. It has a breather valve, a breather tube, so you can pour water in here as fast as you can dump it out of your carafe for the most part, because the air can get out of the container. Now, the interesting thing is, if most of our water jugs don't use a screw-on lid, they use the push-on, the cap that just snaps in place. Yep, and I think we call them gopher snakes here. So here's the interesting part. The threaded one will fit the snap-on one. It doesn't secure, but it fits. It sits on there properly. And you only need to use a single finger to hold it in place and keep it from going anywhere. So if you have both kinds and you don't have a dexterity issue, again, the problem with the dollar store funnels is dexterity. With the dollar store funnel, you're talking about, I can't actually show you because I don't actually have a funnel that small. But, with a dollar store funnel, it just sits on here. And there's nothing to stop that from bouncing around. All right? So the reality is when you use a regular funnel inside of a container, you need to hold the container with your hand, hold the funnel with a finger, and then pour your contents into the container. if you don't have the greatest dexterity in the world, that's actually really hard to do. So this eliminates that. This will actually snap on. So now that doesn't come off. It stays on there. It's not going nowhere. Which means I can set this down, not touch it. I can just set this down. You want the spout to be away from you, because if the water goes in your air spout, then you're going to have backflush. And now I can use 2 hands to hold my container and pour my water into the bottle. So it's a lot easier for people with lower dexterity. And then this just pulls off, and it comes right off, and you can put your regular cap back on the bottle. If you do have dexterity, you can print just the threaded one, and it will fit on the cap one, but it's not secured. If you tip it over, it's going to fall off. All right, or if the water hits it at the wrong angle, it might knock it off. But you can just use a single finger to hold that, because it does actually sit on top of there. But both are available, threaded or snap fit. So you can have the snap fit for the snap fit bottles, and you can have the threaded for the threaded bottles. And it only takes 17 grams of plastic. Now I am making an actual funnel that just, and it just will spin, it won't come off. You actually have to pull it off. There's 2 donuts inside here that fit on in these 2 grooves right here to allow it to snap fit on. But for people who have dexterity issues, that's pretty nice. And it prints very well. The G-code file is there, so all the multi-processes is done for you. But yeah, I must have filled this up 10 times already, and it still reeks of milk. I stuck my nose in there. Oh! So yeah, that works. And I've used it a dozen times. I've even used it with yeah, I designed this. I even used it with relatively hot water and it handled it just fine, even with PLA. I guess it just doesn't have enough time to really heat it up. But yeah, that just pops right on, and it's not going anywhere. And now you can take your water and dump it in there. It's nice. It's handy. This is something this just sits over there by the water distiller, and I use that to fill up. I have a couple ideas for ways to improve this. So, for example, I'm thinking of actually having a section that's a cylinder instead of having it just come out to a funnel shape, because this is actually pretty sharp. That could actually cut you if you grab that tight enough. That could actually cut into your skin. So having that go to a cylinder would eliminate that. Also, I should be able to have the exhaust spout actually come out right here. So have this spout pierce the side of the funnel, so it actually comes out right here. So on here, the air exhaust would be right there. And that would mean when you're pouring water in, you never have to worry about the water going into your exhaust. So when you fill up a container like this, one of the reasons you get water everywhere is that if you pour in too fast and you cover up the opening, well, now there's no place. You're displacing air. You're putting water into the jug, and the air that's in the jug has to come out. And if you pour the water in too fast, you'll cover up that opening, creating a little bubble of air inside that makes the water go and splashes it all over the place. I'd like a top emergency. You want to urinate into a jar? You want to have an emergency urination jar? I actually have an easier solution for you for that. Because I have to use one. Get a gallon of Arizona tea. All right, you get a gallon of Arizona tea. Let me show you what that looks like. These work great. Come on. So get one of these. You probably can't see what I'm looking at. There we go. Get one of these Arizona gallon jugs. All right, they're $3.50. Drink what's in it. Go to simplify3d.com. It is not free software. You do have to pay for it. So you get one of these gallon jugs. It is the right size, so your junk will fit in there. And it's a larger opening than a gallon jug. It's a much bigger opening. But there is one modification you have to make. You have to, well, then you can't have the software. Oh, no, don't drink my tea. I have a story for that. Now, the one other modification you need to make. You need to put a hole in the handle. You need to punch a little hole in the handle of the Arizona tea jug. Because you're going to run into the same problem as when filling a jug. When you stick it over your junk and start urinating, well, your urine is displacing the air inside the jug. That air has to have somewhere to go. If you don't give it somewhere to go, your pee's going to go everywhere. It's like your pee's going to hit a wall of air and it's going to go everywhere. So you have to put a little hole on the handle so that as you do your business in, you'll actually, when you first release and you have that initial surge, when you let go and you have to go, you'll actually feel the air come out of that handle fast. So you do need to put a little handle there, a little hole there so that the air can escape as you do your thing. Yeah, now we're talking pee. I could design something like this that would make that easier. But again, it would need a vent. You have to have a vent. No, not really. My problem is I'm fat and I'm old. And so the result is the equipment doesn't function as well anymore. Well, that's the problem. I'm fat and I'm old, so the equipment doesn't function as well anymore. So, here's the front of your body, and here's your little thing, okay, and you want to go pee. Well, the problem is, here's what my thing does. My thing does this. All right, and when your thing does that, the pee goes everywhere. You gotta actually make him stick his nose out a little bit in order for the pee to come out as a stream. Otherwise, your pee goes. Okay, so having a jug that you can, stick over thing and shove it inside there, well, now it just goes inside here. It's really annoying. Okay, the doctor said that as I lose weight, that will get better. Okay, that happens because there's too much fat around there. So, my little boy can't stick his head out as easily. And, but yeah, that's why the jug. So, I gotta, sometimes if little Junior doesn't stick his head out. Oh yeah, we're talking about real streams now. Oh my god, one of my favorite drinks is I come from the Northeast, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and we have a convenience store chain called Wawa. That's a good way to get demonetized, and maybe added to a list. But anyway, well, I already showed you actually. Little Junior doesn't want to come out. Okay, so you got to stick the jug in and push little Junior into the opening so that he streams instead of sprays. Wawa is a convenience store chain that is in parts of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Florida. Interestingly enough, very, very good. But they have, well, first of all, I hate Wawa because 20 years ago, they have half gallons of tea, which look just like this, but it's a half gallon. So it looks like it's this tall, but it's skinny because it's a half gallon. Well, before they switched over to plastic jugs, they had paper cartons. You bought a half a gallon of iced tea and it came in a paper carton, like a paper milk carton. And they had a cherry tea that was so good. Oh my God, I love the cherry tea. And when they switched over from paper to plastic, they dropped the cherry tea. I was like, you're lucky I don't have an orbital nuke handy, or your headquarters would be gone for canceling the cherry tea, you little bastards. But anyway, my new favorite tea became the diet green tea. Believe it or not, I actually preferred the diet green tea over the regular green tea. The regular green tea tasted like sugar water. Literally, it tasted like sugar water. There was almost no flavor. It's just, give me a weak tea and dump a bunch of sugar in it, and that's what it tasted like. But for some reason, the diet green tea tasted good. Something about the way the flavor profile worked, you can actually taste, or you think you taste, because it might be artificially flavored. You can actually taste the honey and the ginseng flavors. In fact, one of my favorite ways to drink it was after eating hot wings, because if you ate something spicy and then drank the diet green tea, the flavors exploded. It enhanced the flavors. So whatever the capsaicin does to your taste buds causes the flavor of that diet green tea to be magnified and enhanced. So there was like nothing better than give me some ice cold Wawa diet green tea right after I ate some hot wings. Oh, that was so good. But anyway, we were doing work. We were doing work for one of my dad's business partners, and we were kids. You know, we were 14, 15 years old, and we couldn't go inside the business, but we could do outdoor work because it was adult stuff, adult entertainment. Well, anyway, there's a parking lot, and we were repainting all the lines on the parking. Yeah, the porn business. Well, that was more of a what do you call it? Swingers. It was a big swingers club. I mean, he had themed rooms everywhere. Different parts of the building were different themes. You know, the Hawaiian luau theme or the dungeon goth theme, whatever you wanted. We helped him build the whole place. But that guy was rich. Anyway, we were painting lines in a parking lot. You know, the yellow lines for a parking lot. We were painting the lines for him, and of course, the nearest bathroom was a quarter-mile away. So when we had to go pee, we peed in a bottle. And I filled up one of the Wawa teas. It was like 3/4 full of my piss. And my dad walked up behind the truck, my Jeep, my 88 Cherokee. So I was like 16, 17 because I just got my Jeep. He walked up behind the Jeep and grabbed my Wawa bottle. And I reached out and grabbed his wrist and said, no, no, no. And he looked at me like he was about to say, what the fuck do you mean, no? And I grabbed his other hand and slid it down so he could feel that the contents were very, very warm. And I said, no, no, no. Because his business partner was right there. So I didn't want to say, that's my piss bottle, Dad. But once he felt the warmth, he was like, oh. I was like, drink that one. I tell you put the bottles next to each other. My blood must have been just filled with Wawa green tea because the colors were identical. Unless you touched it and felt the heat from the piss, you couldn't tell the difference between the piss bottle and the green tea bottle. Oh my God. Oh, if I didn't see him pick up that bottle. Oh, that would have sucked. But yeah, so there, if you need a pee bottle for the workshop, get an Arizona tea jug, and then just take your utility knife and punch a hole inside the handle. Don't do it down here. Do it up inside the handle. And this way the pee doesn't come out that hole. And that's perfect. Yeah, you're in trouble, buddy. You're in big trouble. But, yeah, it was fun. Oh, that's how I drank perfume as well, or cologne, or whatever the hell it was. My brother was an asshole, so he broke a bottle of perfume or cologne in the RV, and so he went in the fridge, and he grabbed my opened can of Sprite, dumped it out, and poured the broken bottle of perfume into it, and stuck it back in the fridge. Somehow, he thought that was a good idea. So I came in and grabbed my can of Sprite and chugged a bunch of fucking cologne. Let me tell you, that sucked. You asshole. Why would you do that? First of all, you threw away my soda. Throw away your own goddamn soda. And second, you put it back in the fridge so somebody can drink it. So, after figuring out 3D Builder could fix my model, well, now Simplify will fix my model for me. Yeah, something. Wrap it. Do something so people know. So I printed my F-15 rocket. This rocket is 3 pieces, and all 3 pieces print in vase mode. And I printed it in that Your Blood of My Enemies red from Alien 3D. And it is stunning. Look at that color. Oh, it's gonna suck when I run out of this filament. It's got that golden iridescent to it, and it's got the speckles in it. What a color. Look at that gold sheen. I love that. But this model has all the upgrades and fixes to it. So let me separate this so we can see the parts. But this model has everything. Oh yeah, we have a couple extra turkeys, and we're going to get a ham too. Because I haven't launched any rockets in quite a while. I launched a couple January 2020, I think it was. NSL was up in Colorado. I am hoping to go to NARAM this year because it's going to be in New Mexico. It's going to be south of me in New Mexico. So I'm going to go to that NARAM. And then some of my buddies are going to help me go to the Internats, the Rocketry International event. It's going to be in America this year, in Texas. So I can get there. And they're going to try to help me get a room because I can't afford a hotel room. But usually the Internats is in like Bulgaria or one of the bloc nations. It's usually in Russia or something like that. But this year it's going to be in the US. So I'll be able to go to my first Internats. Launching it on stream live is not usually doable because the nature, I'll try, but the nature of a rocket launch is big giant open fields out in the middle of nowhere, which is also the nature of no cell towers. So usually if you get cell reception, there's no data, it's just calls. So we have to make sure we download our maps to our phone in advance because you won't be able to navigate back because you won't have any data connection until you leave that area and get to a place where there's a tower. But this is the final completed model. And, okay, so a model rocket has many parts. You have the body tube, you have the fins, you have the launch lugs, you have the motor mount, which is the difference between the size of the motor and the size of the body tube, which is usually a tube plus some centering rings. And then you'll have an attachment point for attaching your shock cord, all of that. You'll have a shoulder to mount the cone to properly and stuff like that. I designed and built all of that into this model, and it's one single piece that's all vase mode printed. So this is a complete single part vase mode print that only weighs 70 grams which for a rocket is on a slightly heavy side, but for a plastic rocket is on the light side, because that includes everything. So this model, you'll see everything is separate. So this model has separate fins. Come on. So this model has separate fins. It has separate launch lugs that you glue to the model. It's got the motor mount tube. It's got the body tube. You know, all these separate pieces that go together to form a rocket. Where is that at? There it is. So that forms a complete rocket. This, everything is all one piece. There are no retractions anywhere on this model except the first 3 layers. I make the first 3 layers solid. Then after that, it's vase mode all the way up to the top, including this lip. It's all vase mode all the way. This is one single extrusion from bottom to top, including all the reinforcements that make this model nice, straight, strong, and clean. So the launch lugs, 45-degree angle, they are built in. You see there's a slice right down the middle. See that little seam right down the middle? Which allows me to print the inside and outside of this launch lug as a single piece. So you see the launch lugs are integrated into the model. Inside here, you can actually see there's 2 holes right there. Well, that's so that you can feed your shock cord down one hole, up the other hole, and tie it. So now the shock cord mount is built into the design of the model. You can see there's a transition from the large size to the small size. This is where your motor tube would go. So a single piece of paper tube would go inside here, and that would insulate the plastic from the heat of the motor. And then the fins have their reinforcements. So here's a rib inside the fin so that it's strong, smooth, and straight. I also have a rib right at the base of the fin that goes across so that the fin is stiffer this way. This would be very floppy without it, but with it, this is, you can hear it, it thrums. That's nice and stiff because that's all fully reinforced. The tube itself has ribs. You can actually see the ribs in here. And those ribs reinforce the tube and connect the inside tube and the outside tube together into one piece. So this entire component, which includes motor mount tube, centering rings, launch lugs, fin reinforcements, root edge reinforcements, fillets, and shock cord attachment, all into, yes and no. So that's all one piece. This whole thing is one single extrusion. And then only because of printer size limitations, I printed an extension for the body tube to make the rocket taller. If I had a printer tall enough, I could print this all as one piece. And then the nose cone, same thing. Shoulder, transition, cone, reinforcements, tip, shock cord mounts. I got 2 of them in there. All of that is integrated. It's all one piece, one vase mode piece, and that just slides right in there. So 3 pieces, all vase mode printed, makes a complete model rocket. The only thing you have to add to this is a paper tube here for the motor. Probably a small section of paper tube in here to keep the heat from reaching the plastic and melting it, and that's it. You add your parachute, your shock cord, and you're done. So that's a complete phase mode printed model rocket that only weighs like 140 grams or something like that. I'll have to actually check the slicer for the settings for that. But yeah, very, very light. For plastic, it's very light. Obviously, if this is all paper, it'd be even lighter. But for a plastic model, it's really, really light. But yeah, that came out absolutely gorgeous. I'm super, super pleased with that. Oh, okay, rocket motors. Your black powder motors are $3 to $6 a piece. So you're paying anywhere from around $2.50 to around $6 per flight. Now, once you go above black powder, or once you go into the mid-range rockets like E and F engines, now you're looking at anywhere between $5 and $12 per flight. And that's per motor. The rockets are, of course, reusable. And once you go into high power, the sky's the limit. When people say, how high can you fly that rocket? My answer is, how much money do you have? Because for the most part, altitude is directly correlated with cash. Because bigger, more powerful, longer burning motors cost more money. Actually, I can show you. Hang on. Let's see. Balsa machining service. Let's see, rocket motors, Estes and Aerotech. So let's switch over to monitor view. So here you're looking at like, for example, a pack of C6s. You're looking at $4.33 a piece. Here's a bulk pack, $80 for 24 A83s. So that's what, $3 a piece, $3.25 a piece. As soon as you get into D and E engines and F engines, now you're looking at about $15 a piece, $12 to $15 a piece. Here's some Q jets, around $6 a piece. Reloads are slightly cheaper, so a D24 3-pack reload, $28. So you're looking at about $9 a pop. That's where you would buy a metal rocket motor casing, and then you would buy this reload kit, and you would assemble the motor into the casing. Now, as soon as you, obviously, as you get into bigger motors, you're getting into higher prices. So, for example, here a F52 is $23. That's for one motor. A G53 is $26. G74 2-pack, $58. So that's $29 a pop. It gets a little more expensive. Yes, I've made radio-controlled rocket gliders. I put cameras in rockets. I put altimeters in rockets. I put deployment hardware in rockets. So one of the things that you can do in model rocketry, and this becomes especially important with the larger rockets with the larger parachutes. Well, if there's any wind, when the parachute comes out, the rocket is going to drift with the wind. So that's a problem if your rocket goes, 6,000 feet up. That's a lot of drift on those big parachutes. So the rockets will do what's called dual deploy. What you'll have is you might actually have a rocket that has 3 sections. Okay? So what you might do is have the rocket separate here and have the rocket separate here. So this would be an avionics bay, and it would be sealed here, and you would have a battery, a pyro charge, parachutes, electronics, altimeters, and stuff inside of here. And what you would do is, now you can either use the motor ejection, or you can have a dual deploy altimeter, which will have 2 pyro charges. So the first pyro charge would wait until it reaches apogee. So when the rocket detects that it's reaching the highest point of the flight, a pyro charge will fire, separating the 2 halves. They'd be connected by a shock cord, and there would be, hey L3D, there'd be no parachute. Or there'd only be a very small drogue parachute, like a little 8-inch parachute. Just enough to slow it down and break up the aerodynamics so the rocket doesn't come in ballistic. And what would happen is the rocket would just come down on that drogue, and it would just plummet almost straight down. And the altimeter inside would be ticking off 5,000 feet, 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 800 feet. Okay, fire the next pyro charge. So here's this rocket coming down on this, either just tumbling or with a little tiny parachute, and at whatever altitude you determine, so 600 feet, 800 feet, you would fire a second pyro charge, which would blow off the nose cone, and this one would contain the big parachute that would actually slow the rocket down. So now instead of your 50-inch parachute coming out at 6,000 feet and your rocket landing 2 states over that way, get in your car with your tracker and go find it, instead the rocket falls straight down until it reaches 600 feet. Then it pops the mains, we call it mains, the main parachutes, it would pop the main parachutes out, and now the rocket would land right on the field you're flying from. So that's how you would handle those rockets, you know, the bigger rockets. My rockets don't usually go high enough to require dual deployment. Like when I flew my K550 on my Camera Bird, I only went 5,000 feet up, so I didn't need to dual deploy. It still landed, you know, 150 feet away from the launch pad. But that's why sometimes you'll see these big giant rockets go 10,000 feet up, and they land 200 feet out. But the kid who flew this rocket, you know, 1,000 feet up, he's got to go hiking a quarter mile to get it. Because that little parachute came out in this little tiny rocket, and it just drifted and drifted and drifted in the wind. And so now there's a company that actually came out with something called a Jolly Logic shoot release, which allows you to oh, it's got tangled. That is annoying. How does that even happen? Like, how? It's like that shouldn't even be possible for it to do that. That is so ungodly annoying when this stuff can tangle itself like that. Well, now you're a permanent knot. You're going to stay there, okay? So what would happen is, for example, it would be too big for this rocket, but a rocket a little bit bigger than this, like twice this size, what you'd have is this little electronic altimeter with a little string on it. And what you do is you take your parachute, you'd wrap it up like this, and then you'd have this little electronic gadget, and you would put it with the parachute, and this little electronic gadget would have this little string that would go around the parachute and attach to the gadget. So now when the rocket deployed, it was just like this, and your rocket would tumble. And then when you hit the appropriate altitude, like for a rocket like this, maybe 200 feet, 300 feet, you would the little chute release would release the string, which would release the parachute, and now the parachute could open. That's called a chute release. And so that's just different ways of, you know, being able to fly higher without having to go chase the rocket for 30 miles. And but it's a lot of fun. And of course I put cameras in them. So this is my favorite rocket camera right now. This is the Insta360, but I like it because of how absolutely minuscule this thing is. So it's this little rocket, this little camera. I can put this camera on a rocket like this. This camera is so small and light that I can fit that on a model rocket and actually get good quality video. Not that garbage spy cam video, but good quality HD video on a camera like this. But you're also going to pay a lot more. You know, a keychain camera might cost you $40. This is going to cost you like $150, $200. Yeah, it's been a while. But as soon as I printed these out in that Blood of Your Enemies, Blood of My Enemies red from Alien 3D, I just had to print a rocket in it. And it came out so beautiful. Yeah, the Insta360 is amazing. The only bad news is they like to self-discharge, which is really annoying. So every now and then, before you fly, you're going to want to make sure you fluff out your parachute to make sure it actually opens when you fly the damn thing. Now, normally you'd have a shock cord, which would have stretch, but you can, with a lightweight rocket like this, you can get rid of the shock cord and just use a Kevlar line. And, oh, hey, the tangle came out. And just make it long enough so that these components can slow down before they get to the end. In the past, you would have what's called, there's two failure modes when the manufacturers would skimp out. No, Blood of My Enemies is an Alien 3D color. No, I didn't. We just went over a whole bunch of the features in Simplify 3D. That's what the first half of the stream was about. Somebody told me V5 was out. I was like, no way! So with something like this, what I would do is I would roll this up like this. And then roll this up like this. This would fit in here like that. This would fit in here like that. And the shock cord from the nose cone to the chute is shorter than the shock cord from the chute to the body. That does several different things. If you use elastic and the shock cord is too short, you can get what we call an Estes dent. That's where the shock cord comes out, reaches its limit, and then comes back and goes dink and dents the end of your body tube because it went bing bing and hit your rocket like that. Or you'd get a zipper. If the rocket didn't slow down enough by the time this shock cord opened up and this parachute opened up, this part of the rocket could still be ballistic and would cause the shock cord to go like that, and it would actually cut right through the rocket, and you'd have a zipper down the length of your rocket where it would and cut. So to get rid of that, you want to spool this up, stretch it out, allow this to open slowly to allow these parts to break apart and destabilize before that chute opens and goes shit and shreds your rocket. But yeah, a lot of fun. And of course, with some of the old black powder motors, you would Roman candle, and Roman candle sucks because what the hell? Another tangle. Another magical tangle from a universe far, far away. That shouldn't even be possible, but somehow is. What would happen is there'd be a little bit of propellant left inside the motor. And of course, once the motor deploys the ejection charge, the top of the motor is a bigger opening than the bottom of the motor. So that's the path of least resistance. And so the rocket motor would literally go with like 5 seconds worth of flame going up and just cook the inside of your rocket. Yeah, that sucks. Estes dent? Yeah, Estes dents suck. When that nose cone, because what happens is they use the old rubber shock cords. They were too short. They were like that long. So what happens is by the time the shock cord reaches its full extension, there's still energy left because you don't have enough energy dispersion. So it would rebound. And when it rebounded with force and would go bang and just wreck the top of your model. With a model like this, you just straighten it back out and you fly it again. But when you spend 100 hours putting a paint finish on the model and have it do that, yeah, that sucks. I could probably find a picture of it. Hang on. Let's see. Estes dent. This is not a very good example, but this is an example of what can happen. So the nose cone will rebound and hit some other part of the rocket, and it'll put a dent in it. And then you have a zipper. Oh, that does not look good. Oh, that's a zipper. Oh, damn. As you can see, it literally looks like a zipper. Right down the side of the rocket. Here's your typical model rocket zipper right there. So this skinny little shock cord, what happens is, let me show you. So this comes out, the parachute opens, and what's the parachute going to do when it opens? It's going to slow down, all right? But the rocket is still going ballistic. And if this shock cord isn't long enough, what'll happen is this shock cord will literally just go and rip right down the length of the rocket, and you'll get that going right down the length of your rocket. That was just a particularly bad one right there. Ooh, that looks like it hurt. Because that rocket's got a nice finish too. But yeah, it's rockets. Rockets are fun. Gonna stuff it in there for now. Get in there. Let's see. What video did you... Oh, you sent me a couple. Let's look at that one and that one. Of course, I have to modify them because for some reason it insists on changing the URL to studio, even though it shouldn't be. That'll only happen to me because I'm in studio. Oh, yeah. So let's see what that is. Ooh. I like that filament. Fab365 makes some nice stuff. Oh, wow. Check that out. I like it so far. And can you guys see this? Nope, you can't. Because I'm a dummy and I didn't switch yet. There we go. I gotta blow my nose again. Why is this so jittery? Come on. Play it smoothly. I don't know why YouTube is having trouble. Something's interfering. Probably OBS. Oh, it's openable! So it's a container. Okay. That's pretty slick. Come on. Why won't it play? Hi, kitty. How you doing? You've been fed already. I don't want to hear it. True, but as long as you're careful with it, it should be okay. And of course, it won't load now. It refuses to play this video. Yeah, now it just straight up refuses to play it. Would you just play the goddamn file already? Jesus. Oh, come on. I don't remember having this much trouble playing a YouTube file. Yeah, I think I need to update my thumbnail. I'm trying to make the damn... There it goes. Trying to make the window smaller so it doesn't have to struggle so hard. That is pretty slick, though. And there are ways to mitigate the structural integrity of the latch. You can make that strong enough to handle, a couple hundred cycles. Now, what do they charge for it? Or is it a freebie? $4. Yeah, that looks like it hurt. All right, is there anything else that we missed? So let's go to what's new. That's the same thing we just looked at. Let's go features. So let's see if it handles the let's get rid of some of these windows. Let's see if it handles the interface better. I think it's worth $60. I mean, I'm going to keep using Simplify 3D until Prusa or Idea Maker provide me with a must-have function. Until they provide me with something I absolutely have to have, I'm going to keep using Simplify 3D. Do I think it's better? In some ways, yes. Do I think people should buy it? No, now I'm on the wall. A week ago, I would have said, no, don't buy Simplify 3D because you have no idea if you're going to get an update. Now, I'm not so sure because it looks like they're going to update. Let's see if we get any patches over the next 6 months. So let's see. Let's do that. And the classic problem of putting a cylinder on top of a square. Yeah, I prefer the GUI. I prefer the workflow. The big thing for me is when I make a change in Simplify 3D, I know exactly what it's going to do. So for me, it's predictable and reliable. I'm always going to get the same thing every time, no matter what I do. And for me, that's a big deal. If you're just starting out, then you can spend the time to learn how to use the other ones. That's fine. And those other ones are great. Prusa Slicer has made huge improvements, and Idea Maker is actually genuinely good. Not as refined as Simplify 3D, but it's still genuinely good. I prefer Simplify 3D because I like the way it works, I like the way it behaves, and I'm used to it. Now, if I were just starting out in 3D printing today, I don't know. Maybe I would go to Prusa Slicer or Idea Maker. I don't know. Because today, buying Simplify 3D would be a pretty tough purchase. It all depends on how much you're going to use it and get out of it. Obviously, with free options. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't. Hang on, let me show you something here. First, let's see what it does when I do this. Let's add a process. CR6SE. Make sure we do not have. Hey, where's my start and stop lines? Where's my start and stop lines? Oh no, did they remove that? I think they removed my start and stop. I hope they need to put that back. What's custom zones? Oh, it's down here now. So now you have an option down here called custom zones, and there's your start and stop. Start printing, stop printing. I'm annoyed. Why put it down here? Just add it back here again. Just put it back where it was. There's no why make it a separate button? Let me stick it back here. You know, right above thin wall behavior where it used to be. Okay. We want to do infill. 5% is good. Layers, we are going to do 3 top, 3 bottom, 3 sides at 0.2, and we're going to print this. Now, I didn't change anything. Let's see if it did it automatically. No, it didn't. Okay. So here's the problem. It tries to do this. And this can't work. All right. If you understand how 3D printing works, you know this is an automatic fail. Because all of these are sitting on top of thin air. All of these are sitting on top of thin air. These and these and these and these, they're all sitting on top of thin air. This should not be a hole. This should be a solid diaphragm. Because it's trying to be efficient. It's saying, okay, I know there's going to be a cylinder sitting on top of this, so I know this is going to be open interior space. What's monotonic? Well, then give me both. I hate the fact that it's an extra click now. There's no reason for that. There's plenty of space on the screen. It's not like there's a lack of space. This, to me, this is a flaw. This is a failure. And maybe they've changed their tune. I will find out when I post to the forums. But one of the problems that Simplify 3D had in the early days was they would say, well, that's your problem. Fix it by increasing the infill. No, I don't want to increase the infill. This model does not need more infill. There's no reason to increase the infill. The slicer should be intelligent enough to run these lines to the nearest support. So these should all run to this line. These should run to this line. These should run to this line. You see what I mean? It should be intelligent enough to either make this a solid diaphragm or run it until it touches one of these infill lines so that these edges are supported. Because otherwise, now it does this. See? It keeps the infill going, but all these edges here are now compromised because they're not properly attached. And now the solution is the way I would fix this with the flaw is I would go to Tools, Variable Settings, and I would adjust this. So, for example, I would say here and add variable here, and then I would go, okay, now let's go to here and add variable here. So now I would have 3 sections, okay? And I would say this section right here, I would increase the infill to 25%. And now when I slice this, now you get this. So for that little section, that did not work correctly. It did not increase the infill. It increased the infill there. Why did it do that? That is not what I told it to do. So you tell me I have to go here now to do this? This is annoying as hell. I don't want to go here. So let's make this 18. It's really annoying that I now have to go here to do this. 18. And I think it's not doing what I told it to do. There it goes. See, now it's creating the higher density. And then you go up. Now, when it draws this, there's a lot more support lines for it to attach to. And then it goes back to the light infill once it's gotten past the point where it needs it. See? That should be happening automatically. Simplify 3D should be smart enough to know I told it 3 top layers, And it's not doing it. It's not giving me 3 top layers. Even if I create a process break right there, it still continues this infill pattern without closing that top. So now the question is, we're back to 1. Now, where is the dense infill? Infill, dense infill. Let's try this. Let's go 3 layers. And let's go dense infill. Would you highlight the goddamn numbers for me? 25%. Let's do 6, 5. Now let's see what that does. Does that do it? Yes, it does. Okay, so it is smart enough to do that. No, it's not. 60 bucks for the upgrade. Fucking dense infill doesn't help if you still print it in midair. What's the point of the dense infill if it's still being printed in midair? This needs to be all the way across so that has something to print on. Oh my god. It's useless. It's literally useless because it's still printing it in the hole. I mean, they've got the right idea. That's what I need. I need that right there. But that doesn't work when you still have the fucking hole in the middle of the model. What do you want? Huh? You just want loving? You just want some loving? Pull your tail? Oh, man. All right, let's print screen this. Let's call it clipboard 1 JPEG. And they're still using this stupid orange color. See how you lose? You can't see anything. They need to add some texture or something to it. And now print screen this. And that's going to be 0, 0. And now let's do it right. Let's see, what is this? This is it's under infill. Let's go back to 0. Let's go to variable settings. We want to be at 18 and 22. Infill 25%. I need to go by line so that I can do a partial. There. That shows what I actually need. Print screen. V. 02. Okay. Save factory file. Desktop. Can I at least let you guys see all that? Yes. So I'll have to go open a forum post. Hang on, what did you say? Top, bottom, infill type. Hang on. External fill planner have monotopic option. What's monotopic mean? So hang on, let me bring you guys back to my screen. What did you mean? What do you want to see here? In the infill tab in the solid layer section. Solid layers. Oh, you have concentric, aligned, and rectilinear. I don't know what the difference is. Rectilinear just means back and forth. Concentric means shape of the object. So the square will have square concentric infill, and the round one will have a round spiral. I don't know what aligned means. Oh, aligned probably means this here. Add solid diaphragm doesn't work. That's stupid. I can't think of a single valid use for this section to even exist. Who wants a solid diaphragm every X layers? That doesn't even make any sense. Who would want that? Except as using a multi-process setup as a trick to get solid diaphragms. So the way I would use solid diaphragms to trick this software into doing what I want is this. So so here's how I would trick this into doing what I want. I need to know how big the object is. It's probably 10. Let's find out. So this object is 20 millimeters tall. So the way I would do that is I would go to Tools, Variable Settings. The first one, I want 3 solid layers below the beginning of the cylinder, which means I need to start this at 19.4, add, and then create another one at 20. Add. And then what I would do is this would be the 0.6 millimeters, or 3 layers. I would then go to infill solid diaphragm every 1 layer and 1 spacing. So that would create, they would all be solid layer. Solid diaphragm layers 3, spacing 1. Yeah, the aligned is new, but I don't know what it means. So that should give me what Simplify 3D should be doing. Yes. Okay, this is what Simplify 3D should be doing. 5% infill. Solid, 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 and it's not doing solid. I told it solid diaphragm, and it's not doing it. It created one solid diaphragm, but then it doesn't create the second solid diaphragm. I told it to do every layer. So maybe I am doing this wrong. Solid diaphragm layers, 3 layers. Solid diaphragm spacing 1. Maybe I have to do 1 and 1? This is a workaround. I'm tricking the software into doing what it should do automatically. No, it's still not doing it. So now there's no way to make it do what I want? This should be 3 solid layers. And now it's creating another solid layer. What the hell? Why did it do that? What? Solid? Not solid? Solid. Why? Why the hell is it doing that? So, in their attempt to fix it, they failed to fix it, and then they broke the fix. Okay. So I better save that as a factory file too. Factory file. Let's call this Cuber 2. Oh, man. Maybe sequential? Tell it to treat it as separate processes? Nope. It's still doing it. Solid, not solid, solid. So we need to change by line so that I can show them this. Yeah, see? And I can't click and hold. So I can't click and hold this. I have to keep click, 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 click. Dumbass. And this doesn't have enough granularity. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Close enough. A print screen. Okay, so they broke something. This should be 3. Okay. So I can post on the forums and ask them if they can fix that. Ow! I'm bitten inside my cheek. Oh, I hate when I do that. I hate that so much. So what were you looking for? Under what's monotonic? What were you looking for in here? Wonder what this does. Solid infill extra expansion. I wonder what that is. All right, let's go to the forums. Community. Okay. What's monotonic mean? Well, let's see what it does. So if I just print this, I get this. This is normal. If I do concentric, and there's concentric. That's what I expect. Although, why is that an oval and not a circle? That's weird. That's a new bug. That shouldn't be like that. That might be a ooze compensation or something. Now let's see what a line does. It just changed the direction. It's going this way instead of this way. You keep saying monotonic, but there's nothing in here called monotonic. Yeah, it looks like this is just... So if I do this... Yeah. So, let's see here. This rectilinear is just doing this. Okay? So, so rectilinear, is complying with your normal, one goes one way, one goes the other way. Concentric is shape of the object. So a circle will be circles, star will be stars. Aligned is saying, I want it this much. I want that final layer to be in this direction. That is useful. I don't understand what that means. Oh. What? So you mean go in one direction and not the other? Which might be useful for the quantum filament that has a different color depending on which direction you go. But that's the only time I can see that being truly useful, because one of the ways you get the smoothest infill is by making the infill continuous. So when you infill a pattern, you want to do this. One continuous extrusion back and forth, left, right, 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 left, right. And the whole point is that's one extrusion. It's not an extrude, stop, retract, move, extrude, stop, retract, move, extrude, stop, retract, move, because each of those retractions can introduce a flaw. So the less retractions you have and the less travel movement you have, the more consistent and smooth your infill pattern is going to be. The only time I can see that becoming an issue is when you're using something like quantum filament or matte finish filament where the direction of the nozzle movement changes the visual aspect of the filament. But I'm not sure if the artifacts are worth it. I don't see nothing in here regarding monotonic. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that would reference that. Yeah, there's nothing in here that would seem to make sense with that. No. Rectilinear just means it goes back and forth. Rectilinear just means grid. It just means you're creating one layer goes this way, one layer goes this way, one layer goes this way, one layer goes. It's that back and forth. That's all rectilinear means. Now, interestingly enough, rectilinear means two different things depending on whether you're external or internal. External rectilinear just means lines this way, then lines this way, then lines this way, then lines this way. While on internal infill, rectilinear and grid are the exact same thing, except that think of rectilinear and grid as being the same thing as fast honeycomb and full honeycomb. They're exactly the same thing. Fast honeycomb is the same as rectilinear. Full honeycomb is the same as grid, except this does hexagons and this does squares. So rectilinear infill does the same thing. You know, one goes this way, one goes this way, except it's every other. So your one layer will go this way, but then it won't do the lines that go this way until the next layer. That gives you looser infill. The advantage of rectilinear is you can use less filament to create denser infill that has less structural integrity. That comes in handy when you need the support nature of the infill, but you don't need the structural integrity of the infill. So if you just need lots and lots of infill so that your top layers have something to sit on, but you don't actually need the strength that comes from that infill, then rectilinear works better. But if you want solid monolithic infill where everything is glued together and attached, then you want grid. Because grid does this and this in the same layer. So yes, you're going to have one line crashing over top of another line. But you get monolithic infill, meaning your infill adds to the structural integrity of the model. But I don't think that's what you're talking about. I'm assuming you're talking about having all the infill go the same direction for the quantum filament. But the problem is you're going to get a lot of artifacts doing that. I mean, that's going to take some real serious tuning of the filament and the profile and that hot end in order to avoid a tremendous number of artifacts. One of the reasons a top layer looks so nice is one of the reasons a top layer like this looks so nice is because if you look closely, it's one continuous extrusion. You see it starts here, it goes here, and then it moves up, and then it comes back, then it moves up, then it comes back, then it moves up. So from here to here is one single extrusion. Now, the advantage of that is your top layer is very, very smooth. But the disadvantage is if you use a bicolor filament, each of these lines is going to be a different color. But that's such a niche case scenario that I could see why they wouldn't address that. No, they made a lot of changes. The model repair now actually works. I no longer have to stick my models in 3D Builder to fix them. At least the ones I've tried so far, they work. Supports have been improved. Variable layers have been improved tremendously. I love this. Look at this. I can now see all of my processes. So I know that that process controls that part of the model. That process controls... You couldn't see this before. You could see it in here, the variable settings, and actually it brings it back now. But you couldn't see all of them. See, I'm only seeing the one for the section I'm working on. Can I do it for all three? No. It's just doing it for the first one. I wish they'd go to the red. The blue doesn't work. Go back to the red. The red works better than the blue. But I love the fact that I can now see which portion of the model my settings are messing with. There's some UI improvements, support improvements, variable process improvements, variable density improvements, non-standard support structure improvements. This should work. Dense internal infill. This should be the answer to all of my problems. And I can make it solid by simply making this 100%. This should be the answer to all of my problems. It's just improperly implemented. So if I go 100% on this... Oh, I can't. I could probably only go to 99. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's go back to a single unit. So I should be able to set this to 99. Yes. And let's do 3. Let's go by layer. Nope, see, it doesn't work because it's still printing the whole. So there's my 3 layers. So 1, 2, 3, and then 3 top layers. 1, 2, 3. But the problem is these layers need to be complete. The problem is not the infill density. The problem is the hole. And they added the ability to address it. Clearly, they can detect where that surface is, but they're still leaving the fucking hole. Which means it's not going to work. No, it looks like they actually did make a lot of improvements. It's just, it's going to need a bug fix. Let's see, what else did they change? Enhanced horizontal compensation. Separating inner and outer. That's actually a pretty big deal. Which means you can adjust compensation for holes without modifying the dimensions of your entire model. So, for example, in theory, that would allow me to make, for example, this bigger or smaller without making the whole thing bigger or smaller. Or, for example, making this vase mode model with the hole in the top. If that hole was too small, I could just compensate that hole without changing the whole model. So that's something that is useful. We now have a ton of new infills. This really needs to be an API. I guess it depends on how infill is. I don't know. Infill is pretty integrated into the slicing algorithm, so I'm not sure if they can do that. But it'd be nice if they had a way to allow third parties to add infill types. If there was a way to do that, that'd be pretty cool. Dense internal infill. This is the solution to one of the primary problems that I've had. It's just not implemented correctly. And worse, they've now broken. I also like the printing order adjustment. This is also another pretty nice improvement. For models where I have plenty of cooling, I can keep the minimize print time option. And for models where there's lots of tiny islands, I could change it to consistent order. I'm not sure what all at once is yet. I don't know what that means. This is also potentially interesting. Restrict start point to preferred regions. What we really need, though, is a way of picking this point. So, for example, optimize start points for fast print or align points at a specified XY location. I either need a button here that when I click, this gets hidden, and I can pick my XY location on the screen, or allow me to pick a point on the screen and define what is that XY location so that I can then type that XY location into the settings. So that's something I'd like to see. Let's see. No, I don't think so. It has rectilinear, grid, triangle, which is just triangles. Sinusoidal creates little interlocking ovals. Wiggle is just literally a one direction wiggle pattern, which is interesting for flexible printing, because that means you'll have info going one way but not the other way, which will make a model more compressible in one direction than the other. That's interesting. Fast and honeycomb. Octahedral is just squares in 3D, and cubic is triangles in 3D, and then gyroid is, of course, gyroid. Hey, 3D Medic. Did you hear? Simplified 3D actually released CP5. I didn't think we'd ever see that. I'm actually amazed. It looks like a lot of things were renamed to correct. So there's lots of little fixes and a few major overall expansions of the software. That's pretty cool. I personally think it's worth $60. I'm totally fine with $60 for what they've changed, assuming we're going to continue to get fixes. We'll see. Let's see in 2 or 3 months if we get another patch, and let's see if we get another patch in 2 or 3 months after that. If they continuously improve and fix, then I think they have a shot. But if this is a one and done update, they're going to have problems. Because, like I said, I fully support paid upgrades if they're going to actually upgrade. And if they're going to upgrade regularly. If they're just going to wait to upgrade once a year, basically turning it into a prescription model, a subscription model, well, that's going to piss off a lot of people. That'll piss me off too. Although, you can simply choose not to upgrade. You can wait another year, then upgrade. And then you'll get, the last 2 upgrades for the price of 1. So if they do some improvements in 2023, and I don't think that's worth the $60, I'll wait until the 2024 update and pay $60. And then I'll get the 2023 and the 2024 changes. So it depends, but that's going to annoy people too, because now they got to wait a year to get those changes. So it all depends on, ideally, they're going to have minor improvements, patches, and fixes be free, and major overhauls be a paid upgrade. If they can do that, I'd be okay with that. We've got to see constant, continuous improvements. And when new shit comes out, I want that new shit. All right, they got to get on the ball and start releasing that new shit. So as of right now, I didn't know it's April 1st. Well, 2 to 3 years between major upgrades is okay, as long as we're still getting minor upgrades and patches in between. So as long as they're going to keep, releasing little patches to correct things, add interesting little things that aren't major. If they keep doing that, that's fine. And then every 2 or 3 years have a major upgrade that you pay for. I'd be okay with that. That's fine. But they're gonna have to get on the ball. If they want people to pay, they're gonna have to provide. If they want people's money. So we'll see. Let's see. What would I like to see changed right now? Dense infill needs to be fixed. That's garbage. It doesn't do a goddamn thing. It's utterly useless. You wasted your time. That dense infill does nothing because it leaves the fucking hole in the bottle. What's the point if you leave the fucking hole? That's all it's got to do is not leave the hole. That's all it's got to do. Don't leave the hole. That's it. I mean, just this simple. So the problem is, when you print this, it's going to fail. Because the infill's too light. So all these lines don't attach to anything. They're sitting above midair. They're sitting above a vacuum. They're sitting above nothing. So they added dense infill. But the problem is, they left the fucking hole. This only works if the dense infill goes all the way across. So that you don't have the hole. Hopefully that's an oversight and something they can fix. And worse, whatever they changed to do this broke the multi-process trick to fix it. Oh, man. So this orange stuff is the dense infill. So here's your 5%. I told it I want 3 layers of dense infill at 99%, which would give me a solid diaphragm. So here's your 3 layers of dense, and then here's your 3 top layers before it then begins to print the cylinder on top of that. The problem is these perimeters have nothing to attach to. So you see this, and then you see that print on top of it. The problem is all of this, that doesn't exist. That's not there. That can't be there. Because that's hanging over midair. Actually, that should be grid. Yeah, grid. Probably 2.5%. Did that not allow 2.5? Can we not do partial percentages now? I can't do a decimal point. I'm pretty sure I could do a decimal point before. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong. Oh, I can't. I can't do 2.5. Okay, so that is something that is in the original. Okay. Seriously? Seriously, cat? You gonna knock stuff over? How about I kick your butt? Let's try 2%. That's way too light. Does the infill not change the density based on rec or grid anymore? No, it doesn't. Interesting. It calculates it differently now. So here you can see it. So this line right here, that means nothing because that doesn't exist. Because as you can see, that's hanging over fucking thin air. So that's not there. It might be drawing it here in a slicer, but that line doesn't exist in real life. In real life, that's a droop from here to here. Okay? And then this has nothing to attach to. All this right here, droop. All this right here, droop. All this right here, droop. So the only way to fix this is to print so many top and bottom layers that it gradually builds itself up until it's actually supporting. So this is going to give you 6 layers before it finally gets to this. And if those 6 layers aren't enough, this is going to be a very weak attachment to this. And this cylinder will break off. It'll just snap off. It won't attach properly. What needs to happen is that these 3 orange layers need to go all the way across. This hole can't be here. So hopefully that's something they can fix. Because that's a pretty glaring bug. And yes, Simplify 3D, if you're watching this video, I don't care about your opinion. It's a bug. It can't work. This can't work. Increase the infill. I did. I clicked your dense infill setting, and it still kept the fucking hole. These layers need to go all the way across so that when it gets to this layer, it has something to stick to. And then ideally, you need to continue the dense infill past the top layers. So dense, 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 then switch back to 5%. So if I tell you 3 dense infill layers, it should be 6 dense infill layers plus an additional set of infill layers equal to the top or bottom layers. And since I've defined 3 top layers, that means you need 3 dense infills before the top layers, 3 dense infills during the top layers, and 3 dense infills after the top layers. So this here, I said 3 dense infill. So 1, 2, 3. But you also need to continue the dense infill in here for the 3 top layers. 1, 2, 3. And then you need 3 more dense infill layers transitioning into the new part. 1, 2, 3. And now here at layer 104, that's where you should switch back to the 5% infill. So that you actually have a monolithic infill transition between the square and the circle so that those 2 parts don't break apart. No, there's a lot of improvements, and I'm happy to see these improvements. This is something I've been bugging them to fix for freaking 10 years. And so they finally added a setting to fix it, and they left the fucking hole. But otherwise, yeah, everything else so far is nice. I'd like to be able to scale the UI a little bit. Some of these are a little hard to read on high resolution screens like I'm using. I can change the scaling in Windows, but that changes it for everything, and I'm fine with the scaling in other apps. So I'd like to change it just for Simplify 3D. Again, that's not a big deal. That's a minor thing. But I like the improved support. I like the improved variable processing. I like the improved layer support. I like the improved horizontal compensation. I like they've added some greater granular control to some of these settings, which I like. For example, the island printing order and stuff like that. That's actually, it's a niche thing, but it's an important thing when you're printing a model like that. The solid diaphragms doesn't work because it doesn't actually make it a solid diaphragm. So that's broken too. Let's see. I'm assuming part separation was in here before. Under advanced, I'd like to put this back in here. I don't like this as a separate window. It's annoying. I use this 100 times a day, and now I have to click this every time I want to fuck with that setting. Please just put it back in here. So you'll move these down and put it right back where it was. So you'll see in here. It's right there. See? Layer modification. Just put it back there where it belongs. I don't want to click on a goddamn button. If you want the stupid stinking button, then have them both. But put it back in the UI here so I don't have to keep clicking that stupid button to go find it. I wonder if they fixed this. Probably not. There are times where this will do silly things that it shouldn't do. Not a big deal, but it'll do silly things. They have fixed the model repair, the big time improvement. This model, for whatever reason, is broken out of Tinkercad. I have no idea why. This model right here. It's a simple model. It's not super complex, but it's broken in Tinkercad. There's a flaw that, annoyingly enough, and also I hate the fact that I can't double click to select the model. And in the old Simplify, this did not work properly. Actually, I can show you since the old one works. I didn't realize I could run both. Let's see, remove, add you. 0.2, this needs to be 0.4. Why would you go 0.45? Who asked you to go 0.45? I sure as hell didn't ask you to go 0.45. Do as you're told. Or else you get bitten. So here, I should be able to show it to you. The little bug. Oh, it's gone. No, what made it go away? Unless this is fixed? Unless this is a fixed model? No, it's not. It's not doing it now. I spent hours the other day trying to get it to stop doing this stupid little thing it was doing. And now it's just not doing it. Wait a minute. Layer height, maybe? Ah, I bet you that's it. Hang on. Layer height of 0.2 takes care of it. Nope, it's still perfect. Okay, I have no idea why, but it seems to be working fine now. Yeah, it's working perfectly now. Is it possible the V5 also fixed the V4? Are they maybe using the same libraries? And maybe, I don't know. Oh, here's how I stiffened up there. I can show you the breakdown of the model here. This is pretty cool. So you can see, here's my launch lug support. And then here's my little reinforcement for the root of the fin, so it's not so flexible. This is the rib in the middle of the fin. You can see how it begins to print the launch lug here. So it just works its way out like that at a 45. And that's how it prints the launch lug integrated right into the model. It works really well. So all the everything in this model is now, I think I prefer it in this mode versus dark mode. I'm not a fan of dark mode. I think the dark mode's too dark. I mean, where is that at? Something called themes, options, theme. Let's go default. Let's try that. Yeah, I think I prefer non-dark mode. I wish they had a grayer mode, like halfway between dark and not dark. Especially with the oranges and greens and blues. I think the light color mode just works better. Yeah, I can see the numbers easier too. the contrast is better for seeing all the values. It takes a long time, but the end result is a really clean model. Center and arrange. Gotcha. Let's see how it looks in this one. 0, 0, 1, single outline. Why is it blue? The blue is horrible. The worst color you can use is this blue. You can't see anything. Can I change the color? Is that a speed thing? That's better. Change it to movement speed. There we go. Yeah, looks just as good. But yeah, this whole thing is vase mode. Yeah, I prefer it. I prefer it in this light mode. It's just easier to see. Dark mode's too dark. Not enough contrast. But yeah, the whole thing all prints in vase mode. But somebody was asking about wireless support. I cannot confirm it, but I think it does have it because this button here for begin printing on machine, it has a USB, Ethernet, and Wi-Fi icon, which indicates to me that it should be able to wirelessly connect to a printer. How that works, I'm not sure. What's this? Another big thing that I like is the print time calculation. Where is that? Output? Nope. Speed. Time estimation. So just being able to change all of these, to the speeds that we know are correct. Yes, this is V5. Also, being able to set some of these values for absolute instead of percentages is nice. That's especially in first layer. The first layer settings is really nice. See, the problem is my first layer speed is based on my print speed. Okay, so 50% of 50 millimeters per second means 25 millimeters per second. The problem is if I change this to 75 millimeters per second, or let's make it 80. If I change this to 80 millimeters per second, I still need this to be 25 millimeters per second. Because the first layer speed has to do with bed adhesion, not with how fast I want the print to go. So being able to switch this to absolute, which means I can set this for a particular speed, and then it doesn't matter what I set this to. I can make this print at 100 millimeters a second or 40 millimeters per second, whatever I want it, but my first layer will still print at 15. And that's good. I want that. What I would like to see, I would like to see flow rate. I would like to see a custom flow rate for this. So allow me to have a first layer flow rate. So this here, extrusion multiplier. So I'd like to be able to change extrusion multiplier for the first layer. I can't use layer width because layer width is going to change the geometry of the model. I want to increase the amount of plastic in the existing geometry, not make the geometry bigger. So I would like to see a flow rate or extrusion multiplier option for first layer settings. I'd also like to see a flow rate option for skirt and brim. So, for example, I'd like to tell it to, extrusion multiplier 1.5 while printing the brim. Basically, lay down more plastic when printing the brim. And it would even be nice if it gradually reduced the amount of plastic down to whatever, your default multiplier is, or whatever your first layer multiplier is. So if I had it set for 0.96, let me set this skirt to 1.5, and then have it gradually work down to 0.96 as it gets to the actual model itself. Again, this is something that I want. That's probably not a super high demand thing, but it's something that would be nice. It would decrease the failure rate of models. You wouldn't have to sit there and baby that first layer so much all the time. Let's see, under advanced. No, not advanced. What's it under? Other? Yeah, other. Well, you can just, I don't understand, just put Canadian dollars in here. Can you check when you have more than one file? You have a checkbox. Oh, you talking about multiple files here? Oh yeah, the checkboxes are gone. What's up with that? Hey, what's the deal with that? I can't turn off models anymore? You used to be able to turn models off. So you can't turn models off anymore? Let me check. Let me check that. Yeah. Here I could turn models on and off. Well, the only problem is, though, the slicer ignores this. So while I can turn the model off, it still slices both. See? Even though I turned the model off, it still sliced both. So you still have to come into here, create two processes, and then you have to, the first model for the first process, the second model for the second process, and now you could select one process or the other. See how that process that one, and that one's that one. So when I go to prepare to print, I just don't select this other one, and now it prints just one. So that is gone in here. Okay, it makes sense that it's gone since it doesn't actually do anything. In the other one, it would still print the other model even if you had unselected it. So it was kind of a broken feature. So let's see what happens if I do that here. So select models, same thing. I can select the first model, second process. I can select the second model. And now I have two separate processes for the two models. Can I hide it? Group and ungroup, copy, delete, edit process settings, rename process. Oh yeah, that was a good point. It would still try to slice it before, wouldn't it? One of the models is positioned outside the printable area. Sure you want to continue? Yes. But the thing is, will it try to print it? Yeah, it still tries to print it. So it's still going to crash. It's warning you. It's letting you know, hey, dummy, it's outside the printable area. But it's not smart enough to go, well, let's just not print that because it's outside the area. With one process, it shouldn't make a difference. It's still warning you one of the models is outside. Do you want to continue? And it's still trying to print the one that's outside the print volume. That'd be funny. But the thing is, it would still be nice to turn off models. Because there are times where I have a lot of crap on the bed and I just want to clear things up, make it easier to see. That's a small detail, but it would be nice to be able to still uncheck. But I understand why they removed it, because it's an orphan feature that doesn't actually do anything. In fact, it'll cause you to think it's going to do something that it's not going to actually do. So that kind of makes sense that they would remove that. I wish they would have simply implemented it, meaning if I unchecked it, don't print it. That would have been better. Instead of removing the check mark, instead make the check mark actually work. Now, here's something interesting. What about... Well, that's not a basic... Like I said, they did fix it. In the original, this doesn't actually do anything. Okay? If I print this... Oh, no big deal. Why is there nothing here? Did I forget to reset? Oh, I didn't select the models. So, if I tell this to print to 2, it prints to 2. There it goes. It printed both. Now, if I uncheck this, that one goes away, but it still prints it. When I click slice, it still prints the second model. Okay? So this is an orphan feature that doesn't actually do anything. So they correctly fixed it by removing it. All right? Now that it's removed, you can't hide something and then still have it print because you're not hiding anything. Now, I would prefer if they would let me do this and then just slice that one, because that would allow me to set up multiple models on here. But I can already do that. I can do that with processes. The only problem is now I want the ability to hide processes, because what if I have this second model and I want this second model to print here. I want them both to print in the center. But I want you to be able to choose. Do you want to print that one? Or do you want to print this one? Or this one? Or this one? You see what I mean? So, the problem is here. Let me show you what I mean. Matter of fact, I have a perfect example to show you what I mean. Again, this is not a big deal. This is a I would like to have feature. Yeah. Shut up. That's not Simplify 3D. That's my program to show me the icons. Oh, come on. So I have these 3 files here. I want to be able to print all of them. First, I want to be able to center all of them. And I can't do that, because if I hit arrange, it's going to split them up like this. And I don't want to do that. I want all these models to be centered. Okay? I want all these models to be like this. And I want a user... Now these, because I made these to all print in perfect vase mode, I can use the same process to slice any of them. So it'd be nice if a user could come in here, make a single change to this file, blah, 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 make their change, and then just pick the part you want. Unselect them all and say, okay, I want to print the nose cone. Slice it. Unselect the nose cone, select the extension, slice it. Unselect the extension, select the body, slice it. That would be nice to do. Now, you can do this, but it's ugly. So the way you would do this is you would create multiple processes. And then this process would be the nose cone. This process would be the extension. And this process would be the body. Okay? Now, to make this nice, I could rename these. Any of these files that I upload for you guys, they'll all be properly, nicely named like this to make it easier for you guys. And then this would be called body. Okay, and then what I would do is I would take these and I would group them. So view, edit, where is it at? Group selection. Okay, now grouping the selection is important. Well, the problem is I can't get rid of the shit I don't want to see. So now I have this ugly ass crap ton of models all overlapping each other, and worse, I can't center them. I have to manually place them, because if I hit center and arrange, it does that. But I'm only printing one at a time. So what I want is I want to be able to center this, and center this, and center this. And then when I go to print, only print the one that I select. So go print the nose cone, I select just nose, and I do that. And it works fine. There, I can print just the nose cone. And then I can come in here and I can select the extension. And I can print the extension. Now, if I only select extension, and I can do that. I can print just the extension. The problem is, in this view, I have this mess of fucking models. Now, here I can unselect the ones I don't want to see. But that doesn't actually do anything. And if I hit center and arrange, it still moves it as if the other models are there. So what I would have liked to have seen is if I am in here in the new version, I'd like to actually, I can actually bring that in. Hang on. Okay, so file, save factory file as, F15 nose is fine. Now file, open factory file. So here it is, my new setup. Well, now the problem is I can't hide these. I mean, they're all just overlapping models now, and I can't hide them anymore. I can still print just one. I can select, wait a minute. Oh, is it not going to let me do that anymore? Oh, I have to do it in here now. That's annoying. That's something I'd like to see fixed. So I can still print just one. So there's just the one piece. Okay. And I can come back out here, go to print again, and select just the nose cone. And I can print just the nose cone. But now I have to do 2 steps. I can't select one. See, when I pick one, it picks them all. So now it picks them all when I pick one. That's really annoying, because that means when I come into here, I have to unselect all and pick the one that I want. That's a little annoying. This is the way you have to do it in order to be able to print them one at a time. On the bottom of your process window, where? Here's processes. I don't see a select model. It picks all 3. I can pick none, or I can pick all 3. So far, I'd say yes. I am satisfied with the changes they've made, assuming they fix a couple of the little issues we found. Looking at what you said here, go into your settings. Okay. I'm in the settings. No, I already did that. That's already done. See? Just the one. That's already been done. The one that says nose only has the nose. The one that says extension only has the extension. And the one that says body only has the body. I've already done that. But the problem is there's no way for me to hide one of these. There's no easy way for me to make one of these go away. So while this works perfectly, and as long as you understand what you're looking at, this is fine, except for the fact that it looks like absolute garbage. Because I can't make anything move. I can't, put stuff in a nice organized manner. Like I'd like to have the check boxes down here. If you're not going to have the check boxes up here, put them down here. So that I can turn off extension and nose and just show body. It would just be easier if I could do that. Or leave the check marks up here so I don't have to group these and separate the processes. You see, if I didn't have to, with this one here, let's see, how do I do that again? Ungroup. So right now I have 3 separate processes: nose, extension, body. The problem is if I change the settings for the nose, then I want those settings to also change for the body and the extension because they're the same process. The only reason I have 3 processes is so that I can print one without printing the other. So if I want to print body, I can just print the body. And see how it's only selecting body? And there, it's just going to print the body. But here, I should be able to do this and have it just print the body. But instead, it also prints the hidden ones. So I should be able to have one process with all 3 models selected, and then it should print whichever one I select. So if I select extension, that one process should print the extension. If I select body and uncheck extension, that one process should print the body. But it doesn't do that. Instead, it forces me to create 3 separate processes. And the problem is, in the new one, I can no longer hide these parts. Can I do it? No. Yeah, see? I can't hide it. There's no way to make these 2 go away so I can just see the nose. It was kludgy, but at least in the old one I could do that. I can look at just the nose. The problem is I can't slice the nose. Because if I try to slice this, it's going to slice all 3 models. See? So the only way to slice just the nose is to go to select models and unselect the other 2. Or create a separate process for each part. And then group them together so that when I edit a setting, it changes for all 3. But now I can't hide. I can't make the nose go away. And that's kind of annoying. It's a niche feature. It's not really a high priority feature. Only people like me doing weird, hyper optimized models like this will probably ever need it. But it would have been easy enough for them to fix if they would have simply linked what is checked with what is printed. Yeah, I want to be basically I want 3 factory files in one file. But I want to be able to print each of them separately. If I have these turned off and I click center, it should only modify this. These should still be where I left them. So again, it's a very niche thing. I'm probably not even going to bug them about fixing it because it's something only someone like me releasing an ultra ridiculously hyper optimized model like this probably has a need for, which is probably why they got rid of it. It's probably why they simply got rid of the check mark, because the check mark didn't do anything. All the check mark here is only visual. It doesn't actually change anything. So no matter which one I have checked, it's still going to print whatever is selected in here. Whatever is selected in here is what's going to be printed, no matter which one of these I have checked. So there's two ways they could have fixed it. They could have fixed it by linking the process with the check mark, or they could do what they did and get rid of the check mark since it wasn't doing anything. The only reason I'm griping about it is because the check mark was there, and I saw the potential of being able to use that beneficially, and now they took it away. So that's just a me problem. That's not a them problem. So I get it. Now this I don't like. This is annoying as hell. The fact that I can't select one of these, that's annoying as fuck. I would like to not have multiple processes. This file, this model does not require multiple processes. Each of these models uses the exact same process. So I should be able to have one single process with all three models selected and then simply pick which model I want to print. And I cannot do that. Now, if I create multiple processes, I can do it. And then I can change the settings once by grouping them together. If I group them together, when I make a change to one, it changes all of them. So, for example, here, like say I want to change temperature, okay? So let's get rid of that. And I want to go to 255 for the temperature. And I want to go to 95 for the heated bed. And I want to go 25% for the cooling fan. Okay? Now that changes all three. So body now has the new 25%, now has the new 255, now has the new 95. So now I can print ASA with this. And it'll do that for all three. That's what grouping does. The problem now is I can't hide models. So I'm seeing all three of these models all mushed together. The problem is I don't want to separate the models. I want them to print in the center. Because I'm not printing all three at the same time. I'm printing one at a time. So I want the models to all be in the center. And I don't think there's any way for it to let me do that. Because it's trying to arrange. I don't think there's a way to center without arranging. Like, I can't make them overlap. The only way I could do that is to... I could do that if I overlap the models in Tinkercad. And then in here, I could align model origins. And that might work. To align model origins. Well, the problem is I can't hide them. I can't get rid of the nose cone. I can't get rid of the body. I can't get rid of the extension. They all have to sit here being mushed. I can't do this. I can't make that go away and just show me that. Make that go away and just show me that. So processes grouped plus the hide function was a workaround for the problem. All I had to do was make sure I go to prepare to print and I select which one I want. But now they make it annoying because you can't select one process. See? It selects them all. No matter what I do, I can do none or all. I can't even do none and then print, because it still auto-selects all three. So now I'm required to go to prepare to print, select none, then pick the body, and then hit OK. And that's annoying. That, to me, that's an annoying flaw. And you see, this is not centered because I can't center this. If I try to center this, it's going to arrange them. Can I center without... Can I center without arranging? See, I have center and arrange, but I don't have... What about... Nope, see, that just puts them all over the place. Because they were all over the place in Tinkercad. So there's no way for me to center these. I can't center them. I just have to approximately place them. I don't see an option to center without arrange. So yeah, I got center and arrange, but not just center. It's just a little annoying. It's again, it's not a big deal. Probably 99.9% of the entire user base is never going to use this function that I want to use. But I could do it in 4, and I can't do it in 5. And that's a little annoying. Like I said, not the end of the world. Just annoying. This, on the other hand, is really annoying. The fact that I can't just pick one. Now, if they want to make us use processes, fine, but give me check marks here so that I can hide a process and its associated model. So just, I don't know, that's annoying. That's going to actually remove the model, so I don't want to do that. But now I have to, it's an extra step now on top of the not being able to hide it, because it always selects the entire fucking group. And I have to come in here and I have to either unselect or I have to hit select none, and then I can pick just one. That's annoying. It doesn't matter. But this should be 500. But that's really annoying. I don't like the fact that it's an extra step now. They made it more complicated, and it doesn't need to be. Again, it's probably a simple oversight. Maybe it's something they can easily fix. I will ask. Nope. That requires that they have co-joined origins. So the only way that would work is if I did this. So I would have to do this. Come on. There is a way to do it, but here's how you'd have to do it. Because if I press Align Model Origins, this is how it's going to align them. So the only way for me to do that would be for me to highlight all three of these and center them with each other. So I'd have to do that. Now, I think I can still export these as individual models. So I have to select the F15 body. Okay. Now I have to hide it. And now select... Well, actually, you know what would be easier? It would be easier if I just did this. Let's see, center, align them, and then export the whole fucking mess as one single model. If it will do it. If it actually merges these before it exports them, this is going to be a problem. So this might not work. Let's see if that worked. So now I should be able to go mesh, separate connected parts. If that works, that might not work. Mesh. Okay, that didn't work. So when I exported it, it actually merged the models together. So that's not going to work. Let's get rid of all these extra models. So what I'm going to have to do is export the models individually. So F15 body. First of all, let's put that approximately in the center. I'm surprised there's no centered in the build plane. Exactly. Center. What we need is center without a line. Or, sorry, center without a range. So, export the body. Hide the body. EXT. Do as you are told. I don't know what the hell that just did. How did I make that transparent like that? I have no idea how it did that. I don't know what I did. I made the model translucent somehow. I don't know how I did that. Yeah, how did I do that? That's something I wasn't aware Tinkercad could do. Make a model translucent. That's new. And now I select the nose cone. Export that. Now I have 3 parts that I should be able to bring in to simplify. And now if I go to align origins, now they'll all come into the center. Okay? So that's the only way I can do that. Now you see all the models will align to the center. What they need is to separate, center, and arrange models. Or give me the ability to select a single process and center that process without messing with the position of the other processes. That's what they need. Or hell, keep the check marks, but link this to whether or not it's going to be printed. So if I hide a model, don't print it even if it's in the process. That's it. That's all they had to do. Again, that's very, 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 very niche. That's something that the only thing that does, something I'm complaining about something that's pointless. Because the end user is never going to care about this. Because I'm going to give the end user the STL file or I'm going to give the end user the G-code file. The only end user who could make any use of the factory file is an end user who has Simplify 3D. If the end user doesn't have Simplify 3D, it's utterly useless. And even I technically don't need this functionality because I can just drag and drop the file in. So I'm complaining about nothing. It's one of those where it's a feature I had and now it's gone. I was using a feature that wasn't I was using it in a way that wasn't intended to be used that way. Basically, I found a little loophole and my workflow just happened to like that little loophole. And now that loophole's gone. So that's not really something they need to fix. This, however, they need to fix. This stupid thing where it always selects them all, and I have to hit select none and pick one. That's a pain in my ass. I hate extra clicks. That's also why I hate this. I hate that I have to hit custom zones. And I can't just get it right here where it belongs. You know, right here. It should be right there. That's where it belongs. I hate this stupid custom zones button. That's a pain in my ass. So that's something they should fix. But this hiding the models thing that's just a me thing. That's not a them thing. Yeah, we'll see. Well, I'm not asking for a manager, so I'm not Karening. You gotta remember, the part of the problem with a Karen is not them having a problem with something. It's the way they address having a problem with something. That's what makes you a Karen. Remember, I'm the type of guy who threatens to eat Karens. Literally. I'm pretty sure you heard this already. This lady was being a Karen to a fucking 16-year-old cashier at Smith's. And I'm bagging up my groceries, and I just turn around, look her straight in the face, and say, "Shut up, food." And then I go back to bagging. Everybody's quiet, looking at me, looking at her, and she literally stutters. She actually stuttered and said, "Did you just call me food?" And I stop my bagging. I look at her, and I go, "Yes, food." The look on her face. Oh my god, she just did not know what to do. Oh my god, did you see the... This is a bit of a depressive mention, but somebody called the cops because a guy was in the woods with an axe chopping wood, chopping trees. And it was his property, his trees, okay? He's just chopping wood in the forest. Cop comes running up toward him. He's still like 30 feet away from him. He's in the forest, the cop's in the field, and a cop says, "Drop the axe." And the guy says, "No." And, well, I would say no, too. I'm on my own fucking property, chop my own fucking wood. You're trespassing on my property. Fuck you, drop my axe. And the cop pulls out his gun, yells at him again, says, "Drop your axe." Says, "No, listen, bub." And then the cop shoots him in the head. Wow. You don't see him shoot him in the head. You hear afterwards, we find out he shot him in the head. You hear him on the radio saying, single shot to the head. My first thought was the guy should pull out his gun and shoot the cop. I mean, you come running onto my property throwing orders at me and then you fire a gun at me, I'm going to shoot you. If a cop comes up to my house and pulls a gun on me, I'm going to pull my gun and shoot the cop. That's just not how this works. You don't get to just run up on people and give out directives and orders on their own property. I mean, if they pose a danger, that's one thing. But you don't just run up on people and demand that they do whatever you say. I'm going to tell you to go fuck off too. And this cop just popped him right in the head, killed him. That's what a death penalty's for. Verbal assault. Your Honor, I'm a lizard. She's a human. She's natural prey for us. What can I say? I mean, as soon as they start counting, my saliva starts flowing and the instinct just kicks in. I mean, that's just... I would have done exactly the same thing the guy did. I would have said no. Because you don't just come onto my property and start dishing orders out to me. That's not how this works. But they're the police. That's right. They're fucking public servants. They are to do as they're told. Public servants aren't supposed to be shooting and gunning down citizens. You know, it's not like there's a school and the guy's running through the halls chasing kids with an axe. He's on his own property chopping wood in the forest. You ran onto his property and started dishing orders to him. I'll tell you no and go fuck yourself too. What, you're going to risk your life? Yes. Because I'm not his bitch. I'm not his property. I'm not here to take orders from him. He has no authority to issue orders to me. And if he does have cause to issue orders to me, unless I present an imminent threat to him, he damn well needs to explain where that authority comes from. Well, someone called. Well, go talk to the person who called. I couldn't believe he just shot him dead. But he had an axe. The cop confronted him. He didn't come after the cop with an axe. He was on his own property chopping wood. That would be like me sitting here, you know, with a pair of pliers or a knife on my front porch, and a cop stopping out there, running up to me, pulling his gun and saying, "Drop the pliers." Fuck you, drop the pliers. Get the fuck off my property. I couldn't believe it. He just... And how much you want to bet nothing will happen to him? Apparently, the guy in the woods has a history of mental illnesses. He has a history of mental or suspected mental issues. We don't know the details yet. No idea if the cop knew this or not. Who knows? Doesn't matter. The guy's in the woods chopping wood with an axe. If someone comes up to me while I'm out in my yard with a shovel or an axe or a chainsaw and points a gun at me and tells me to drop it, I'm going to tell them to go fuck off. I guess I'm actually risking my life now doing that. I wonder if he was black or white. I think he was white. I think the guy was white. So it's not even a race issue. I mean, wow. That's just... America! Fuck yeah! What else can you say? I mean... Oh, God. Is that where it was? Was it in Florida? You know something? That's one of the few times I support the death penalty. An agent of the state runs onto someone's property, not them running from the cops, not the cops coming up to an incident of violence, you know, not them threatening and chasing the cop, You're on your own property in the woods doing something with a tool, and some agent of the state comes trespassing onto your property, points a gun at you, and starts making demands. No. Complying with you and giving any other answers but fuck off and no is anti-American in the extreme. I mean, how many soldiers died in World War II to prevent that? I mean, the last actual war we fought for freedom, World War II, how many tens of thousands of soldiers died precisely to avoid exactly that? It's not even right to carry. I'm not even talking about a gun. He had an axe in the woods cutting wood on his property. I mean, we're not talking about he pulled out an axe in the middle of Walmart. I can understand the cops shooting him if he said no. We're not talking about a road rage incident after an accident and a guy pulls out an axe and threatens the cop. I can understand if he shot him if he didn't drop the axe. He was cutting wood in the forest alone. The cop came to him and started issuing directives. And then shot him when he said no. In the head! Boom! Headshot! They're not going to be happy until citizens are shooting cops on sight. Is that what they want? Do they want citizens to consider agents of the state to be such a threat that we shoot them on sight? I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to be here. I do not want to be alive on this planet in a world where that is normal. That would be hell. That would be a horrendous way to live your life. Wow. I mean, just wow. This is why I avoid police. This is why I do everything by the book. I mind my own business, and I do everything I can to stay as far away from police as I can, because I'm dead if I encounter the wrong cop. Like auditors. You see these First Amendment auditors on YouTube? A lot of people think they go out looking for trouble, and what people don't realize, what people don't realize is that when a cop confronts a First Amendment auditor, that is an audit failure. To the auditor, that means the audit failed. Because a successful First Amendment audit is where an auditor goes to a police station, a prison, a government installation, or a post office, stands around with a video camera, doesn't bother anybody, doesn't say anything, just stands around with a video camera, and everybody ignores him. Or at most, they go, hey, what's up? You okay? Yeah, I'm fine, just videotaping. Okay, you have a good day. Just don't get in anybody's way. That's a successful audit. When an auditor is challenged, that's an unsuccessful audit. That's a failed audit. Because the objective of the audit is for the authority figures to recognize the limits of their authority and leave them alone. And people think they're Karens looking for trouble. No! What they're looking for is to be ignored. That's what they want. They want to be able to go home and say, see, this audit was a success. They left me alone. I mean, You see the guy walking by on the sidewalk and a cop walks up and he puts his chest in the guy's face to make him back up? Oh, no, no, no. Cop does that to me, I'm putting the cop on the ground. The moment the cop's chest touches me, I'm putting my fist in his face and I'm putting him on the ground. Because the moment you touch me, you assaulted me, and I'm now going to defend myself. And now that cop's going to pull his gun out and kill me. So, I can't be an auditor because I'll be dead. See, I'm not delusional. I know I'm not going to win. I don't care. If you come up to me and put your chest in my face, I'm going to put my chest in your face, and I'm going to shove you to the ground. Because this is not Nazi Germany. I'm not your bitch, and I'm not your property. It's mind blowing. I don't get it. What's the end goal? I mean, you can't enslave the entire population. Eventually, you're going to push too far and they're going to eat you. So, what's your objective here? When is enough enough? I mean, why can't you? Do you know, if we paid everybody in this country fairly and properly, if we properly and fairly paid everybody in this country, and we took all the money from all the billionaires, even after we took all the money from them and paid everybody fairly, they'd still be billionaires. They'd still be billionaires. How many billions do you need? You've already got more money than you could spend in your lifetime. I mean, the classic example of how to lose billions was to start a space program. That's the fastest way to go from being a billionaire to a millionaire. Well, Musk proved us wrong on that. He started a space program and he's still a billionaire. Oh my God. How many billions do you need? What we need, you know what we need? You know what we really need? We need an alien invasion. Yuck. That's what we need. We need a good old-fashioned alien invasion. But what we need is good aliens to fake an invasion. To threaten to invade us and fake it. To cause us all to come together and work together to beat the bad aliens. Oh my God. Oh man. What are you gonna do? I know! He literally just executed the guy. I mean, I thought when I saw the video, you couldn't really see the other guy in this small video I saw. I was like, okay, he must have been running toward the cop with the axe, right? Like he charged the cop with the axe raised. No. He just said no when the cop said drop the axe. Which is his right. He doesn't have to drop the axe, but the cop ordered him to. The order has to be lawful. You're not required to obey police officers. Police officers are not supposed to have any special powers over you unless you've done something wrong. If you haven't done nothing wrong, then the order's not lawful. Now, it is possible for both you and the cop to be right. It's possible for you to be correct in that the order coming from the cop is not lawful. And it's also possible for the cop to mistakenly and legitimately think he has the lawful authority to order you. That's possible. But that's rare. This is a case of the cop came onto his property. The cop had nothing and just ordered a guy using a tool in an appropriate environment to use the tool. Apparently he would, but no, that's all supposition. That's all hearsay. That's what the cop heard over the phone or the radio. When he got there, he was in the woods chopping trees. Now again, if he charges the cop with an axe, hey, a cop has as much right to self-defense as anybody else. Although, remember, the cop intruded onto his property. The cop was the trespasser. I can't trespass onto your property, threaten you, and then when you respond to my threat, I can't then declare self-defense and kill you. That's not how that's supposed to work. Okay? You know, the aggressor can't claim self-defense. The aggressor can't claim stand your ground. Right? If you invade my property, I'm the one who stands my ground. You are the aggressor. Now, once you turn away and run away, I can't now pursue you, because you are now removing yourself from the situation, which means the status of aggressor and victim goes back to neutral again. Okay? But you can't be the aggressor and then declare self-defense when you kill the person you're aggressing. And that's what the cop did. Did the cop have reasonable suspicion to be there? Yes. He got a call that some guy was doing something with an axe that could be illegal. Maybe he was. We don't know. The problem is the cop doesn't know either. What the cop does know is that he walked onto somebody's property who was using an axe in the woods, which is an appropriate time, use, and place for an axe. You can't then point your gun at this person and say, drop the axe, because they don't have to listen to you. You don't have probable cause to exert control over this individual. Now, if he's an escaped mental patient, that's different. Right? If we have an injured person who is injured with an axe, that's different. What we have is some guy in the woods with an axe doing what you're supposed to do with an axe in the woods. And then some cop runs up with a gun and says, drop the axe. I'd tell the cop no and go fuck off too. He's pointing a gun at you. I don't care. I'm not his bitch. He doesn't own me. I'm not disobeying him because I want to be shot. I'm disobeying him because I'm a free person and don't have to comply. And with no threat, pops the guy in the head. Well, I guess that's one way to take care of the problem now, isn't it? Yeah, have you seen how many families are messed up and screwed up? You know, where one family member will make a false claim against another family member because they've had a grudge for the last couple of years. That happens a lot. Oh my God, that happens a lot. That's why it's called hearsay. You're not supposed to exterminate people on hearsay. Now, again, if the guy charges the cop with the axe, depends on how far he is, because the cop is still the aggressor. The cop is the one who approached him and pointed a gun at him and started issuing orders. Now, a smart person isn't going to lift up and aim that axe at the person pointing a gun at him. But a free person is also not going to drop that axe just because he was ordered to. I mean, if I ever get pulled over and a cop pulls a gun on me, do you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to follow a single order that cop gives me. Nope. The moment a cop draws a gun on me, cooperation is terminated. I will now ignore every single order you give me. I'm doing nothing. Turn off the car? Fuck you. No. Take your seatbelt off? Fuck you. No. Unlock the door? Fuck you. No. Because any movement I make, any movement, the cop can declare it a threat and shoot me dead. So if he's going to shoot me dead, he's going to do it with me not moving a goddamn muscle, so he can't say I was reaching or I made furtive gestures. You want that door open? You open it. You want the car off? You turn it off. You want the seatbelt off? You undo the seatbelt. You're pointing a gun at me. I'm not doing anything. You're going to do everything. Because I'm not going to voluntarily give you a reason to shoot me. Well, he's not going to shoot you. No, that's not how it works. The only time you point a gun at anything is when you intend to destroy what you're pointing the gun at. It is the very first thing they teach you in any gun safety or handling course. You never point a gun at something you don't intend to kill. So if the cop points a gun at you, he intends to kill you. Because otherwise, he wouldn't be pointing a gun at you. Because the gun can't do anything to you except kill you. It has no other use. Its sole function is to kill you. That's why brandishing is illegal. You can't just pull out a gun and threaten people with it. Okay? It's... Now, you put the gun away, and I'll follow any command you want. But as long as that gun's out, this is all you're getting from me. I ain't fucking moving. Oh, man. Wow. Well, no, you can't shoot. That's Hollywood myth. You can't shoot someone in the leg. That's not how it works. If you're gonna shoot somebody, you shoot them center mass. This is where you shoot them. You know, gut to chest, because that's the biggest part of the body. I mean, this cop exterminated that guy. He intentionally exterminated him. That cop needs to be in a prison cell for life. He is a danger to society as a whole. Do you know how hard it is to get a headshot? Do you know how hard it is to pop someone in the head? That's a fucking hard shot. Look at the size of me. And even my gigantic head is a tiny fraction of the size of me. Shooting someone in the head is like putting up something the size of your spread-eagled hand and saying, shoot that. Because that's about how big your head is. That's a hard fucking target to hit. Most cases, especially how calm that cop was. Did you hear him when he was on the radio? Did you hear the way he talked? A cop that calm made that shot on purpose. He wanted to kill that guy. If he didn't want to kill that guy, if it was just training in self-defense, he might have still died anyway, but it would have been a center mass shot. In most cases, you don't accidentally make a headshot. You just don't. And a leg shot is almost as hard as a headshot. Okay? Your leg is about as wide as your head, but 4 times longer, so you got 4 times the chance of hitting it. All right? But you don't aim for the legs. You don't aim for the head. You always aim for the chest. Always aim for the chest. Because the only time you should be pointing a gun at anybody is if you intend to kill them. If you intend to stop the threat. Believe it or not, when you see videos of cops, you know, bang, 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 that's normal. Okay, that's actually normal. You empty the clip, you reload, you empty the clip again, or the mag. The clip would be a string of bullets. Mag would be what they're putting in there. You empty the mag, you reload, you empty the mag again, and you keep firing until he stops moving. Okay, you don't fire to kill, you don't fire to maim, you fire until the threat has stopped. That's the correct way to use a firearm. You fire until the threat has stopped. If the body's still moving, you're still firing. The number of times I've seen a cop go, you know, bang, 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 3 bullets, center mass, guy goes down on the ground, cop walks up, the guy lifts up and continues firing at the cop. Okay, that's why you fire until the threat has stopped. That's not malicious, that's not sociopathic or psychopathic, that's war, okay? When you're in life or death, you fire until the threat is stopped. You don't fire to kill, you don't fire to murder, you fire until the threat is stopped. That means it has to actually be a threat. This guy was not a threat, not yet. He didn't charge the cop charged him. He didn't lift the axe up and threaten the cop with it. He was not yet a threat. He was a potential threat. No, I have not. Let me look that up. Good luck, America. But just look at Tamir Rice. All right? The kid supposedly had a toy gun and in a park. So these cops drive through the bushes, drive into the park. The cop jumps out of the car, and without the time to utter a single word, he jumps out of the car 3 feet from this kid, pulls out his gun, and blows him away. He is so close to this kid. People say, oh, the kid was reaching because the kid's arms went like this. No. That was the kid's body being propelled backwards, and inertia kept his arms where they were because that kid was already dead. I mean, a guy is walking in Ohio. A guy in Walmart is buying a pellet gun that Walmart sells. He's carrying around a pellet gun from the shelf at Walmart that he's buying from Walmart. Someone calls the police and lies and says the guy was threatening people. They watched the video. He never threatened a single person. And this is a problem where the police create the conditions which allows them to exterminate a citizen. Now, you might say, well, that's the fault of the 911 caller. They lied to the cops. The cop thought they had a threatening shooter situation. Yes, but the cops arranged their interaction with the guy that guaranteed they would have the right to shoot him. Think about it. You're an innocent person walking around in Walmart carrying a pellet gun, a toy pellet gun that you're buying from the Walmart. Someone behind you in an authoritative voice yells at you. What are you going to do? You're going to do what any normal, sane human being on earth would do. You're going to turn around to look at the source of the voice to find out what's going on. But what does turning around do? Turning around is drawing the firearm on the person. Because when you turn around, what you're carrying turns around with you. So now the cops say, well, he was bringing the gun around and pointing it at us. Well, of course, you just screamed at him, so he turned around. What else was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to remember to pay his X-Men mutant bill with his telepathic skills and spidey senses that would go, hey, you're being yelled at from behind. You don't know it, but it's a cop pointing a gun at you. So you better not respond to the person yelling at you and instead slowly drop the gun. Because if you drop it too fast, he might shoot you anyway. The random citizen who has no idea what's going on is supposed to know this? What the cop should have done was stay around the corner and yell at the guy. So that when he turns around, he's not pointing the pellet gun at anybody. And then tell him, hey, we're the police. Can you put the pellet gun down? Or the rifle? Because they didn't know it was a pellet gun. And then even if the guy, because remember, it's going to take him a few seconds to grasp what's going on. And then even if the guy goes, lifts the pellet gun up, which the cop could think is an aggressive move, it's just a pellet, bang, bang, bang. No, the cop's around the corner, so he's not a threat. Oh, it's just a pellet gun I'm buying from the store. Yeah, we got a 911 call that you were pointing it at people. Can you put the gun down, please? Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. I didn't do anything. Put the gun down. And the guy doesn't have to die. But because the cops were already looking at him and then yelled a command at him, causing him to do what any normal sane person would do, turn around to look at who's yelling at him, the cops manufactured the conditions that resulted in them being legally authorized to murder the guy. This is not even a case of the cops wanted to kill the guy. They had no idea who this guy was. They probably didn't have a vendetta out for him. They probably weren't looking to harm the guy. They got a bullshit call from someone on 911 making false accusations because they saw some guy with a gun. I mean, oh man. Where's this country going? How many times has this, I wonder how many times this has happened throughout history. How many thousands of times have societies, built and crumbled because of this same process that happens over and over again? And this is just the first time that, we have a bunch of video of it. we just happen to have a bunch of video of it. It's just, we don't normally have that. And so the what's different about this time is that there's 336 million people on the planet. 7 billion people on the planet. There's like 6 or 7 billion people on the planet, and we all have these magical devices and a network that allows us to see this video all over the world. I mean, so is it worse now, or are we just more aware of it? Creality or MakerBot? I would avoid MakerBot. Very, very expensive proprietary printers that don't really offer any advantage over a regular printer that you can easily service and repair. I mean, okay, the advantage of printers like MakerBot, the advantage of a printer from somebody like Ultimaker or MakerBot or Lulzbot is that they are a, how do I describe this? I want to say official company, but that's not true. Creality is an official company. How do you describe this? Well, let me give you an example. If something goes wrong with your MakerBot, you're going to be able to call service and support. If something goes wrong with your Ultimaker or your Lulzbot, you're going to be able to call service and support. If you're a school or a university, anything you get from, Ultimaker or Lulzbot or MakerBot is going to be all UL certified. All of the licenses and certifications are going to be there. And people say, well, why is that a big deal? Well, here's an example. When you buy something, and that something has a power supply built in, like Ender 3, okay? It has a built-in power supply. That whole entire device has to be UL certified. So when you have a cheaper device and they're trying to save money, they're going to give you... Uh-oh. Oh, I just did something. Of course, everything's wrapped up. You've got to be kidding me. Cancel, go away. How did you even do that? You're going to get something like this. You're going to get an official power brick. And this power brick is going to be UL certified. That's the reason they're using a power brick. Because they can buy an off-the-shelf, pre-existing, already UL certified power brick to run their machine. That saves them money because now they don't have to get the printer UL certified. They just buy a power supply that's already UL certified. But the larger printers need a bigger power supply, and bigger power supplies that use a plug are very, very expensive. So it's much cheaper to include, one of those silver, like PSUs, the power supply unit, the little silver box, the little screw terminals. The problem is you can't UL certify those. You can't UL certify something that requires the user to plug mains powers into screw terminals. You can't UL certify that. It has to be a sealed unit. Okay? So that's why the printer as a whole would have to be UL certified. Because the printer is wired up and you simply plug a C13 cable into it. So a university or college or a grade school, they can't buy Creality printers. Most times, they can't buy Creality printers. They can't even take the printer if you donate it to them. And that's because their liability insurance will not cover them if something goes wrong and they find out that the source of the fire or injury was from a non-certified component. The insurance company wants to reduce its risks. And so they want at least some minimal standards in place to help mitigate risks. And there is a definite difference in mitigated risk between a power supply that you have to hook up and a power supply that's sealed that you simply plug in that's already UL certified. So companies that sell much more expensive printers like Lulzbot or Ultimaker or MakerBot, they're going to jump through those hoops. They're going to pay the money to go through that process to get all of the certifications and qualifications that they need, but that also means the printer costs a whole lot more money. So you're going to pay, $3,000 for a printer instead of $300 for a printer. That might be more than the difference is, but you see my point. So that's why companies, if you ever wonder how can a company like these exist with printers that expensive, and that's because they can't buy the cheaper printers because they would lose their insurance, their liability insurance or their fire insurance and stuff like that. That's why. But that would be the only reason I could see to purchasing a printer that expensive. A $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 MakerBot only makes sense in that kind of environment where you need you're not worried about repairing the extruder assembly. You're just going to buy the overpriced pre-manufactured extruder assembly from the company and just go click and plug it in. You're buying that convenience. You're buying that level of maintenance. You say, well, wait a minute, but you can repair, an Ender 3 for so much less than the cost to drop in that smart extruder from MakerBot. But now you have to pay someone to be the maintenance person to maintain those printers. And the salary that you're going to pay that person is going to be far, far more expensive than the cost of a MakerBot and the cost of a replacement smart extruder. So it's not like MakerBot's ripping anybody off. It's not like, Ultimaker or LawsBot's ripping anybody off. They're just catering to a different market that has different requirements and standards. You and I will take apart our hot end and repair it. The school principal is not going to take apart the hot end and repair it. He's going to hire somebody and say, keep that thing running. All right? And if it costs too much for us to pay someone to keep that thing running, okay, we're just canceling the program. So here comes MakerBot with this very expensive printer, but you can get a service contract. You can get service support and warranty. You don't have to pay someone so much to maintain it because a teacher can now maintain the machine. Because it's just unplug this and plug this back in. A teacher can do that. You're already paying that person. You see what I mean? That kind of stuff is what allows companies like that to exist. That's how they can justify, and it is justified. They're not ripping nobody off. It's not a scam or anything like that. It's actually not that dissimilar to Simplify 3D's problem. They got to pay an engineer. Nobody has to pay anybody to update Slick 3R and Cura. The community just does it. Now you have an exception with Ultimaker and Prusa, where they're paying people to code updates for that slicer. Well, how can they afford that? Well, because that's not where they make their money. They make their money selling printers. And those printers make more money. We make more money selling them if we have a slicer that works very well with them, so that the user experience is better. So paying someone to update the slicer could actually earn them dividends in greater printer sales. Simplify 3D doesn't have that. All they have is this piece of software that they have to charge people for in order to pay for the electricity and the rent and the taxes and the salaries of everybody in that company. Well, similar with the 3D printers. It is cheaper for me as a school administrator to buy a $3,000 printer with $400 smart extruder hot ends than it is to buy a $300 printer, figure out how to make it work, and pay someone a regular salary to do that figuring out and to maintain that printer and keep it running. I mean, even if you only paid the person a literal slave wage of $15 an hour, and you have them there full time, that's $30,000 a year. And then you also have to times that by 3.65%. That's not what I wanted you to do. Did I hit the wrong key somehow? That's not right. Times 3.65%. That's the wrong number. That's the wrong answer. Why is it giving me that answer? It is not 0.365. That's wrong too. What What the hell is it doing? Divided by 100. 300 times 3.65. 1,095 plus $30,000. That's $31,095. And on top of, if you're going to give them health benefits, you might have to pay for that too. So you can pay one single person $32,000. You could pay out $32,000 a year, and that's a slave wage. Good luck getting somebody to accept that wage. So you could pay out $31,000 every single year, or you can buy three $3,000 printers where you might have to buy 4 or 5 $400 hot ends a couple times a year. So you can spend 10 grand on the printer and then have the teacher maintain the printer, because all they got to do is, hey, yeah, how do I do this? Okay, click this. Okay, now plug it in. Okay, you're done. On the phone with support. All right? Or they can spend $300 times 3, let's say $900 for 3 Ender 3 Pros, whatever, some really nice ones, and then pay someone $32,000 a year. As you can see, spending the $3,000 or $4,000 each on some maker bots will save them $20,000 a year. So it's worth it. That's why you will see these very expensive, if not very capable, printers in places like universities and schools. And that's because it has all the certifications, it has all the approvals, it doesn't violate their insurance rules. They don't have to hire somebody at a high wage to pay them to maintain the machines and figure them out. You know, just the librarian or the teacher of the class can do it because it's all plug-and-play components. Yeah, those components cost a fortune. A $20 hot end costs $300, but it's just click, click, done. Now I saved $20,000. So it's not like a makerspace where the members of the makerspace will maintain all the machines. When you're a school environment, you can't just go to the students and say, hey, you guys maintain these machines. Because if one of them gets hurt, yeah, you're getting sued. That's going to cost you a lot more than $30,000. So they need, certified, reliable. And when I say reliable, the machine doesn't even have to be long-lasting or reliable. I need to be able to, hey, MakerBot, this thing stopped working. Okay, it's your hot end. Are you gonna 3D print more of those pecker dock things for peeing? What do you mean? Pecker dock things for peeing? So in the end, paying thousands of dollars for very expensive machines like MakerBots makes sense in a commercial or official type environment. While as an end user, that just doesn't make any sense. There's just no reason for you to spend that kind of money unless you really don't want to do the work. Unless you really just want a machine where you can call up and spend $300 for a new hot end and the problem goes away. Oh no, someone was asking me if I could if they could use this to pee in their shop, like if they're in a shop where there's no bathroom, and if they could use something like this to pee into. And I was telling them, well, yes, you can. With a slight change, you could actually do that. But I was telling them, you don't really need to 3D print anything. If you just get the right gallon bottle, it takes care of itself. So you buy an Arizona tea gallon. Then after you drink it, you put a hole in the handle, and there, your problem is solved. You just use that. When it gets too nasty to clean, throw it away and buy another one. So yeah, buy the Creality. There's no reason for you to spend that kind of money buying a MakerBot or something like that. There's just no reason. Unless you want it. I mean, if you've got the disposable income and you just want that machine, sure. They're not bad. They're not horrible. I mean, some of my best prints came off my MakerBot Mini. It was a fantastic machine. It worked great. But it was also a pain in the ass when something went wrong. But yeah, buy the Creality or one of the knockoffs. Buy an Elegoo or Anycubic. The Anycubic Viper is a fantastic machine. The Anycubic Cobra is a fantastic machine. The Eryone Neptune 3 is a great machine. A Flash Forge Finder is a great machine. They're all good machines. I mean, just stay away from the really cheap copycats, you know. Look for the companies that are actually updating, that have multiple models, you know, that have something, you know. The P1P, for example. That's a little higher end. How much is the P1P? And compared to the bamboo, the X-Wood carbon. I'll be back. I gotta go pee. I can't hold it anymore. Oh boy. Yeah, you'd probably need tweezers to find it. Well, it's not so much that it's tiny, is that it goes inside. So it hides inside all the fat. Fat people problems. But, oh, I definitely used it. My bladder was very full, even though I only drank, 10 ounces of coffee, man. And my nasal cavity was just as full. Holy crap. The amount of snot I blew out. Whew! Now, somebody was asking about food savings earlier. I guess I can show you guys a little bit of that. Let's see here. IB. Okay. So here is the primary app I use. I have links down below. Some of these pay me if you sign up. So if you, for example, sign up for Ibotta and scan just one receipt, I get $10. So that's a really freaking easy way for you to send me $10 without costing you a cent. Matter of fact, most of the time, you won't even have to buy anything, because usually when you sign up for a new account, they have an any receipt offer. Get you like 10 cents, 50 cents, $1 just to scan any receipt, just to get you to use the program so that they know you know how to use it. So you could have your gas receipt from last night or your toll receipt from last night, and you could scan that. And I'll get $10 if you haven't already signed up. But let me show you how you can save some serious cash with these programs. So let me scroll this down here. Right there so I can see it. Okay, so this is Ibotta. You got to do this through the app. It's a little cumbersome through the PC for certain things. Like, for example, I can't see Smith's through the PC because Kroger's asked them not to do that. But these are the bonuses. I'll get into that in a minute. So basically, this is a digital couponing app, a rebate app. When you collect these bonuses or these coupons, it gets added to your balance. So on this account here, you see I have $13.30. Once I reach $20, I can cash that out. You see here, get $10 for every friend you refer. That's like easy venture capital money, baby. Just take that venture capital money and run. So once I hit $20, I can cash out. And you can cash out to gift cards, PayPal, or directly to your bank account as cash. So, for example, the most common one is Walmart. I keep hearing something behind me. The internet's being a slouch today. So here's a generic one for cough drops, so I'm going to use that drops. But here's some really slick deals. So here's Hungry Jack pancake mix. This is complete buttermilk mix. So you just add water. You don't have to add milk or butter or anything like that, just water. They're not the greatest, but you know something? The box is $2.77, and I'm going to get $1 off. So I'm getting a 2-pound box or 3-pound box of pancake mix for $1.77. Hell yes, I'm going to get that. Then these are the real killer ones. Normally, this is a horrible deal. Unless you need this for work or something like that, this is just not a good deal. Because these things are like $1.70 or $1.50 or something like that. What is that? I hear like styrofoam. So this is Cheeto mac and cheese. It's one of those things where you add water to it and you stick it in the microwave and it makes mac and cheese. Normally, horrible deal. Why would you even bother with this? But for 75 cents off, it's instant. You put it in the microwave with some water in it and you cook it. So I'm getting these for like 60 cents a piece. Hell yes. I grab all 5. Usually it's either one or they'll tell you how many. So this one here. Oh, why is this so slow today? May be redeemed up to 5 times per receipt. And once you redeem it, it goes away. But sometimes they recycle. This is the 3rd time this one's recycled. So I have a lot of these now. Pastaroni, they're $1.22. So you're getting 50 cents off. You're basically getting almost half off. Same thing with the Rice-A-Roni. Normally, a little expensive. You know, it's $1.22 for what amounts to 2 people's worth of side dish. Because there's really not that much in these boxes. But for 60 cents a pop, 55 cents a pop, yeah, I'll take that. Not a bad deal on Fritos. $1 off on Tostito chips. So instead of paying $4, you're paying $3. Every time these pop up, I grab them. I'm just stockpiling them. So I always have yeast on hand when I make my own bread. But again, you're getting basically, it's $1.72. So you're getting it for $1.20. Okay. The Lighthouse food dressings, this is actually really good dressing. It's expensive as hell. It's like $4. But for $1 off, it's worth it as a splurge every now and then.
The Crisco, only worth it if you actually need it, because that's $8 for a 3-pound tub. So it's only worth it if you actually have a need for it. I don't, so I'm not getting it. I got all the different flavors of this hot sauce, because you're getting it for like $1.50 a jar. I'm like, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to grab that. Orange juice, not such a good deal anymore. This used to be $1 off. Now it's 50 cents off because you have to buy 2. It's important that you check the restrictions. So, for example, you can only use it once. And you have to buy 2. You must buy 2. I'll show you in a second. I grabbed a couple cans of water chestnuts just to... They're shelf stable, and they're nice to every now and then when you have a recipe that needs them. So, you know, I might as well get them when I can get a coupon. So here you see, you must buy 2 to qualify. So that means you're really only getting 50 cents off each, which, if you like that brand, great. $1 off Tostitos salsa. I love the chunky mild salsa, so I use that. It keeps popping up. Something like this you got to be careful with. It's not nearly as good a deal as you think. I like Multimeal. Multimeal's something I really like. But what people don't realize is that even though this is $1 off, this box is only 14 ounces. So it's 1/3 the size of the Multimeal box. So you're paying an awful lot of price to get cream of rice instead of cream of wheat. So you got to watch out for that kind of thing. I almost got 5 of them until I realized how small they were. Rolled Gold pretzels. Michelle loves the Rolled Gold pretzels. $1.47 is half off. So you're literally getting it for half price. Why not? Of course I'm going to grab it. Let's see what else they got here. They had these on sale, the Kellogg's Fruit Loops with marshmallows. They had the mega size box on sale for like $3. And then you get the $1 off. You're getting it for $2. So hell yeah, stack those coupons. $1.25 off the latte mix. It's still a little expensive for what it is, but that is basically half off, so that's not bad. I have 2 accounts. She does. I have 2 accounts. On my other account, or Michelle's account, this is $1.50 off. So we get this through her account, not this account, because you get more money. This is a great deal. Sadler's Smokehouse Pulled Pork. It's $11 a pound, but you get $5.50 back. So you're getting, you know, ready to go pulled pork for $5.50 a pound. Hell yes. I think I made the mistake of telling too many of my neighbors about this program because these keep selling out instantly. I think they're using this program to get them for the half off. The Dunkin' Extra Extra for $1.25 off. It's only 75 cents more than regular creamer, and this is using actual real heavy cream, milk, and sugar, and not, you know, hydrogenated vegetable oil and shit. The $1 off for Lime Away is nice because we need it for all the hard water problems we have here. More pancake mix. Again, you're getting it for like $1.77 after the $1 off. They've been out of stock on that for a while too. We love using these juice packs. So this is a chance to get the juice packs for a halfway decent price. You're getting them for they're $1.08 a box, and you're getting 25 cents off each because you have to buy 4. So that's 18 cents. So that's what, 60 or 82 cents a box. Not bad. I can live with that. They also have the bigger ones, the 30 count box for a much better deal, but you can get both. Tostitos, Fritos, Rice-A-Roni, Pasta-Roni. They like duplicating them a lot in here. Rolled Gold you already saw. The Cheetos mac and cheese you already saw. But this is what I did. Like, I tried this out. This is oh, I just bit my goddamn tongue. What the hell? That hurt. This is basically country fried steak with gravy. Normally not something I'd buy, but for $2 off, why not? We'll try it. It's really annoying when they have a good deal and you can't get it because nobody has it. It took me, we're going to get this because she wants to try it. It's basically buy one, get one. So $4.17 back. It costs $4.17. You buy 2. So you're getting buy one, get one free. But it took me forever to figure out what the hell it was. Apparently it's some kind of fruit shake drink thing, like a fruit smoothie drink thingy, whatever. She wants to try it, so we'll get it. This is a good deal. This is half off for Tide Oxy Rescue. It's a stain remover. It's pre-treatment. So you spray this on a stain before you stick it in the wash. Normally, I don't bother with this kind of stuff because it's $5 a bottle. But when you're getting it for $2.50 a bottle, and because you really don't use very much, we grabbed some. So we got like 10 bottles of that. So that's enough for like 2 or 3 years. That's enough for years worth. So we'll just wait until we get it on sale. $1 back on the ready rice, but that stuff's so expensive, it's just not worth it. And my sister kept seeing this. She's like, "Oh, it's $105 back." I was like, "Yeah, but it's $438." I was like, "You gotta look at the total price." Like, here, $1 back for this Quest pizza. Yeah, but the pizza's $8. So you're paying $7 for a frozen pizza. I mean, look, I'll show you. These things are $7.50 to $8.50 a pop. You know, even the cheaper ones are $7.50 a piece. So you're paying $6.50 for these things. I can go to Domino's Pizza and pay $7 for a large fresh pizza. Yeah, I'm going to take the Domino's over the frozen pizza. Ouch. When the hell did frozen pizza cost $7, $8, man? That's crazy. If you like frozen waffles, there's $1 off. That's the Hungry Jack mix that we already saw. I want these because it's half off, and I love the quick fries in the air fryer, but they never have them in stock. They're never in stock. They just don't have them. Let's see. I'll take the water since we're always buying water. Crackers. I can get crackers for 90 cents. So that's 10 cents off, and they come in handy. And we'll take the cough drops too. The other reason we buy staples like this, even if we don't explicitly need them, well, I can get these cough drops for $3.74. And I'll get 10 cents off. That's for 160 of them. I was going to buy them on Amazon because they're 30 cents cheaper on Amazon. So this makes it so Amazon's only 20 cents cheaper. But now it's worth spending the extra 20 cents to buy them with this coupon because there's bonuses. I'll show you that in a minute. If you like Cracker Barrel cheese, I mean, even with the $1 off, that's still crazy expensive. That's $2.88 for 8 ounces, which is still like $5.70 a pound for cheese, although it is very good cheese. But still, that's a treat because it's so expensive. But there you go. Now with this, you have to pick your coupons first. So you go through here and you pick all your coupons. So here's the ones that I have selected. You know, I select anything that I think I might want. And then as I'm shopping, this is a good deal. It's $8.98 and you get $2.50 back for a 70-ounce jug. The only problem is I don't know. I'm the only one who's going to eat this. And I'm not a heavy chips person. I love chips and salsa, but it's not like a big thing for me. I don't eat it very often. Every now and then I'll be in the mood for it. And I'll grab a bag of tortillas and I'll grab a jar of salsa and I'll eat it. Especially if I mix some shredded cheese in with it to make it even better. But the problem is that's like 2 or 3 times a year kind of thing. So the question is, will I eat this before it goes bad? And once I open this, I have to refrigerate it. And the clock starts ticking once you open this. I would have to eat all this within like a month and a half. So even though it's actually a very good deal, $9 and you get $2.50 off. So price per ounce is fantastic. I think more than 50% of this would be wasted. I don't think I could eat it all. Now, if I knew I had an event or a party coming up or with a neighbor or something like that, and I wanted to bring a whole bunch of salsa so I knew we would eat the whole thing, yeah, sure, then I would get it. But what's its shelf life? How long can I sit this on the shelf? Is it good for a year? Is it good for 2 years? I don't know. So probably not worth it. These are nice, but for some reason they're not clearing, so I don't buy them anymore because they're not worth it without the 50 cents off. And for some reason they're not clearing. The coupon's not clearing. This is great. These packs of Martha White cornbread mixes, they're 98 cents a pack. Now, that's a lot of money for cornbread mix, but you're paying for the convenience of a single pack that will easily feed 2 people, Michelle and I, without having to compromise an entire box that might go bad before we use it again. With 50 cents off, you're paying 48 cents a pack. Hell yes. I will order 5 of these, and if that coupon recycles, I'll order another 5, because I know it's going to have at least a 5-year shelf life, which means anytime we want cornbread, we can open up one single 48-cent bag and have enough cornbread for the 2 of us. So hell yeah, I bought that. I like Goya seasoning, so even though it's not a big coupon, I'll take it anyway, but this is basically just salt. It's salt, pepper, garlic, and a couple other things, but it's basically 99% salt and 1% everything else. So I got 2 of them, and that's it. We're not going to get any more. Heinz Homestyle Gravy. I freaking love this. The stuff is wonderful. If the turkey doesn't come with a jar of gravy, this is wonderful. I almost always get the Homestyle turkey, although I grabbed a couple of others when the coupon was higher than 25 cents. But I always like to grab these just because they got a... I know they'll stay on the shelf for at least 2 years because I've opened up 2-year-old jars. Battery's gotten worse. Yeah. The battery's gotten worse. I'm hoping springtime I'll lose a 4th battery bar, and then it'll be an automatic warranty replacement no matter what. If I don't lose the 4th battery bar by spring, the battery warranty will expire before it loses the bar. At that point, I might have to take my chance in small claims court because it's clearly defective. They're using any excuse they can to avoid taking care of it. I mean, heck, when I went and took the garbage to the dump, just, accelerating a little bit harder uphill caused the turtle light to come on and it disengaged the motor. I mean, there's clearly something wrong with the damn thing. And that's not a fault of electric cars. That's just bad luck on my part and a dealership that doesn't want to honor the warranty. The probability of having this problem with a car is so small. It's just bad luck. This is the better deal. This is the 30 count. So this is like 5 boxes, but you're still getting the $1 off. So you're actually getting a higher discount per unit volume when you buy this 30 count. Although you have to buy 2. So it's about a wash. That's annoying. Let's see what else. Lime away, dips. These, I wondered why these were so expensive. They're $2 for a single serve bowl of cereal. That's a lot of freaking money. And then I realized that the reason they're called Insta Bowls is because they have powdered milk in them. So this is completely shelf-stable. You just add water and you have milk and cereal. That's actually kind of cool as a shelf-stable item just to keep in your stockpile. So I've been grabbing a couple of those when they're available, but they sell so fast. I want this goddamn cinnamon Frosted Flakes, but they never have it. They never stock it. Apple Jacks and marshmallows, but they never stock it. I'm probably going to get some of this vodka, especially the Svedka, because I've used it before. I make my own vanilla extract, and I'm going to try selling it. I'm just about finished my first batch, which I plan to start bottling and trying to sell. If I sell enough of it to make it worth it, I'm going to grab another bottle and make another batch. What else? That's it. So there's the cough drops. Now, most of these coupons are across the board, but we might make a trip into town to go to Sprouts, because Sprouts has an interesting deal. Let me find it for you in here. Come on. Oh, these are bonuses. So sometimes you can stack them, which is nice. So, for example, this one here, if I order 23 items, I get an extra $7. So that's why I would spend the 20 cents extra to order the cough drops through Walmart instead of through Amazon. Because even though I'm paying an extra 20 cents, that's one more item toward the 23, and then I make $7. And that's worth a $7 bonus. No. Because the only way to accelerate the degeneration of the battery is the one way that's denied me because of what's wrong with the battery. So the way you make the battery fail faster is you push it harder. You accelerate hard. You climb that, go down to Albuquerque and come back up at 75 miles an hour doing the speed limit, because that's going to beat on that battery because you're drawing so many more kilowatt hours climbing up the mountain. But the problem is that's exactly the condition that causes it to error out, and then I'm stuck on the side of the road. And then, of course, fast charge it, but that really doesn't harm the battery as much as people think. Not here where it's not super hot. In Phoenix, that would be a thing to do, but not here. It doesn't get hot enough here. So the only thing I can do, push the battery harder, is the one thing I can't do, because pushing the battery harder just immediately causes it to error, and then I'm stuck on the side of the road. So, yeah. That doesn't work. Does it even have sprouts in here? Sprouts might be one that I can't see from the PC. Yeah, it looks like you can't see sprouts from the PC. So some, like Kroger, Sprouts, you can only see them from the app on the phone. You can't see them from the PC, which is kind of annoying. Exactly, the car won't let me. They know it's bad. They know it's bad. They just don't want to do it. So, now that I have this 1.5 kilowatt hour battery, I got to build a dummy terminal to trick it into thinking there's a ground when there isn't, because the car's EVSE won't turn on unless there's a ground present. So, for example, when I charged my car off a generator, I had to get a outlet, a plug, a replacement plug, and put a resistor across the neutral and the live, which created the feedback necessary for the EVSE to see a ground. I got to make another one of those once I find the instructions again. I got to figure, it was 10 years ago when I did that. So I got to find the instructions for how to make that plug again so that I can charge the car using this battery pack. Now, I can only charge the car for an hour on this battery pack, but that's okay. I only need to charge the car for 5 minutes. You see, the problem is when I push, ooh, that hurt. When I push the car hard and the car does its thing and it errors out, it strands me on the side of the road. And the only way to get the car to reset is to plug it in. So I have to call AAA. They have to come get me, bring the car home. I plug it in. 5 minutes later, the car's fine. So if I can do that using this battery, then I can just, go up and down the road a couple of times, make the car do the thing it does, catch it on video, and, do it a couple of times, showing that the car is dangerous because it does it at highway speeds. Then, in theory, it should be possible for me to go to small claims court and basically sue them in small claims court. And the video will be evidence that the car is actually dangerous. That, trust me, when I took it to the dealership to have them look at it again, because I reported this problem 3 years ago. This started 3 years ago when I told them there was something wrong, and they insisted there was nothing wrong. And then last year, again, they insisted there's nothing wrong. This last time I took it to them, they said, okay, there's definitely something wrong, but it's not covered by warranty because the computer has to say it's covered. And the computer's not saying it's covered. The computer's saying it's fine. We know there's something wrong, but the computer's saying it's fine. So they're hiding behind the fact that the computer refuses to acknowledge that there's a problem to get out of covering it under warranty. The other night, I came home. I wasn't even under heavy load. I was just doing a mild climb back from Moriarty. We went to Taco Bell, and the battery power just started dropping, like to the point where I was like, oh my God, we might not make it home. I turned the heater off. I slowed down to 35 miles an hour because that's going to reduce how many kilowatt hours you use. As I'm pulling into my driveway, the car is no longer giving me a percentage of available power, because when it goes below 7%-ish, it just goes to 3 lines. So you can't say, oh, I had 2% left and the car stranded me. As I was pulling into my driveway, the battery meter and percentage started going back up. And it all went back up to 19%. It went from, you're empty, And then it went to 8, 9, 11, 14, 19%. Like, what the hell? I sat there in the driveway for the next hour and a half with the heat running, and the car went from 19% to 18%. So I know exactly what's wrong. I know precisely what's wrong. A car's battery is actually a battery pack. It's made up of, like this here is a battery pack. This battery is made up of 2 cells. So this is what's called a 2S battery pack. You have one battery here, one battery here. They're connected in series to give you 7.2 volts. My car has 92 cells in it to make up an approximately 400 volt battery pack. So what's happening is so take this would be a 4-cell battery pack. So let's say you have a battery pack and these cells are 4 volts each. So this would be a 16 volt battery pack. And let's say when this battery pack is dead, it's dead at, 13.5 volts. So 13.5 volts is a dead battery, 16 volts is a full battery. What happens if one cell cuts out? Well, now you only have 3 cells. Well, what's 3 times 4? That's 12 volts. So if the car cuts out one cell, it's going to see 12 volts, and it's going to say, oh shit, your battery's dead. And it's going to turn the car off, put it in turtle mode, and you're going to be stuck on the side of the road. Now, of course, when you plug the car back in, this battery that cut out resets, and now its voltage shows again, and the car says, oh yeah, you have a pound of power now. And that's what's happening. A couple of the cells in the car, of the 92 batteries, a couple of those cells are going bad. And what happens is those cells undervolt. So the batteries are going, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh crap, there's something wrong with this battery. And then the BMS does its job. It cuts that battery out to prevent it from exploding and burning me to death and destroying the battery pack. But the problem is, if enough of those cells cut out, the entire pack voltage goes too low, and the car goes into safety cutoff mode to prevent you from destroying the battery pack and starting a fire. The car's doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's protecting itself. It's protecting and making sure you don't blow yourself up and burn to death. So the BMS is doing its job. But it's doing that because some of the cells in the car are going bad. And the cells are showing a voltage they don't actually have. And when you place the car under load, that difference in voltage becomes more apparent. That's why the car behaves badly more when I'm climbing up a hill, because I'm drawing more power from the battery. God damn it, that hurts. That's spazzing back pain back here. It's really annoying. So that's what's happening. Enough of the cells are undervolting that the BMS is cutting those cells out, which is lowering the overall pack voltage. And when the overall pack voltage gets too low, the entire pack gets disconnected to preserve its integrity. And the result of that is I get stuck on the side of the road. So when I was driving to the dealership, I actually got it on video. The whole car turned off while I was going down the mountain at 75 miles an hour. So here's my car slowing down to 35 miles an hour because the battery had turned off, while these fucking semis are whizzing by me at 85 miles an hour. Let me tell you, that was a pucker moment. Again, this is rare. It's not common for this to happen. So the likelihood of your electric car experience this is very small. There's not a problem with EVs. This is like getting an engine that blows itself up. Does that mean all the engines are bad? No. That just means bad luck, you got a bad engine. Exactly. That's where my benefit is. Because the car is endangering me when it does this, I should have a case to be able to go to court and force them to take care of it. I don't even care if they cobble together an original 30 kilowatt battery and put it in there, because they don't make 30 kilowatt batteries anymore. My car came with a 30 kilowatt hour battery. If you go and get a battery replacement right now, you're getting a 40 kilowatt hour battery, because they don't even make the 30 kilowatt hour batteries anymore. So they're just putting 40 kilowatt hour batteries in any car that gets a replacement, which would be nice because that would give me 25% more range. Yeah, and a danger to everybody on the road. And especially if I can't get pulled off fast enough. And now, thankfully, in that situation, the car hadn't completely turned off the battery. It had put the battery into turtle mode, which is basically saying you got a half a mile to get to a safe spot, but your speed's limited to 28 miles an hour. Now, because the system was still energized, and because I could no longer accelerate, that meant regeneration was working. So the car recharged itself because I was going downhill with no accelerator. And that was enough to bring the battery back, and it didn't go into complete failsafe. And so after about 30 seconds, the system turned back on and reset, and I was able to continue driving. And so I just very gently accelerated to 70 miles an hour. I just kept my foot out of the pedal, and I was fine. Now, when I came back from Moriarty, the car went into complete failsafe. No, because there's no way to predict when it's going to do it. It could do it at any time. It could do it when it's fully charged. It could do it when it's near empty. It could do it because I dodged the trash can. There's no way to predict when it was going to do it. That's why when I go to videotape this, I'm probably going to have to just do it over and over and over again until I can make it somehow do it. Because there's no way for me to physically make it do it. It's just when those voltages trigger whatever software in the car causes it to do that. The point, however, is it's not just giving me less range. If it was just giving me less range, it'd be a harder case to fight. Because you just, you make sure you get to charging. Yeah, I have a dash cam. My problem is it does it even when the car's fully charged. Like, I could be fully charged and it will just shut off in the middle of the highway. That's dangerous and it's unpredictable. And theoretically, that should help my case, I hope. Now, I would love to get a 40 kilowatt battery because that means, yeah, exactly, it's Russian roulette. Because that means I'd be able to go like 150 miles on a charge. That would change my life. I could drive anywhere in Albuquerque, even in the wintertime, with a 150 mile range. But even if they told me we're not going to replace the battery, we're just going to replace the bad cells and you'll still have your degraded 30 kilowatt battery, I'd be happy. I'd be happy with that. Because at least I can go to Albuquerque and back without the car trying to kill me. I want the car to work right. I love my electric car and I do not want to be without my electric car. I really, really love my electric car. I just want them to fix it. I want them to make it right. Yeah, just bad luck. It's interesting. When I bought my first electric car, I bought it from O'Neill Nissan in I don't remember where that was. It's in Pennsylvania. I had such a great dealer experience. They didn't try to bamboozle me. They didn't lie to me. They didn't throw shade. They didn't distort the truth. Anytime I had a problem, they bent over backwards to take care of it. I had such a great experience buying that car. I mean, it took a few hours because they wanted to get me approved under their financing because of the they get to make interest on it. I, of course, immediately refinanced the car with my credit union. Because 2% interest. But great experience. I give them 5 stars every time. And then I bought my second one because my first one got totaled. I should have gone back to O'Neill Nissan and gotten a car. But they only had black and silver. And I fucking hate black and silver. I hate black and silver so much. I'll take any color but black and silver. I'll even take boring ass white. You know, I'll call the car Snow White. All right, anything but black and silver. I hate black and silver. So I went to a different dealership because O'Neill didn't have a Nissan Leaf, you know, a 30 kilowatt Nissan Leaf that was anything but black or silver. And so this other dealership in North Philadelphia, they had a blue one. And I was like, hell yeah, I'll take it. You know, it's a blue one. I want the blue one. And even though it cost like $1,000 more, I didn't care. I wanted the blue one. So my car, my red one, my original Nissan Leaf, I got rear-ended at a red light. A lady, her foot's 80-year-old lady. It wasn't even age related. Her foot slipped off the brake and slammed onto the gas. You know, when her foot slipped off the brake pedal, she felt her foot slipping, so she tried to push harder to stay on the brake. But because she was slipping off the brake pedal, she ended up slamming the gas and driving her car right into the back of me. It wasn't even like she was senile or anything like that. It was just an accident. It could have happened to it could have happened to an 18-year-old. It could have happened to a 40-year-old. Just a mistake. It happens. So she slams into the back of me, and the problem is with the unibody car structure, once that hatch metal frame is compromised, they total the car because you're never going to get that aligned ever again. No amount of metal work is ever going to align that ever again. So they totaled the car out. Before the insurance company even paid off my original loan, I got a check from my credit union, including $2,500 in free cash because of my what do you call that? Gap insurance. I had gap insurance on the car. So the gap insurance covered the difference because I owed more than the car was worth. I owed $11,000 on the car, and it was only worth $7,800 book value at the time. So the gap insurance covered the difference between the $7,800 and the $11,000 I owed, wiping out my loan, and they gave me $2,500 free to put toward a new car. So they immediately gave me, you know, they said, okay, you're good for $19,000. My car I bought was only $17,000. So they immediately gave me, cut me a check and said, just go to any dealership. They'll know what to do with it, and you can buy whatever car you want. So I went there. I got the blue one. I had such a good experience with O'Neill that I allowed myself to be blinded by signals that should have warned me something was not right. So one of the reasons this car was such a good deal is that it was a 30 kilowatt 2016 Leaf. And it only had 4,200 miles on it. There was like no miles on it. And it was basically a lady had bought the car new, decided it was not usable for her, and so she returned the car and bought an SUV instead. How she was able to return the car for full purchase price, I don't know. Clause in a contract, a salesman screwed up and let her do it, I don't know. But they did, and they were now stuck with this car. And they wanted a crazy price, and I was like, no, the car's not worth that much. And I was like, the book value of the car. He's like, well, we don't care what the book value is. I was like, well, I do care what the book value is, because that's what the car is actually worth on the fair market. On the open free market, that's what the car is worth. It doesn't matter what you have into it. That's what the car's worth. If your salesman screwed up and gave the lady a refund bigger than the car was worth, that's not my fault. I'm not paying your employee screw up. And I was like, this, you're already, even at book value, you're charging more than you should be for this car, but I want it. It's a blue one. It's the only blue one in the area, and I'm willing to pay book value for it. So we agreed on book value. Well, it turns out book value was actually $3,000 less because they lied. They said it was the SL, which is the top of the line package for the Nissan Leaf. And it wasn't. It was the SV Plus. Now, because of my interaction with O'Neill, I took them at their word that they were being honest. I was like, wait a minute, doesn't the SL come with leather seats? Now, keep in mind, I was willing to move on this because I don't like leather seats. I prefer cloth seats. In fact, it's one of the reasons I picked that car. I found another car that was, what was it, a greenish color? It would have been okay, but it was leather seats, and I don't want leather seats. I hate leather seats. I'd rather have cloth seats. So I was willing to take this car with the cloth seats. He says, oh, the leather seats are an option. I believed him because with my SV, leather was, in fact, an option. I could pay to upgrade the seats to leather. So I accepted what he said at face value, that he was telling me the truth. He lied. Leather is not an option on the SL. It's standard. Okay? There is no SL with cloth seats. They only come with leather seats. You can upgrade an SV to leather seats, but you can't downgrade an SL to cloth seats because they come with leather seats. I didn't know this. And before people say, well, couldn't you see the badge on the car? The Nissan Leaf does not come badged. You know how when you buy a car, it'll say DX or SLT or XLT or SE, you know, the package, the trim package for the car. The Nissan Leafs do not come badged. So there is no SV or SL anywhere on the car. It's only on the paperwork. And they lied and wrote SL on the paperwork, even though the car was an SV Plus. Now that's fine. I would prefer the SV Plus. I should have realized it when I said, wait a minute, doesn't the SL and the SV, come with LED headlights? Oh yeah, that's an option. They lied again. The SL comes standard with LED headlights. The SV comes with either incandescent or LED headlights, which really annoys me because I like my LED headlights. But again, I wanted the blue car, I wanted the 30 kilowatt hour battery, and I wanted the cloth seats. So I took them at their word, again, because I had such a good experience with O'Neill. I assumed that was a Nissan thing, where they just didn't fuck people over. Turns out it was just O'Neill who didn't fuck people over. So he straight up lied and said the car was an SL. And he made the paperwork say the car was an SL. And well, when I got the title paperwork in, it said SV Plus. And when I called Nissan up and said the had them run the VIN, they confirmed it's an SV Plus, not an SL. Now, I want the SV Plus package. The problem is I paid $3,000 too much for it. The SV Plus is about $3,000 less than the SL. So now I paid $3,000 too much for the car. So, I was arguing with them about this, a couple weeks later. I was like, work with me here. I was like, give me something that costs you nothing. I was like, extend the warranty. Give me an extra 20,000 miles on the bumper to bumper. It'll cost you nothing if nothing goes wrong with the car. And they wouldn't budge. They wouldn't deal with me. Nissan America wouldn't help me because they sold the car to me as used. I also didn't realize that the extended warranty they gave me, that was good to 94,000 miles, that wasn't a Nissan extended warranty. That was a third-party extended warranty, which is basically worthless. Yeah, they took me for a ride. Now, if nothing went wrong with the car, the worst that would happen is I paid $3,000 too much. That's not going to end my life. It's not the end of the world. The sky isn't going to fall. But now I'm having a problem with the car, and no one wants to take care of it. So now I'm really pissed. Just bad luck. That's all it is, bad luck. I wish Kia would bring the Soul EV back to the U.S. Kia has an EV for the Soul, which I like so much better because it's more like an SUV. So the seats are higher up. You have more leg room, more headroom. I fit way better in my Kia Soul than I do in the Leaf, even though the Leaf is very comfortable. I would love to sell my Nissan Leaf and get a Kia Soul EV, but they haven't brought the Soul EV back to the U.S. They only sell it in Europe, which sucks. So, But Nissan has definitely now soured me on the Nissan brand, not on electric cars. I'm all in on electric cars. Well, so is it. Well, this has the standard 3.5. So you got the bumper to bumper 3-year and the 5-year drivetrain. Although the battery's supposed to have an 8-year, I believe. And I got an extended warranty that extended it to 7 years, 94,000 miles. But I didn't realize that wasn't a manufacturer warranty. That was a third-party dealer warranty, which is largely useless. It's very difficult to get something covered unless you have money. Kia has its own problems. I mean, look how many engines in their Kia Souls are blowing up. A lot of them. There's like a 2-year waiting list to get an engine replaced in a Kia Soul because of how many of them are dying from it. I didn't know that when I bought it. Hopefully mine's not one of those. I hope, because I like my Kia Soul. But it's definitely soured me on the Nissan brand, because what they've told me is they won't stand behind their product. You know, I have a product from them that's clearly defective. This is not like, oh, I'm getting a little bit less range. I have 9 battery bars on the car, and I can only go 45 miles. Okay, a Nissan Leaf with 5 battery bars goes 45 miles. But the car won't lower the batteries because when it's fully charged, it still indicates it has that capacity. So it doesn't use the capacity at discharge. It uses the capacity at full charge. See you later, DeWitt. Thank you for joining in. I don't know. It might be a US thing. You might have a different engine in them over there. Are they diesels over there, or are they gas? But I love my Reaper. I call it my Soul Reaper. It's just so roomy. It's got no balls or anything like that, but I don't care. The car it's got lots of room inside. It's got lots of headroom, lots of leg room. It's comfortable. It looks nice. I mean, I never use the back seat. I leave the back seat folded down permanently, so it's like a little 2-seater station wagon for me. And I love my little Kia Soul. It's wonderful. And I can get 40 miles per gallon in the mountains with the air conditioning on. Hell yeah. That's almost Geo Metro mile per gallon there. But yeah, it's nice. I like it. And so it just pisses me off that I legitimately have something wrong with the car. And they know there's legitimately something wrong with the car, but they're hiding behind their computer excuse to not cover it. And that pisses me off. It's not like I'm trying to scam them. It's not like I'm trying to, get out more than I deserve or something like that. The car is legitimately broken, and they know it. I mean, on the highway, it's downright dangerous. I can't even take Interstate 40 to come back from Albuquerque. I have to take 66. Because I have to do 70 miles an hour on Interstate 40. And if that thing cuts out going uphill at 70, I'm in deep shit. And you can't exactly climb the mountain at 55 miles an hour when everybody's doing 75 passing you. That's how you get rear-ended. Exactly. That's the thing. It's not safe for the road anymore. And the problem is if I stop driving it, it's not going to degrade. Now, around town, of course, it's fine. And granted, that is most of my driving. Most of my driving is around town. I've had this one since 2018. Or 2018 or 19. Yeah, 2018. 2018 I got. No, yeah. Wait a minute. It was a year and a half when I got it. It's 16. 18, yeah. So, beginning of 2018 I got it. Or end of 2017, something like that. I'll have to look at the paperwork. But I've had it for 5 years. But not quite. Yeah, 4.5 years. So, well, the 5 year, overall warranty, the power 5-year warranty just expired. You know, like 7 months ago or something like that. And the thing is, that doesn't even matter because I brought the car to them in 2019 with this problem. And so as far as I'm concerned, I believe as far as the courts would be concerned as well, that it would count from when I first brought it to them for this problem. And at that time, the car was under full warranty. But they claimed there was nothing wrong and refused to do anything. Because I noticed right away the battery was degrading faster than it should. Now, I'm not a unrealistic person. I know these batteries degrade, but I already had over 70,000 all-electric miles on my previous Leaf. I had an idea of how fast these things degrade. This car had a 25% larger battery than my first car, and it was degrading twice as fast as my first car. That shouldn't work like that. The larger battery should result in slower degradation, not faster degradation. So I knew something wasn't right. So I took it to them. I was like, hey, you know, the battery's degrading an awful lot faster. And I was like, and I don't even deliver pizza anymore. You know, I mean, I'm not even beating the car up. And the battery's degrading faster than my 2012 Leaf did with the 24 kilowatt hour battery. And they plugged it in, they did their things, and they said there's nothing wrong. A year later, the battery degraded even more. I took it back to them again. I was like, hey, you know, I'm here for my battery checkup, but, you know, it's degrading even faster now. There's something wrong here. And he plugs in and says, well, the computer says it's fine. What do you do? What does a consumer do at that point? What can you do? So I'd be perfectly happy with a degraded 30 kilowatt hour battery that worked properly. It is the cold causing it, probably. Now, okay. It's a matter of expectations. Your gasoline car loses just as much range in the wintertime as an electric car does. The difference is your gas car has a battery, a gas tank, that is so oversized for your needs that if you lose 25% of your range, you won't even notice it. If your range goes from 450 miles to 350 miles in the wintertime, you're not even going to notice it. You're never going to notice that you lost 100 miles of range. But when your car can only go 110 miles, and then suddenly you can only go 70, you notice real quick. You really notice really quick. Okay, so this would be like your F-150 truck coming with, you know, a 7-gallon gas tank. And now suddenly losing 25% of your range is a big deal. Well, it's minus 30. Jesus Christ, that's cold. What is that in Fahrenheit? That is negative 22 Fahrenheit. What the hell, dude? Holy crap. I've never experienced negative 22. Negative 10 is the lowest I've ever experienced. Holy crap. Wow. I'm surprised you're only losing a third of your range. That's a pretty good battery, dude. Because a 43 kilowatt hour battery should get you about 150 miles of range. 140 to 155. So you're only losing a third of your range at negative 30? That's pretty good. That's actually damn good. Well, you're not getting more than 150. No way. No, I'm sorry, you're not. There's no way you're getting 190 miles on a 43 kilowatt hour battery. You're just not going to get that. Your GOM, what we call a GOM, your guessometer, might be saying you have 180 miles of range, but you don't. Hang on. 300 km to MI. That's 186 miles. Nah. Nope. Nope. You don't get 300 kilometers. There's no way. You can't. That's well, maybe let me check. 43. No. 186 divided by 43. Well, first of all, you have 43 kilowatt hours, but you don't get 43 usable kilowatt hours. Your 43 kilowatt hour battery is probably a usable 36, 37. So 186 divided by, let's go the highest, 37. That's 5 miles per kilowatt. That's not impossible. All right? It's not impossible for you to get 5 miles per kilowatt. It's extraordinarily unlikely. You would have to be 65 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit outside, so basically 20 Celsius. You'd have to be right around 20 Celsius with no wind, no hills, and no air conditioning, driving 55 miles an hour. If you did that, you might get 186 miles with 300 kilometers an hour. Driving the car normally, in hot and cold, air conditioning running, a little bit of hills, doing, 120 kilometers an hour, there's no way in hell you're ever going to see 186 miles, 300 kilometers. No way. You're just not. The best you can realistically hope for, 55 miles per hour? That's not kilometers per hour. The speed limit in your country is miles per hour. Okay. Like 55 kilometers an hour, that's walking speed. Okay, so that helps. That definitely helps a lot. Because as soon as you go above 60 miles an hour, the aerodynamic drag starts ramping up really fast. Also, how heavy of a foot do you have? Do you accelerate pretty quickly, or do you take it easy? If you take it easy, you're going to get much better mileage. So, me driving my car very conservatively. Remember, I'm doing 50 miles an hour, because that's the speed limit in New Jersey on the road that I drive on. It was a 50 mile an hour speed limit, which is why I took that road. I could have taken the expressway, but then I'd have to do 65 and I'd get less efficiency. So I took 206 because that road's 50 miles an hour and has less traffic. I was getting 4.3 to 4.5 miles per kilowatt hour. So with a 37 kilowatt hour usable capacity times, let's split the difference, 4.25 miles per kilowatt hour, that's 157 miles. That's a reasonable expectation from a 43 kilowatt hour car. And you're heavy footed, yeah, you're never seeing 300 kilometers. Never. You're never going to get 300 kilometers an hour. If anybody told you that car can go 300 kilometers on a charge, they were lying to your face. A 43 kilowatt hour battery, is the 43, your country is not the United States, so I don't know what your regulations are. Some countries won't allow them to fudge the numbers. So, for example, my car has a 30 kilowatt hour battery, but my usable is about 26, 27 kilowatt hours. That's because you can't fully discharge and fully charge the battery without damaging it. So the car will only let you go down to about 20%. It'll report that as 0. And it'll usually only charge to about 90%. But it's going to report that as 100%. So you're getting usually 70 to 80% of the rated capacity. So The 43 kilowatt hours that they advertise, is that usable capacity or actual capacity? So if that's 43 kilowatt hours full capacity, then you're only getting 36, 37 kilowatt hours. But if you actually have like a 46 kilowatt hour battery and they're reporting 43 usable, then you have a little more power available to you. It depends on your regulations for how they handle that in your country. I don't know how they handle that. But the rated capacity of the battery is different than the usable capacity of the battery. That's how Tesla was able to send out a signal to the cars in Florida a couple years ago to give them all an extra 50 miles range. They basically let them use the entire battery. That's very, very bad for the battery to do that a lot, but every once in a while, it's not going to kill it. And so they basically unlocked the reserve capacity of the battery to allow people to get further out of the hurricane's path. A Renault Zoe. I heard a lot of good things about those. It's also a very tiny car, so you might get better fuel economy. Yeah, even here, they're rating your car as 245 miles, but that's probably a 60 kilowatt hour battery, which would be about right. A 60 kilowatt hour battery should give you about, with up to 238 miles range. Calculate your driving range. Yeah, that's with the 52 kilowatt hour battery. Okay, so, yeah, see here? Look what it's saying here. Can you see this? Oh, no, you can't. Here we go. See here? They're saying, yeah, 234 miles with the 52 kilowatt hour battery. That's if you're doing 31 miles an hour at 20 degrees Celsius. As soon as you ramp that up to 56 miles an hour, boom, you're down to 184. So this is 184 with a 52 kilowatt hour battery. Your battery is 20% smaller. You're not going 186 miles with your car. Even using this optimistic measure right here, you're doing 184 times 0.8, 147. That's about right. You have about 147 miles range, which would be 147 mi to km, about 236 kilometers, so about 240 kilometers. You could do 259. 259, you might be able to squeeze that out of it under the right conditions, especially a continuous nonstop drive from charger to charger or not going very fast. You might be able to squeeze 259 kilometers out of it, but that's not going to be a regular thing unless that drive is your regular drive. Your typical is going to be around 230, 240. Okay? So 230, 240 is 150 miles, 145 to 150 miles, which means 93 miles is only a 1/3 drop in range. So a 1/3 drop in range for a relatively small, actually, probably the reason you get such a small drop is because of how big your battery is. The bigger your battery, the less all this crap affects you. So the less the heater impacts you, the less acceleration impacts you, the less degradation impacts you. There's no downside to bigger battery except cost. So here, watch what happens if I turn the heat on. Here, let's lower the temperature to -15°C, and let's turn the heating on. Now it's saying you're going to go 110 miles. Turn off eco mode, 100 miles. And that's about what you're getting. And remember, you're -20. This is -15 at 56 miles an hour with the heater going. You're getting about 93 miles, which is about right. Exactly. You're never going to get 150. I wish they would stop doing this. Okay, what they're doing, it's not wrong, but it's deceptive. It's basing it off your. Okay, there's two ways to measure fuel economy.
instant and average. So instant would be, what mile per gallon am I getting right now? So my car might tell me I'm getting 75 miles per gallon. But the first time I accelerate from a stop sign, that's going to drop to 30. Now, when you say average, what I mean by average is how much was my last tank of gas. So from gas station to gas station, or in this case, charge to charge. But that's not what they mean by average. What they mean by average is the last couple of miles. So the last 10 miles, what's your range? And they apply some correctiveness to that, and the cars are also part of the problem is guessing the range of a battery is a little bit subjective. Oh, perfect. Guessing the range of the battery is a little bit guesswork. They're not being malicious when they say they can't truly accurately tell you the range of the battery. This is pretty accurate. This right here, that's pretty accurate. 56 miles an hour, negative 15C with the heater on, 100 miles. That's almost exactly in line with the 93 miles you're getting at negative 20. So that's actually pretty honest of them, so I'm glad they're doing that. The guessometer, however, it starts off optimistic. Like you see, 150 kilometers. Yeah, dream on. When I get in my car, it says I can go 78 miles. Yeah, I can only go 45. Now, as you drive the car, the mid-range of the battery, about half, is pretty accurate. So if you're doing the normal driving you're doing and you're out about half charge, whatever that guessometer says is probably pretty close. Now, as your battery gets low, it flips. The guessing software becomes pessimistic. It starts indicating you have less range than you actually have. And it does that because it doesn't want you to have a bad experience getting stuck on the side of the road running out of power, because that would be very bad optics for the car company. So the guessometer is programmed to be a little more pessimistic as your battery gets close to zero, to encourage you to not push too hard and get to a gas station. So that all makes sense. You learn as you drive the car, you can figure out how far you can go. And eventually, you'll learn to stop looking at the guessometer and you'll set the car to percentage. Like on my car, I can cycle through miles and percentage. And I set the car to percentage because I can look at the car and go 64%. Okay, I know about how far I can go on that. Okay, 50%, I know how far I can go. All right, and I know based on how much power did I use to get to my destination. Did it take less than 50%? Then I have enough power to make it back. You see? And also it depends on hills and stuff like that. Oh, that's interesting. They don't show you percentage. Huh. Well, then you're just going to have to learn based on cold and heat and temperature. But you're never getting 300 kilometers on a 43 kilowatt hour battery. That's never happening. I mean, this car at 56 miles an hour at 20C with no air conditioning, this car can't get 300 kilometers per hour according to Renault's own site. And that's with a battery that has 9 kilowatt hours more than yours does. You see how it says here? With a capacity of 52 kilowatt hours, your car lets you drive up to 238 miles. So why is it telling me 167? Because I gave it a realistic speed of 56 miles an hour. If I lower that to 30 miles an hour, oh, there's 213 miles. Hey, how about we lower that to 19 miles? 231 miles. You see what I mean? You see how, even, hell, look at this. Even theirs. Yeah, you have to be 20C and 19 miles an hour, and those still won't tell you you can go 238 miles.
All right. So this is the mileage it got on a very specific government test course to determine capacity and mileage. This, however, gives you realistic mileage. 20 centigrade, 56 miles an hour, no air conditioning, 167 miles. That's reasonable. You could probably get that if you were really careful. As soon as you turn on that air, though, probably about 150. So realistically, your car is going to be a 220 to 230 kilometer car. And that's in the summertime. That's about 150 to 160 mile range. No, I'm sorry. 140 to 150. I keep looking at this 52 kilowatt hour data, but your car's 43 kilowatt hours, not 52 kilowatt hours. Remember, these numbers I'm showing you is for a battery that's 20% larger than what you have. 25% larger than what you have. They're different. Most of them are lithium polymer, lithium manganese, lithium iron phosphate. Different. They're all similar. I wish my car was lithium iron phosphate because those batteries last forever. But the reality is a lot of them use lithium ion, lithium manganese, lithium cobalt, lithium polymer because they have a higher power density. So they're cheaper per kilowatt hour. But your lifespan is shorter. But if the car has a large enough battery, the lifespan is still longer than a gas car. I mean, there's plenty of Teslas out there on the road right now with over 200,000 miles on them that still have 85 to 90% of their original battery life. Okay? It's only cars like mine that have little tiny batteries. So every time I drive the car, I'm beating it up. I'm fully discharging it and fully recharging it every time I drive the car. If I had his Zoe, I would only be using half the charge every time I drove the car, or like 60% of the charge, which means instead of cycling the battery once every 2 days, I'd be cycling the battery once every 4 days. And cycle life is what matters, not miles. So the larger the battery, the less cycles I'm putting the battery through per day, which means a 40 kilowatt hour battery driven the same way as a 30 kilowatt hour battery will last substantially longer because you're not beating the battery up so much every single day. That's why we really want these cars to have, 70 or 80 kilowatt hour batteries. Because then even with a healthy reserve, you're still going to get 340, 350, 400 miles to a charge in good weather. More like what you get with your gas car. And because the cycle life will be reduced so much, the cars will last 2 or 3 times longer. The reason we don't do that is because the most expensive part of the car is the battery. So in order to make that car, $34,000, they had to put a 30 kilowatt hour battery in it. If they put a 60 kilowatt hour battery in it, the car would cost $70,000. So that's why each year, as the battery gets cheaper, they're putting larger and larger batteries in the car. No, charging the car doesn't hurt it. There's almost no damage charging the battery. The batteries degrade over time. And they degrade based on depth of charge. So a lithium battery is happiest between 40 and 60%. If you want to get the absolute maximum battery life out of your car, you'll stop charging it at 60% and you'll never let it go below 40%. Realistically, however, we accept a compromise and we say 20 to 80. If you can keep the car between 20 to 80, you'll extend its lifespan. The problem is my battery is so small that I have to charge the car to 100%, and I have to deplete the battery down to 0% in order to get a usable range out of the car. And that does a lot more damage to the battery. Well, no, you're not. Like I said, you're probably only charging to 90%. and the computer is telling you that's 100%. So the computer is saying you're at 100%, but the reality is you're only at 90%. And they do that on purpose so that you don't degrade the battery too fast. Hopefully. Why do you think the little nickel metal hydride batteries in the Toyota Priuses lasted for decades? That's because they kept that battery in that 40 to 60 range at all times. And so it lasted forever. No, they do not lose power, at least not as a result of the battery. They lose capacity. So you're talking about two different things now. When you're talking about a gas car, you're talking about the engine and you're talking about the fuel tank. When you're talking about an electric car, you're talking about the engine, which is the electric motor, and now you're talking about the battery, which has a certain capacity to hold energy. So think of an electric car battery as a gasoline car's fuel tank that gets smaller as the car gets older. So when you bought the car, it had a 20-gallon gas tank. But 5 years in, it's only got an 18-gallon gas tank. 10 years in, it's got a 15-gallon gas tank. Okay? So your engine can still go as far, but you just can't hold as much gas anymore. And that's what happens with an electric car. The ability of the battery to hold electricity becomes degraded over time. So when my car was new, when I first got that car, I can go 112, 114 miles on a charge. Which, let me tell you, compared to my original 2012, where 80 was the max, that was amazing. So my car can only go 110 miles on a charge. Now I can only go 45. I should be able to go about 85, 90. That's what my range should be. It should be about 85, 90 miles. I should have lost about 20 miles of range with the 46,000 miles that's on the car. But because I have bad cells, I have other issues going on. Like I said, if I could still go the proper 80, 90 miles, I'd be very happy. Because 90 miles would still allow me to go almost everywhere except in the dead of wintertime. So, a battery is rated to what's called SOC, or state of charge. That's how many electrons can the battery hold? How many gallons of electricity can the battery hold? As you wear out the battery, the amount of gallons of electricity it can hold gets less. Okay? It's still taking up the same amount of space, it just can't hold as much. It's almost like someone's pouring concrete into your gas tank. And so your gas tank's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. When you start off with a really big gas tank, you don't notice it too much as it shrinks. About $8,000. Which is worth every penny if I had $8,000. I mean, people think, no, don't go wow, because you are not understanding. I'm going to show you guys this. This is something that needs to be explained to people that people just don't understand. So it's important that people understand this. Let me put that there so you guys don't have to see me twice. And then I should be able to put this up here so you guys can still see the chat. Now, let's assume we have two cars. And both cars are reaching near their end of life. Okay? Let's call it 200,000 miles. Now, let's assume everything about these cars is equal. It's not. Everything about the electric car is better, but let's assume the gas car is equal to the electric car. You now have to replace your engine and probably service your transmission in your gas car. Way less. Way less. When you see this number difference, it's going to blow your mind. So, there are two consumable major components in your gasoline car. The engine and the transmission. Any modern gasoline car should last 200,000 miles without any major work to the engine or transmission. Okay? Let's assume after 200,000 miles, you need a new engine and you have to service the transmission, a major overhaul on the transmission. You're looking at about $4,000 for the engine, and let's call it 50% for the transmission for a major overhaul. So let's call it $2,000. That's $6,000. Now, an electric car also has two primary wear components. You have the electric motor and you have the battery. Now, the electric motor, its lifespan is way longer than 200,000 miles. It's measured in six figures. In theory, if the battery was not an issue, you could hand that car to your kids. They could put 200,000 miles on it. And then you could hand that car to their kids, and they could put 200,000 miles on it, and you still will not have worn out that electric motor. We're not talking about the little electric motor that wears out the vibrator on your phone or the little electric motor in your RC car. We're talking about an 80 to 100 kilowatt hour electric motor that is this big, that would take 3 of you to pick it up, that you would have to either dunk it in the ocean or crush it under a truck to damage that engine. It's never going to fail. It's effectively a lifetime component. And the reason it's a lifetime component is because it has no moving parts. A gasoline car has hundreds of moving parts inside the engine and the transmission. An electric car has one single moving part. The armature of the electric motor, that's this fucking thick. Okay? You're never going to kill that motor unless you bad luck or you do something bad to it. You're never going to kill that motor. You are, however, going to kill that battery. So you need a new battery. That's $8,000 for my car. Okay? So here we are at 200,000 miles, and now let's assume everything else is equal. It's not, but let's assume everything else is equal. So if the gas car needs a tie rod, the electric car needs a tie rod. If the electric car needs a wheel bearing, the gas car needs a wheel bearing. That stuff's all equal, so we can ignore that. It's not equal. The electric car still has a benefit, which I'll explain later. But for this discussion, let's assume the gas car will last as long as the electric car. So what we're worried about is the engine, the transmission, and the battery. The electric motor is going to last forever. The electric car doesn't have a transmission. The only true wear component you have is the battery. Okay, and that's a big one. Okay, that battery is going to cost you $8,000 to replace. Gas car's looking like a better deal right now, isn't it? Okay, now I'm going to use United States pricing. This will be even worse in Scandinavia and Europe. All right, you will have an even bigger benefit in Europe. But let's use New Mexico, Albuquerque pricing. Okay. Now, let's assume 4 miles per kilowatt hour, which is the average for a smaller electric car. So this is going to be the fuel for the electric car. And this is going to be the fuel for the gasoline car. Currently, right now in the United States, the national average fuel economy is 24.5 miles per gallon. We're going to go 200,000 miles. So 200,000 miles divided by 24.5 means you need 8,163 gallons of gasoline. The current average price for gasoline is $3.17. So times 3.17. $25,877 in gasoline is what you will need for the next 200,000 miles. My car averages 4.5 miles per kilowatt hour, but I'm going to use a more conservative average that your average person driving a Tesla or something gets, and that's going to be more like 4 miles per kilowatt. I'm a hypermiler. I can squeeze more miles out of a car than the average person, so it would be unfair to use my numbers. So we're going to use good average numbers, and that's more like 4 miles per kilowatt hour. So that means 200,000 divided by 4 is 50,000 kilowatt hours of power is what you're going to need over the lifetime. Now, my electricity, I only charge at night. That's a logical, sensible thing to do. My car is actually programmed that when I plug it in, it does not charge. It waits until 10:30 and then automatically starts charging. And that's because I have time of use power. That's a normal thing. People who get electric cars, they get time of use power specifically for that reason, to save money. And it's all automatic. You don't have to do anything. I pay 11.2 cents a kilowatt hour. It's actually 6 cents a kilowatt hour, but the delivered price, meaning what I actually pay on my electric bill, is 11 cents a kilowatt hour. Because you got the monthly service fee, taxes, transmission charges. You can't use the advertised rate, because the advertised rate is a lie. You have to use what you actually pay. So even though they say I'm paying 6 cents a kilowatt, I'm actually paying 11 cents a kilowatt. So that is times 0.11. That's $5,500. So we take the total electricity and we add that to the cost of the battery. $13,500. Now we take the total cost of fuel and add that to the engine and transmission repair. $25,877. I'm going to give you the 0.55. Okay, now we need more numbers. What about tires? Both cars need tires, so we're not going to count that. What about wiper blades? Washer fluid? Both cars need those, so we're not going to count that. What about oil changes? Oh, well, you need oil changes. I don't. Let's assume you go 10,000 miles between oil changes. That means you still need 20 oil changes at $35 a pop, and that's if you get a bargain price. Around here, it's $49 for an oil change. That's $700 in oil changes. Now, what about brakes? Why would I mention brakes? Don't both cars need brakes? No, they don't. I put 65,000 miles on my 2012 Nissan Leaf, and when the wrecker came to take the car away because it was totaled, I checked the brake pads. They were virtually indistinguishable from new. Virtually indistinguishable from new. The reason for that is an electric car has what's called regenerative braking. What that means is, okay, if you apply electricity to an electric motor, it spins. If you don't apply electricity to the motor, but instead you take the electric motor and spin it, it makes electricity. Now, you can never make more than you put in. So, regenerative braking does not extend the range of an electric car. What it does is it reduces how much range you lose from accelerating from a standstill. Okay? But there's a side effect to regenerative braking. Like, 80% of your stopping force now comes from your engine braking instead of your brake pads. Which means, unless you're very bad on your car, unless you torture your car, unless you're like really beat on it pretty hard, most people who own an electric car will never replace the brake pads. Never. They should last 150 to 200,000 miles, and most people will never keep a car that long. Also, even though changing the brake pads costs about $30, most people pay about $250 to change the brake pads. I've seen people pay $500 to change brake pads because most people go to the dealer to do it. Now, this car has 200,000 miles on it, which means you're going to probably need new brake pads at this point. So let's assume you need brake pads all around, and let's add $500 for an all-around brake pad change. Okay? I just screwed something up. Did I? Yes, I did. We were at 13,500 plus 500. Okay, plus. This car is also going to need brake pads, and you're probably going to need them every 40 or 50,000 miles. So let's assume that you do brakes every 50,000 miles. That's very generous. Most people will not get 50,000 miles out of a set of brake pads. But let's assume you do. That means you're going to need $2,000 in brake changes. Now, you actually have other costs. It's called a Jake brake. Yep. Now, you have other costs the gas car has that the electric car doesn't have. But we're getting into minutia now. We're getting into the little things. Like, for example, you're going to need more brake fluid changes than my car will ever need. You're going to need more radiator fluid changes than my car will ever need. That's a few $100. But we're talking pocket change at this point. So let's ignore that. We're going to give the benefit to the gas car. So for that, we just added the oil. So for the next 200,000 miles, my electric car will cost me $14,000. That's $8,000 for a new battery. That's $5,500 for the next 200,000 miles worth of electricity. And that's $500 for an all-around brake change. While your gas car needs $6,000 for a new engine and an overhaul of the transmission, or a full engine rebuild and a full transmission rebuild. That's going to cost you about $6,000. Probably more. I'm being very, very generous calling this $6,000. There's a reason most people will straight up get rid of their car at 200,000 miles, because the car is worth less than the cost of putting a new engine and transmission in it. But we're trying to show the cost difference between gas and electric. And replacing your gas car is going to cost you more than replacing the engine, because you're not going to replace it with the same kind of car. You're going to buy a new car. It's going to cost you another $30,000, $40,000. So let's assume you put the money in to overhaul the engine and transmission, $6,000. Then you're going to need $25,877 worth of gasoline over the next 200,000 miles. And you're going to need $700 in oil changes. That's if you can find a place that will do them for $35. And you're going to need $2,000 in brake changes over the next 200,000 miles. So the electric car will save you $13,877 every 200,000 miles. So if you were to drive this car for 400,000 miles, it would save you $28,000. That's a lot of fucking money. So why doesn't everybody have electric cars? Well, it's easy. When I need a new battery, it's $8,000 right now. You don't have to come up with $26,000 in gas right now. You're going to pay for that $26,000 in gas over the next 10 years. And when you break it down over 10 years, you don't realize how much you're paying. And even if you do realize how much you're paying, you can afford to pay that when it's spread out over 10 or 15 years. When your electric car needs a new battery, you can't spread it out over the next 10 or 15 years. You need the money right now. Even if you were to get a loan to get the battery, the best you're going to do is 5 years. And you're going to pay interest on top of that. So either which way, you got to come up with that money. Even though it's a lot less money, you got to come up with that money in a much shorter time frame. And when you have a population where 60% of the population is living under the poverty line, that creates a problem. That's insurmountable. The average person can't afford that. And then people say, well, they got the $7,500 tax credit. Yeah, but that's a rich person's coupon. I don't qualify for the $7,500 tax credit. I don't make enough money. You see, you got to make at least $65,000 a year in order to qualify for the $7,500 EV tax credit. They're trying to change that. The Democrats or whatever, I don't know what group it is, but they're trying to change that so that everybody can benefit from the $7,500 tax credit. But as of right now, only wealthy people can get the $7,500 tax credit. because the way the $7,500 tax credit works is you have to owe the IRS $7,500 in W-2 tax, in 1040 tax. Your Social Security tax doesn't count. Your Medicare tax doesn't count. Your property tax doesn't count. Your unemployment tax doesn't count. Your matching tax doesn't count. None of that counts. Only your 1040 tax. What's insane is that people will also complain that, well, electric cars aren't paying road tax. That's why it's okay for them to be charged exorbitant taxes to have an electric car, because every time we buy a gallon of gas, we're paying for road tax. No, you're not. That's not how it works. Okay. In the United States, you basically have two kinds of taxes. I am way oversimplifying this. I am so way oversimplifying this. But in the United States, you basically have earmarked tax and you have general tax. An earmarked tax is a tax you pay that goes to a very specific thing. So when you, for example, pay your $40 for a hunting license, that money specifically goes to the Game and Wildlife division of our government. So that tax is earmarked. You're actually, that full tax is actually going to Game and Wildlife, where it belongs. In most states, the gas tax you pay does not go to roads. It goes into the general fund. And then, of course, the state pays for the roads out of the general fund. But it's not explicitly going to roads. The 17 cents I pay in gas tax plus the 17 cents in federal tax, so I'm paying 34 cents in gas tax here in New Mexico per gallon. Okay? So I buy 1 gallon of gas, I pay 34 cents in tax. That money does not go to New Mexico roads. 17 cents of that goes to New Mexico's general fund, and 17 cents of that goes to the federal government's general fund. The government then draws money from the general fund to pay for roads. Well, guess what other tax goes to the general fund to then be drawn from to pay for roads? The taxes I pay on my electric bill. Do you know what the taxes on my electric bill are? 28%. So let's do some math here. My Kia Soul can go 40 miles on 1 gallon of gas. So 34 cents in tax divided by 40. So I'm paying 0.85 cents per mile in tax when I drive my Kia Soul. My electric car, let's say it averages 4 miles per kilowatt hour. So that means I need 0.25 kilowatt hours to go 1 mile. My electricity is 11 cents. 11 cents per kilowatt hour. What is that? Times 0.28, which means I'm paying 0.030 3 cents. I'm paying 3.08 cents per kilowatt hour. So 3.08 divided by 4, because I get 4 miles per kilowatt hour. I'm paying 0.77 cents per mile in government tax to drive my electric car versus 0.85 cents per mile to drive my Kia Soul in government tax per mile. My Geo Metro is let's see, it's 34 cents divided by 62 miles per gallon, which is 0.54. So my Kia Soul costs me 0.85 cents per mile in tax to drive. My Nissan Leaf costs me 0.77 cents per mile in tax to drive. And my Geo Metro costs me 0.56, or 55. We're going to round up 548 to 55. It costs me 0.55 cents per mile in tax to drive. So no, I'm not paying road tax to drive my electric car. I'm paying a little bit less tax than the person driving the Kia Soul, and I'm paying a lot more tax than the person driving the Geo Metro to drive my electric car. My taxes are just collected on my electric bill instead of being collected at the gas pump. But both those taxes are going into the general fund, and that's where they draw their money for to pay for the roads. So no, I'm not skipping out on my road tax in my electric car. I'm actually paying more than a lot of people do. I'm paying more than a Prius does. Because a Prius is going to pay about 60 cents, 60 tenths of a cent, 0.6 cents per mile, which is less than I'm paying my electric car. But this is all propaganda to say electric car bad, electric car bad. So when they charge a higher road tax for electric cars, yes, states in the United States are penalizing electric car owners by charging them a yearly tax for the privilege of having an electric car, even though they're paying just as much or more road tax as everybody else. Well, it depends on what your taxes are at your electric company. Here, utility taxes are very high. Maybe in your state, utility taxes are very low. I don't know. Here in New Mexico, I pay more road tax than a lot of the car users do. But I don't know. You want to talk about how bad the gas companies are price gouging us? Do you know Americans pay more for gasoline than Europeans do? Hey TR, now I don't know if this is every country. I know it's true in the UK. Hey TRT, how much is your gas in Scandinavia? Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, so 25 KR2 dollars. So you are paying, how much is 25 kroner to dollars? You're paying $2.55 a liter. L2GAL. Which is really 3.78 liters. So that's 2.55 times 3.78. That's $9.63.9 per gallon, per US gallon. Now my gas here is about 3.17. You're thinking, Chris, you're nuts. Hey TRT, how much of that is taxes? Your country Scandinavia? Or is it Netherlands? What country are you in? And keep in mind, your gas prices right now are particularly bad because of the Ukraine. What was your gas prices a year ago? So you have a combined marginal tax rate of 78% on gasoline. Okay? So we take 9.639 and times it by 0.78 for a total of 751. So minus 7.51842 equals $2.12. Now we take $3.17 that I pay for gas here, and we subtract, was it 0.34? Yeah, 0.34. So this is the cost of gasoline in Norway, $2.12 per U.S. gallon. Here's the cost of gas in Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States, $2.83 per gallon. We pay more for gas than Europe does. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't pay more for gas than Europe does. That's not correct, because obviously we have to pay the taxes. You have to pay the taxes. What I meant to say was the gas companies charge us more for gas than they do in Europe. So the gas companies charge us a higher price per gallon for gas than the gas companies in Norway do. Because you remember, the Exxon down the street doesn't get to keep the 34 cents in tax. That goes to the government. And your gas station in Norway doesn't get to keep the $7.52 in tax. That goes to the government. So what the gas companies are actually charging for gas, this is Norway, and this is New Mexico, USA. So the gas companies charge us more for gas. People just don't realize it because of the tax difference. But what does Norway get for that $7.51 for taxes? Buses, trains, roads, bike paths, parks, recreation, emissions controls, health care, a government that actually pays back, welfare, social services, none of which we get here. Well, it's not free. You're paying for it. $7.51 a gallon. All right? But it's a hell of a lot cheaper than what we're paying. This is something that if you're in Europe, you can't, you would have difficulty understanding what I'm about to say. Before my dad died, this is a couple years before he died, we got into a fight over healthcare. I actually threatened to move out and abandon him and the whole family and leave them to their own devices. I told him I was going to pack up my car and drive as far west as I could and never come back. I was like, I don't care if I have to live out of a cardboard box. You'll never see me again. I had to threaten to abandon him and move out of our home. And that would have cost him everything because I was running his business. Do you know why? Because when my dad got up in the years and we became more and more poor, he got desperate for money. He was on Social Security. Not only was Social Security taking $238 out of his Social Security check, which was only like $700. Not only were they taking $238 and change out of his Social Security check to pay for Medicare. That's right. Medicare's not free. Our retired people living on Social Security have to pay for Medicare. Forget about the fact that they paid for Medicare their entire life and never got it. When they retire, they still have to pay for it. At the time, we're talking almost 10 years ago, It cost him $238 out of every check every month. On top of that, Medicare only covered 80% of his health costs. No, it didn't used to be a pyramid scheme. It was self-funded originally, but they keep stealing the money. Medicare only covers 80% of your medical expenses. You have to cover the other 20%. Now, there is a window in time. It's either when you turn 62 or 65. I don't remember when it is. But there is a window in your life where you can purchase what's called supplemental Medicare coverage. This is a low-cost Medicare coverage that covers the other 20% that Medicare doesn't cover. Now, the reason that window... no, there's none in the chat. Not that I'm aware of. The reason that window is so critical... Oh, yeah, I know that. That's normal, though. That's normal. If everybody collected, nobody would get it. That coverage cost him $251 a month. So on Social Security, he was paying $490 a month for health care. Now, the advantage, however, is that covered everything, 100%. He wanted that to... Now, the advantage of that window when you could apply for that healthcare coverage is it was compulsory. It was shall issue. What that means is if you applied for it, they had to give it to you. No conditions. They couldn't require a medical exam. They couldn't look at your medical history. They couldn't exclude pre-existing conditions. If you applied for the supplemental coverage, they were required to approve it no matter what. And you got to keep it for life as long as you kept paying for it. Once you are outside that window, they can require a medical exam. And I guarantee you he would never be approved at any price. But he did the right thing. He got the supplemental care when the window opened for him to get it. He wanted to cancel the supplemental care so that he could have an extra $250 a month in his pocket. That's how desperate he was for money. He was always pretty well off, so he was not used to living poor. He did not adapt well to it. We got into a huge fight. I'm talking cursing, screaming, yelling, and I finally threatened to move out of the house, and he's like, you would fuck this entire family over your pride? And I looked down at the bottom of his bed, saw the hospital bill, picked it up, and threw it in his face, and said, that's not fucking pride. That's a $470,000 hospital bill for a 4-night stay when you got a stint in your heart. $470,000. 470,000 times 0.2. I was like, your share without the supplemental coverage would be $94,000. I was like, Dad, do you have $94,000? And I was like, and that's just for one hospital stay. Your total Medicare output for this year is over $3 million. I was like, do you have 20% of $3 million? What is that? That's $600,000. Even if they cut that using charity care by 80%, that's still $120,000
just for the last year, and the year isn't over yet. And that's not including your medication, your co-pays, all of that, which is covered under the supplemental care. I was like, Dad, you have one asset worth that much. This fucking house. I was like, I will abandon you and leave this house because in 6 months there will be a sheriff's sale notice on your front door as they evict you from this house to sell it to pay your medical bills. So I'll be out of the house anyway. So I might as well just fucking leave now so I don't have to watch my family die living on the street. That's the medical system in the United States of America. Do you know one of the reasons I picked New Mexico? Homestead protection. If you have a relatively cheap house like I do, your house is insulated from debt. If you owe taxes, they can still collect. Mechanics lien, meaning if you hire a contractor to work on your house, they can still collect. Utility companies, your electric bill, your water bill, they can still collect. Anybody else you owe money to, they can come after you any way they want, but they can't take your home. Your home is off limits. Pennsylvania does not have homestead protection. They can and they will take your home from you to pay your medical debts. I have delivered pizza to third-generation owners of a family home being evicted from medical debt. This 80-something-year-old lady ordering a fucking pepperoni pizza. Her house was passed down from her mother and passed down from her grandmother from the early aughts of this century. And she was losing her home because she couldn't pay her hospital bill. Fuck that noise. You know what? Oh! Child care should be free. Home help should be free. Well, no, you want that, you should have to pay for it. Did you know in the 50s and 60s, home care was a municipal service offered to Americans? So if you were a low-income mom who was sick or in down times who's having a baby, your taxes paid for a municipal service that would help you with house cleaning, that would help you with caring for your baby. Yes, that was a Republican and Democrat supported municipal service that was offered in the United States to American citizens. Do you know when they stopped offering it? When it went away? Mid-1960s. What happened in the mid-1960s? Civil rights movement. Black people started being able to claim such services, so they killed it. You take out a loan, you should pay back your loan. That's the answer to student loan debt. Do you know what used to be almost universally free in the United States of America? Colleges and universities were almost universally free in America. Do you know when college stopped being free in America? In the mid-1960s, when black people started going to college, and Reagan, who was governor of California, said, you guys should start charging tuition. You can't make this shit up. We're destroying every aspect of this country in order to crush black people. And they're only 12% of the population. but the lengths that we'll go to destroy them, to deny them any basic services. There are people alive today who would go in as a young adult to register to vote, and the old white guy who was the registrar of voting would say, "Guess how many black jelly beans are in the jar?" And when she said, "You don't even know how many jelly beans are in the jar. Shut the fuck up and answer the question." Well, he probably didn't say shut the fuck up. I think she said, "Shut your mouth and answer the question, Negro." Vote! Guess how many jelly beans are in the jar? You can't make this up. It's when did credit scores become a thing? When black people started getting credit. When did home loans and redlining become a thing? After World War II, when black people wanted to buy homes. Well, the government loans for education is what caused the price to spiral out of control. Why do you think solar costs so much in the United States? Because the government's willing to give you $30,000 in tax credits. So all the banks added $30,000 to the cost of solar. So now they get to keep the $30,000 from the government and still charge you full price for the solar. That's why my $19,000 solar system would have cost me $54,000 if I'd have signed the loan. That's just greed. That's just the spiraling out of control of prices. I'm talking about why there's even tuition at all for college. No, these were this was straight up obvious why they did it. I'm not talking about why college prices are out of control. That's because of guaranteed student loans and the greed of banks. You're correct. That's why student loans are out of control. I'm talking about why student loans exist at all. Because before the civil rights movement, for the most part, college and university education was free. It cost nothing. No, I don't think more government spending is the answer, but it's the only answer. It's the only way we're going to get back there. Is we're going to have to spend the money now while we rebuild the system that should exist. You can't just turn back the clock. You can't do that. They have too much power. 89% of the stock market is owned by the 1%. 89% of the stock market. How do you fix that while challenging the 1% that owns 90% of it? Well, that's the problem, though. That's the problem, Miss Cool. You didn't have to pay for your degree. So now you're okay with these people having to pay for their degree. You got your free degree, so fuck everybody else. You're missing my point. The people who, by and large, I'm not talking about the average people like you who complain about this kind of stuff, because you're just ignorant. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I don't mean that in a you're willfully ignorant, you're an idiot, and you're uneducated. I mean you simply lack the knowledge, and they've made sure you lack that knowledge. Were you aware that pre-1960s, most university educations in this country were free? That it was more common for a college education to be free than it was for there to be a cost. Were you aware of that? Did you know that? Most people didn't. Did you know that child care and home maid service type services used to be a common municipally paid, tax paid service in the United States? Were you aware that was common? No. Most people have no idea. Do you know why the ultra racist Texas government gets to define what is and isn't allowed in history books in the United States? Because bookmakers only want to make one book. No, I'm talking after that. I'm talking before that. We're talking the 50s here. World War II ended in 1945. It may have started then. Um, oh yeah, unemployment is one of the lowest it's been in decades. But yeah, people don't want to work. But we only ended it when black people started to collect it. We were totally fine with it until the civil rights movement. But the reason Texas gets to define our education system in this country is because Texas is the largest population in the country, second only to California. So most textbooks are going to go to California and Texas by a huge margin. So they want all the textbooks to be the same, and they don't use California because Texas has stricter rules. So they adhere to the largest population with the strictest rules. And 3 of the largest textbook producers in the country are in Texas. So all their racism gets built into our textbooks because they don't want to make 10 different textbooks for 10 different states. I mean, this is... the amount of... I'm a bookworm. I'm a bookworm. I'm addicted to books. My God, I'll read almost anything except porn. Porn sucks. It really does. I don't know how maybe because I grew up with porn that it just doesn't have any meaning to me, but porn is so bad. Oh my God. I actually, there's one porn flick I watched intentionally that I actually went out of my way to watch, and that was the Avatar porno. Because I love the Avatar movie. It was so bad. Oh my God, it was so horrible. Oh, so, but people get off on this. Okay, whatever floats your boat, buddy. I had one guy arguing with me. I told him, I was like, do you realize that the national average wage for a McDonald's employee is $9 an hour? He's like, nope, you're wrong. McDonald's in my town is $13 an hour. I was like, first of all, I said national average, not your irrelevant motherfucking town, which probably isn't actually paying $13 an hour. That's just the lie they put on the sign out front to get people to come in. But hey, you're proud of that, right? I was like, you do realize that your $13 an hour wage in 2022 at McDonald's is still $1 less than what McDonald's was paying anybody nationwide in 1968, 50 years ago. Because 50 years ago in 1968, minimum wage was $14 an hour. You're proud of the fact that your McDonald's is paying $13 an hour. Yay! People are so clueless. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, but they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to. How about the billionaires live with slightly less billions instead of being able to rig and corrupt our entire economy for their own personal gain? How about that, red light? But you don't have high costs for everything. Your costs are not appreciably higher than they are anywhere else in the country. See, people believe this crap. They believe this nonsense that they're lied to and taught. So let's see here. Let's see, what does my gas cost? $3.17. What's your gas? $3.29. Well, I don't see a super high cost there. Okay. Here we go. Here. Let's really rub this in. So your gas isn't really more expensive where you live. How about everything else? I'm going to explain why you feel the price difference and why you're wrong. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, here we go. How about we compare 1957 to today? All right. How much was a gallon of gas in 1957? It was about, what was it, 270? Yeah, it was about 270 a gallon. And what's a gallon of gas cost today? $3.17. Okay, so gas is not that much higher. What did rent cost in 1957? $990 a month. What does rent cost today? About $1,100 a month. Okay, that's about 25% higher. Okay, but you get a much bigger apartment now. Okay. Bread and eggs, they're about the same. They were about $2 in 1957. They're about $2 today. How much was a gallon of milk in 1957? $10 a gallon. How much is a gallon of milk today? About $3 a gallon. How about a pound of ground meat? $9.50 a pound. How much is a pound of ground meat today? Less than $4 a pound. How about a pound of coffee? About $9.50 a pound. How about today? Less than $4 a pound. Well, of course buying is much better, but half the country is denied from buying. Even though buying is always cheaper. With the exception of the trifecta. Yeah, we're just bored. With the exception of, there's 3 exceptions to this. And that's healthcare, education, and rent. Housing, okay? So, housing, healthcare, and education. Except for those 3 things, most things today are cheaper than they were 60 years ago. How much was your typical cheap brand new car in 1957? $22,000. How much is your typical brand new car today? Your typical cheap intro brand new car? $20,000. You can get them as low as $15,000. Brand new Hyundai Elantra, $15,000, $16,000. And almost all the manufacturers have a $20,000 model. You know, Toyota, Kia, all of them. They all have a $20,000 car. That's $2,000 cheaper than it was in 1957. All right? Now, let's jump to 1968. What was minimum wage in 1968? Minimum wage was $14 an hour. Okay, I'm exaggerating. $13.97 an hour. Let's call it $14 an hour. What's minimum wage today? It's about $6 an hour because a substantial number of people get paid less than minimum wage, so it's actually lower than $7.25. Now, okay, let's assume most people don't make minimum wage, even though that's actually not true. That metric has flipped in the last 50 years. How about median per capita income? So that's, you take the entire working population of the country, that's about 160 million people. So we're not counting kids, we're not counting disabled, we're not counting retired, we're just counting people who work. Of that 160 million people, the median is 50%. So 80 million people make less than this, and 80 million people make more than this. The median per capita income, it's different things that people posted to me. So someone posted a page out of an almanac that showed the cost of living for 1957 or 59 or something like that.
And so I went through and adjusted all the numbers for inflation to compare them to modern numbers for today. Now I'm jumping to 1968 because that's what I have numbers memorized in my head. You can find all these numbers for any year you want, but you need to stay at least 30 years away from the year you're comparing to. You got to think of it as more as geological time. If you go year by year, you're going to see the big ups and downs. But when you go over time, you see the general trend. So in 1968, minimum wage was $14 an hour. Today, it's $6 an hour. So let's not compare minimum wage. Let's compare median per capita income. Median per capita income for a white male willing to work a full-time job 40 hours a week in 1968 was $66,000 a year. It's actually $65,555. I'm rounding it up to $66,000. Do you know what median per capita income today is? $36,000. So if you want to know why you go to those rep festivals and those prices hurt more and more, it's not because the prices are higher. It's because you're being paid less. A lot less. Minimum wage has been cut by almost 50%, like 46, 47%. Median, yet you can Google it. Look it all up. Every one of these numbers is searchable. You can look every single one of them up. You don't have to take my word for it. In 1968, the minimum wage was $1.60, which is equal to $13.97 today. Just like if you take your 10 American dollars and go to Germany, you have to or go to Norway, you have to convert that to kroners or euros. So when you go from 1968 to 2022, you have to do the exact same thing. You have to convert your money to the current money being used. Because you're not allowed to have $1968. Not unless you have a DeLorean with a Mr. Fusion and a whole lot of funny electronics in it. So, median per capita income has been reduced by over $30,000 since 1968. You know, if you want to look this up, you can do this. Go to this website. Let's see. There it is. usinflationcalculator.com. So if we take 1968, when minimum wage was $1.60, and we convert that to today's money, it's actually a little lower now. So this number changes on almost a weekly basis. So last week, this number was different. Next week, this number will be different. This number is constantly changing. The last time I put this number into this calculator, it came out to $13.97. Now it's $13.69. So a person in 1968 making $1.60 per hour is exactly the same consumer buying power as a person today making almost $14 an hour. But you can't live off the system. Yes, it was. $1.60. That's what minimum wage was in 1968. I'm not making this shit up. None of this shit's coming out my ass. I'm asking I tell people, I am the smartest human being this fucking planet has ever seen. So long as I have this piece of electronics, a power port, and a data connection. Because anything I don't know, I can ask this for that information. And with just a tiny bit of filtering for signal to noise, I can get this thing to tell me almost anything I need to know. Including what minimum wage was in 1968. It was $1.60 an hour. 1967, it was $1.40. And in February 1st, 1968, it went up to $1.60. Oh, exactly. They don't even bother looking. They just accept the garbage spewed to them by either the Democrats or the Republicans. The Republicans, piss down your throat with their propaganda. Oh, we just accept it. The Democrats piss down your throat with their propaganda. Oh, we accept it. Instead of actually looking. Here we go. This one's a little harder to find. The median per capita white male full-time employment income in 1968. That's a mouthful. You might be wondering why that specific, because you're forgetting about racism and misogyny. In 1968, 80% of women did not work. Today, 80% of women do work. In 1968, the average woman could be expected to be paid 25 to 50% less than a white man would be paid, and the average black person could be expected to be paid 50 to 75% less than the average white man was paid. So you have to actually use white male income. Also, living wage was so commonplace back then, relatively speaking. Everything is relative, okay? Depends on what you want for a lifestyle. That a lot of people did not have to work full time. So you had to figure out what the average white adult male could make if they worked full time. And the average was $7,700. Now, that's in fictional 1968 money that you can't have. Just like you can't spend your kroners here. If you come into our Walmart here with your kroners, they're useless. You got to take those kroners to the bank and you got to convert them. And let's assume you convert them without penalty, no fee. Okay? So, 1968, $7,700. That's $65,872.84. That's median per capita white male full-time working 40 hours a week, one job in 1968. Now, I want you to go look up household income for these years. You're going to notice that it's almost exactly the same number. Why is that? Because the vast majority of households in the 50s, 60s, and early 70s were single income earner households. Mom or dad, not both, went to work 40 hours a week, 9 to 5, and made enough money to pay for mom, dad, and 2 kids in a house. One average income was enough. Even minimum wage was enough. Because back then, $14 times 2,000 hours full-time work was $28,000 a year when rent was, what was rent? I don't remember what rent was in 1968. Let's see. Here we go. So, let's see. 1970, it was $108. Now, what is that? We got to convert that. Because we got to convert that to today's dollars so it makes sense to you. And keep in mind, that was 1970 after we experienced a big chunk of inflation. So 1968 is a little lower. So 1968 and 108, I think it was. $923 a month. So your rent was $923 a month. $923 times 12, $11,076 a month. So that's 280 divided by 280. So your rent was 39% of your income at minimum wage. Not average, not median, minimum wage. Rent on average was 39% of your income. Today, average rent is $1,198. Minimum wage, now remember, tip credit didn't exist in 1968. Whether you were a waitress or a busboy or a cook, your minimum wage was $14 an hour. There was no tip credit. That came later. But hey, let's go with the minimum wage. Let's forget about all those people working the hospitality jobs at $3 and $4 an hour. Let's use $7.25. 7.25 times 2,000 hours is $14,500. $1,198 times 12. I don't even need to do any further math. That's 100% of your income at minimum wage. Oh, nobody makes minimum wage. Yeah, that's because they don't count the people making $5 an hour, and they don't count the people making $7.26 an hour. But hey, let's be realistic. Median per capita income is $35,000. That means 50% of the entire country is making less than $35,000. That means 80 million people make less than $35,000. That means your rent is 50% of your fucking income. Even if you're median. Not minimum wage, median. If you're median, that's $17.50 an hour. And rent is 50% of your income. So you're making more money than 80 million people are making, half the country. And rent is still 50% of your income. Things aren't getting more expensive. You're being paid less. And do you know where it stems from? It's mind-blowing. People think I'm barking up the wrong tree, and I would have said, yes, I agree with you a few years ago. It's racism. How can 12% of the population evict so much hatred in the rest of the population? It's insane. When we took away their ability to, there was something called the Green Book. When the civil rights movement started, and black people actually started to travel, make a road trip, visit some sites in the country, there were places and towns where they could not go, or they risked dying, being killed just for existing there. So eventually, it started in New York City. A guy started finding local businesses, towns, and locations that were relatively black friendly. That most hotels wouldn't even allow you to have a room. You had to bring sleeping bags with you to make a road trip, because you might have to sleep on the side of the road, because you might be in a town that doesn't serve black people. You had to bring extra gallons of gas with you if you happened to run out of gas near a town that would refuse to sell black people gas. This was 50 years ago, folks. This wasn't last century, last millennia. This was 50 years ago. Well, more like 60, 65 years ago. But you get my point. A sizable chunk of our population, the average age of a congressman is old enough to have experienced this, because the average age of a congressman is 65. It's absolutely insane.
12% of the population. And this is how badly they want them destroyed. That they want black people destroyed so badly, they're willing to impoverish 40% of the white population to get it done. It's called collateral damage. Wow. It's the more I learn, the more I realize our species doesn't deserve to exist. Just that's it. I'm voting for giant meteor. Just ended already. I mean, wow. And how much of the population has no idea about any of this? They think slavery was something that happened 500 years ago. I mean, our history books won't even call it slaves. What do they call it? I don't know if it's a specific word they used, but they say black people were moved across the world to America. They don't say they were slaves. They were slaves. Do you know why black people were considered not people? That's actually really important. A lot of people don't realize that black people were considered savages, animals. They weren't human. They weren't intelligent. They were dumb cattle. Do you know why they did that? It's actually pretty simple. Think about this. You buy some slaves in Africa and you bring them to England and you try to sell these slaves to Englishmen. Now, I, as an Englishman, am going to look and go, wait a minute. That dark-colored dude looks just like me. If they can make him a slave, what's to stop them from making me a slave? You see the problem? Selling slavery is going to be pretty hard if you think you could become the next slave. It's going to be a pretty hard sell. So they had to sell it as, oh, no. You aren't the same. This nigger, he's like a cow. He's like cattle. He's dumb. He's a savage. He's not intelligent. They're not real people. So you are real people because you're not like him. So it's okay. And that's how they sold slavery. It wasn't because it was true or anything. It was because they had to be able to separate the black people from the white people, because otherwise the white people would correctly go, wait a minute, what's to stop you from making me a slave? Don't believe me? Ask the Irish. Ask the Latinos. Ask the Chinese. They know better. Slavery wasn't limited to black people. Wow. I know, isn't it crazy? All these people who are against all of these things had all of these things when they were growing up. They had, loans to buy homes and buy businesses after World War II. They had free education. They had affordable health care. It wasn't the greatest health care in the world, but it was affordable. Obviously we have better technology today, but we're not talking about that. They had affordable cars. Do you know what wasn't cheap 50 or 60 years ago? And this is one of the reasons why the poverty rate is such bullshit. Do you know what wasn't cheap? Food. Food was expensive. Milk was $10 a gallon. 60 years ago, milk was $10 a gallon. Milk was $1 a gallon, which is equal to $10 today, $10.01.
All right, what was that? That was 1957. I think it was 1957. And $1. Yeah, $10.59. It might have been 1959. Not much of a difference. So milk was over $10 a gallon. So when we developed the metrics to measure the poverty rate in the country, it was largely based on food prices. Now, since 60 years ago, we have artificially constrained the price of food, while everything else has gotten a whole lot more expensive. But we still measure poverty based on the price of food, which is why if you look up the U.S. poverty rate, you'll get this fictional number that doesn't exist. 11.6%. That's such a crock of shit, it's almost laughable. Do you know what minimum survival income in the U.S. is? Minimum survival income. The poverty line. The poverty line is $20 an hour. It's actually a little higher than $20 an hour. But I took some leeway and cheated a little bit to make it $20 an hour. Okay? If you make less than $20 an hour, you're living below the poverty line. Well, what is poverty? Poverty is the inability to pay for your basic needs. So if you can't pay for your basic needs on the income you're making, you are impoverished. You're living in poverty. So what would it cost to pay for the basic needs of your typical average American citizen? That's rent, electricity, water, basic necessity, clothing, a basic car which you already have and already paid for, fuel, insurance, health care, and a single $25 a month unlimited phone plan. That's it. That's all you get. No Xbox Live, no McDonald's, no Starbucks, no avocados, no Chinese takeout, no home internet service, no cable TV service, no going to shopping malls. You're going to shop at Walmart, thrift stores, and yard sales, and that's it. You will never eat at a restaurant. You're never going to go to a movie unless someone takes you and pays for it. You can't even afford to drive your car to an event that is free unless you can somehow take that fuel budget for that event from something else. Also, this assumes you will never have a major health crisis and you will never have a major car failure because this budget only includes basic car maintenance. You need $20 an hour to pay for that. 60% of the country makes less than $20 an hour, which means the actual poverty rate in the United States is right around 60 to 65% of the entire population. How are we not a destitute mess? Welfare services, cheating, and multi-income, multi-job households. That's the only way. Yeah, living like that is absolutely pure hell. You have to work till you die. You can't do anything else. You'll never make enough money to get ahead. But you also have to understand that your poverty line is distorted. So what is poverty income in the U.S.? It's $20 an hour. What's poverty income in the U.S. if we had affordable housing? $15 an hour. What's poverty income in the U.S. if we had affordable housing and universal health care? $12 an hour. $12 an hour could be a living wage if we had affordable housing
and universal health care. Think about that for a moment. You're paying for the health care one way or another. You're either going to pay for it with your taxes, or you're going to pay for it with both your taxes and out of pocket. But if I told you, pay for all of it out of your taxes, and it will cost you less, why would you not do that? Because the black people would get it. And that's why. Do you know how they created generational poverty that you can't escape from? You see, several interesting things happened after World War II. The United States got a significant leg up on the rest of the world, the industrialized world, because we came out of World War II as an industrial powerhouse. But that leg up wasn't as big as most people think. Do you realize that most first-class European nations had returned to pre-World War II level economic standards within 5 to 7 years? Yeah, by 1950, most European countries were pretty close to what they were before World War II. So they'd recovered from the damages of World War II. So it wasn't just Europe got destroyed by World War II and the U.S. didn't. That's largely a fiction that they lie to you and create in education that doesn't exist. You think Germany was an impoverished shithole in 1955 and 1960? Are you kidding me? You know, or the UK, or France, or Spain, or Norway? So, post-World War II, we had to give up a little bit of our racism in World War II in order to fight the Nazis. And we did. I haven't played with custom support shapes yet. I'm going to have to design a model to test and play with that. But I'll definitely be playing with that more. Oh my god, my back is killing me. Post-World War II, our citizens were flush with cash. On top of that, we were entering a golden age in America. We created the middle class, and we created the largest... yeah, basically, yeah. The largest transfer of wealth to the general population the world has ever seen happened post-World War II. And a large portion of that was because of the industrialized powerhouse that the United States became as we pulled ourselves out of the Great Recession due to World War II. There was a lot of austerity measures during World War II. Remember where stamps came from, green and red stamps and stuff like that, and limitations on what you could buy and stuff like that. It was kind of crazy, but, we did it because we had to beat the Nazis. We had to beat the Third Reich, and we did. We won. The whole world did. So people were coming off these factory jobs flush with cash, both black people and white people and women. And they wanted to buy homes. You see, the biggest poverty factor in the world is your house. Property is everything. Even besides the fact that we don't actually own our homes in the United States, we're going to call it home ownership. Rights are derived from property. Property owners have rights. If you don't own property, you don't have rights. If you don't own your voice, you have no right to the speech of that voice. If you don't own your home, you have no right to kick me off your lawn. If you don't own your car, you have no right to stop me from using it. The reason we have these rights of ownership is because we have property. You have the right to freedom of speech because you own your voice. You have the right to be secure against unreasonable search and seizure because you own your body. You own yourself. You have the right of trespass in your home because you own your home. Rights are derived from property. So to take away people's rights, you have to take away their property. And one of the biggest things that we did post-World War II, even as the country was going through a civil rights movement, even as the country was going through an anti-corporation movement, anti-robber baron movement, the people in charge did everything they can to corrupt and break that process. And they started with home ownership. Home ownership was everything. That's where redlining came from. So you had this black guy and this white guy coming out of their factory World War II jobs, and they want to buy a nice home. So the white guy goes into the bank and he takes his factory job and he gets a mortgage and he buys his home. The black guy goes into the bank with his same pay level job from the same World War II factory, and he's denied a home loan. So he has to rent. Yeah. So why is renting so bad? Renting is an aberration. Renting is a feudal system. Feudal lords owned the land, and you rented the land by working it from the feudal lords. Part of your working of that land went to the feudal lords. You got to keep what was left and earn the privilege of being able to live there. This system is the same, we just call it different things. But it's still feudal-based. It's a variation of the concept of feudalism. Contrary to popular belief, capitalism was the best thing to ever happen to this country. Capitalism created the middle class and created the largest explosion in general wealth in the history of the planet. Because there's a lot of things about capitalism people don't understand. First, capitalism is actually not that different from socialism. And communism is not that different from socialism or capitalism. Capitalism and socialism are basically the same thing, with two very important differences. In both capitalism and socialism, the people own the means of production for profit. But in socialism, the people own the means of production in aggregate, meaning we as a whole people own the means of production. While in capitalism, the people own the means of production individually. I own my company, you own your company. Okay? And there's one other difference with capitalism. No state ownership. States are not allowed to own the means of production. That's why capitalism says the people, private entities, own the means of production for profit rather than by the state. Communism and socialism are basically the same thing, except in socialism, the people own the means of production in aggregate, metered by the state, while in communism, the state owns the means of production ostensibly for the people. But we know how well that works. Okay, so they're all basically the same thing. So why is capitalism, communism, socialism all basically the same thing? Because they're all trying to solve the same problem. The people who came up with the idea of capitalism, socialism, and communism were all trying to solve the same problem. Feudalism. They were trying to end the feudal system that planet Earth tends to operate under. And they were trying to figure out a more equitable way to distribute power and wealth. That's why those three things are essentially variations on the same concept. There's another confusion about capitalism. Capitalism has an Achilles heel. It can only exist in a free market. It literally cannot exist outside of a free market. If you do not have a free market, under no conditions is it possible for you to have capitalism. You can't do it. And free market does not mean free as in beer. Free market means free as in school. Okay? Free as in your taxes paid for it. Okay?
That's what free market means. Free market doesn't mean freedom to do anything you want. Free market means everyone has equal, equitable access to the market. You're not going to be equal. I will never be equal to Jordan in basketball. I will never be equal to Einstein in theoretical physics. I will never be equal to Bill Gates as a businessman. I cannot be equal to these people. And if you try to make us equal, you cripple all of us. That's not the kind of equality we're talking about. We're not talking about everybody's equal, because we're not. I'm smarter than you. You're smarter than me. There's nothing that we can do from a governmental perspective, from a societal perspective, to change that. Some of us are smarter, some of us are dumber, some of us are stronger, some of us are weaker, some of us are faster, some of us are slower. We can't be equal. But what we can have is equal opportunity, equal access. The playing field is level. You want to play football? Great. You play on this regulation field under these regulation rules, controlled by a third party, not controlled by the same teams, not controlled by any one team. So now you're all playing with the same rules, the same equipment, under the same conditions. Now that doesn't mean all the teams are equal. If that team trains harder, they're going to be smarter, faster, and stronger, and they're going to beat that team. But they both had equal opportunity. If this team didn't work as hard, tough shit. If this team got lucky and got one guy who had particular gifted skills, tough shit. That's how it works. But that's what a free market is. A free market has to be aggressively regulated, because a free market is not natural. What is natural is, I squash you because I'm bigger. That's natural. Eat or be eaten. Survival of the fittest. That's natural. Capitalism levels the playing field. It stops the eat or be eaten. It stops the mightiest wins. It makes it more even. All right? So what is capitalism? Well, let's say I discover that these things sell like hotcakes, and I start selling these out the curb at my house. In capitalism, my neighbor goes, Chris is making a lot of money selling those things. And next week, he's out on the curb selling these tape measures. And next week, Welfare God and Michael are selling these tape measurers. And a month later, SAT and TRT, they're selling these tape measurers. Now, the market is not equal, it's equal access. So, Welfare God is worrying too much about his foot fetish, and he doesn't take care of his tape measurer business. His costs overrun, and he goes out of business. This guy's ultra efficient, so when the recession hits, he's able to survive the recession, and he's still in business. And eventually, supply and demand come into effect, and the right number of sellers is matched against the right number of buyers, the available number of buyers, and you have capitalism. That's capitalism. Do you know what you cannot have in capitalism? What cannot exist in capitalism? You can't have a monopoly. Monopolies can't exist in a capitalist system. Capitalism abhors monopolies. There are only two ways that you have monopolies, and that's government-created monopolies and natural monopolies. So let's go with natural monopolies first. That is why the electric grid, the water grid, the sewer grid, the landline phone grid, the landline internet communications grid, those should all be public utilities run as a socialist country would run them. The only proper way to run those things is socialism.
Your roads, socialism. Your police force, socialism. EMT services, socialism. That's the only correct way you can run them. You cannot run those things in a capitalist system. If the buyer has no choice, or the buyer only has one line of access, that's a natural monopoly. You cannot have a capitalist system operate those things. It will never end well. Why? Because I only have one power line running to my house. So whoever owns that power line, whoever controls that power line, has power no one else can have. Which means that would be equivalent to me having tape measures and me preventing my neighbor from selling tape measures. Me taking active action to stop him from selling tape measures so that only I could sell tape measures. I would be manipulating the market to lock out competition. That's not capitalism. That's feudalism. The feudal lords own the land, and you're there at their behest. I own the means of tape measure. Anybody else wants to sell them has to go through me. It's the same thing. It's a feudal style system. That's not capitalism. A patent is a government issued monopoly. Copyright is a government issued monopoly. Now, monopolies aren't bad. All right? They always become bad, but they aren't intrinsically bad. So the power company having a monopoly over the power line running to my house is not a bad thing, as long as it's ran socialist. As long as it's ran at cost for the betterment of society, then that monopoly's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. The patents and copyright are not, it's kind of an oxymoron, because it should never have the word right in it. Because as originally intended, patents and copyrights were privileges. So when I make a tape measure and you make a tape measure, well, how I run my business, how efficiently I do it, how I handle my resources, design work, stuff like that, that influences how well I do. And if I do a better job than you do, well, then I win and you lose. Maybe not completely, but I will make a little bit more. And as people see how, hey, the way Taylor over there is doing is working well, let's do it more like him. And once again, you go through the same process. People who do it better, people who do it worse, supply and demand, it all levels out. No one party has exclusive control. It's all based on how well you do something. And people who do it better last better. But it's not because they were able to prevent someone else from doing it. Now, when you have intellectual property, that creates a problem. You see, you can't steal music. It's not possible to steal music. When I take this tape measure from you against your will, I have deprived you of property. I have the tape measurer. You no longer have the tape measurer because I took it from you. When I copy your song, you still have your song. I haven't taken the song from you. I copied it. That copy's now mine. It's my CD, it's my electricity, it's my disc. But now I am reducing your ability to earn an income from that property because now I'm giving it away. You see the problem? So we recognized as a society that intellectual property has value and it should be protected. Otherwise, why would anybody have a reason to innovate in general if it's just going to be taken from them and they're going to be poor? Why would they bother? So we created patents and copyrights. We used the violence of government to enforce what was supposed to be a temporary monopoly to allow intellectual property owners to be able to monetize and earn an income from their work and their creations, which is proper. There's nothing wrong with that. Except now patents only work for the rich, because even if you can somehow afford the ridiculous price to get a patent, there's nothing stopping another party from simply copying you anyway, saying, fuck you, you can't afford to fight me in court, so I win by default. It's not how it was supposed to be. and look at let's not even get into medical patents. And copyright is now basically unlimited. The default is supposed to be the public domain. Everything's supposed to be in the public domain because that's what's better for society. It's better for society if all this content is in the public domain. But we recognize that the people who create this intellectual property also deserve the ability to reap the rewards of their hard work, because it is hard work. So we granted them a privilege called copyright. Now, if what you did is non-commercial, copyright is and should be your entire life, because it's your property. You invented it. However, commercial enterprises are creatures of the government, and those are a privilege. We don't, but we should limit copyright for commercial endeavors. It should be a use it or lose it concept. If you can't use it, you lose it. If you stop commercializing it, you lose it. In today's day and age, I think copyright, commercial copyright, should be 5 years from release. You publish a movie, you got 5 years. That's it. You know, Disney publishes Moana, you got 5 years to monetize it. After that, it becomes a free-for-all. Now, maybe not directly into the public domain, but it should start expanding. So let's say after 5 years, maybe you have a board of a community citizen board, not a government board, not one controlled by corporations, that you would have to argue in front of and show the product is still commercially viable and you are still making a generous income from this product. Okay, we'll grant you a 5-year extension. After 10 years, that's it. No more monopoly. It now goes into fair use doctrine. You're still protected, but it's now open to fair use. After another 5 or 10 years, public domain. That's what it should be. And I can even see making a difference between an individual copyright and a commercial copyright. So if an individual artist self-releases a CD, he should be able to get a longer copyright term than RCA Records owning the copyright to a CD. The moment you sell to a label, it's now commercial, not individual, less copyright protection. That's what it should be, but it's not. We keep extending it forever. We're creating permanent monopolies where Disney can take stuff like this, lock it away in the vault, and release it every 10 years. You know what's incredible? The crown jewel of Disney's copyright is Mickey Mouse. And Mickey Mouse exists because of the public domain. Disney invented Mickey Mouse using material from the public domain, and now Mickey Mouse will never leave copyright protection and enter the public domain. How ironic is that? The public domain is what allowed Disney to exist. Almost every single Disney story that exists, Beauty and the Beast and Snow White, all these stories that Disney has these movies on, are all public domain ancient stories. That Disney was only able to make those videos, make those films, because they were able to utilize the public domain. And now their shit never enters the public domain. That's just so slap in the face ironic. It's ridiculous. I mean, look, we have a company now. They are abusing the trademark system to acquire what is effectively a design patent on the hexagon. Yeah, if you look at their trademark submission, it's literally a drawing, a design patent for their product, which is explicitly against the rules, and yet somehow it got approved. And if you ain't got the money to fight it, too bad. They win by default. And trademark is forever. Trademark is even better than patent, because all you have to do is defend it. And as long as you can defend it, you can keep it forever. Trademark is supposed to be for logos. Literally, trademarks. Or designs that are so absolutely synonymous with a company that they effectively are a trademark logo. That's why there's special protection for the McDonald's arches and the Mickey Mouse ears and the what's the other big one? The shape of a Coke bottle. Okay, those shapes are so iconic with the names that they've developed special status. Okay, but you're not supposed to be able to say the idea of a cap on a bottle is our trademark, so nobody else can put a screw cap on a bottle. You can't do that. That's what patents are for. And the whole reason is because it's limited. You shouldn't have the right to be able to stop anybody from making what is now an obvious concept forbidden to everybody forever. You shouldn't be able to do that. That's why patents have a limited lifespan. Oh, man. But, now, remember what I told you about capitalism? That in order for capitalism to work, it has to exist inside of a free market. So how did we do that? Because we successfully, as long as you weren't black or female, we successfully used capitalism to incredible benefit for over 30 years. From 1945 right into the low 70s. Capitalism worked amazingly well. The United States was an industrial powerhouse of the entire planet. The whole planet looked up to the United States. We all wanted to be like the United States. And then we turned evil empire. We turned into fucking, what's his name? The Lightning Emperor on Star Wars. What was that guy's name? Palpatine. Emperor Palpatine. And you know who did it? You know who did most of it? The most damage? In 100 years, if we have proper history books, he's going to be the top of the villain list. Ronald Reagan. Yep. He's going to be one of the top 10 villains of all history, if history books do any justice to history. The amount of damage he did, oh my God, it's just... He turned back the clock on this country so far. Wow. Truly incredible, the damage he did. V5 I just started playing with. Oh, it's great. They finally got net positive. So there's two parts to net positive. There's more energy than the reaction required, but then there's also more energy than the action required and the ignition energy you put in to get the reaction going. And we finally passed that second one. We got an overall net positive energy output. Probably not in our lifetime. If you were born after 2000, maybe. If you were born pre-2000, probably not. I mean, assuming I lose weight and I can, keep my health in reasonable order, I might have 35 more years. So there's the slimmest possibility I might live long enough to see the first fusion reactor go online. It all depends on how much we resist. You see, there's a reason that the United States is not nuclear powered. The United States should be nuclear powered. We should have no fossil fuel power plants. It should be all nuclear. It should be nuclear, hydro, solar, and electric. That's it. That's all we should have. And the reason we don't have nuclear is profit. Nuclear is difficult to... Okay, when I say profit, I don't mean, it's privately owned and they earn a profit from it. I'm talking about the unmitigated, unrestricted, unfiltered greed and profit that we make from power today. Just look at Texas. What a joke. Unless, of course, you own a power company. That's not a joke. Nuclear, because of its danger and its complexity, is going to be much more heavily regulated. It's not going to be the free-for-all that, for the most part, power is today. And that reason alone is why they brainwashed and gaslit the entire country to be anti-nuclear, taking advantage of the nuclear threat from the red commies in the 50s to put a bad taste for nuclear in people's throats. The NIMBY movement and all that stuff. That was done out of greed. It wasn't done for environmental reasons or anything like that. A modern design nuclear reactor basically can't melt down. You take a modern fissile pebble reactor, it can't melt down. It's self-regulating. And oh, that ended 6 hours ago, man. Jesus Christ. It's already 7:20 here. We're just BSing now. But I wonder, can I 3D print a nuclear reactor? Let's not go there. We don't want to be the nuclear Boy Scout. Kind of feel bad for that kid. But we created an anti-nuclear push because it's less profitable. Fossil fuel power plants make a hell of a lot more money. Because, if we were all nuclear, obviously electric cars would be a no-brainer. Electric everything would be a no-brainer. Electricity would be dirt cheap. We'd probably be paying 3 or 4 cents a kilowatt hour. It would be a literal commodity. Even at today's crazy prices, electricity is still effectively a commodity. It's so cheap. And that's because of the minimal regulations that we have in place protecting it. But not everywhere. But even the electricity I pay for is pretty damn cheap when you really think about it. I pay 11 or 20 cents a kilowatt hour, so my 24-hour average is 14.7 cents a kilowatt hour, or 15 cents a kilowatt hour. That's, when you consider what I can get out of that, that's really not that bad. I feel bad for people who live in places where it's, 50, 60, 70 cents a kilowatt hour. Holy shit. Wow. Especially if you need heat or AC. Ouch. But that's pretty rare. Most people don't pay anywhere near that. I think the national average is 10 cents a kilowatt hour, so probably about 15 to 18 cents, delivered. Because delivered is all that counts, the generation charge doesn't mean anything. Yeah, but again, you guys have more affordable housing, you have social safety nets, you have welfare programs, you have healthcare programs,
And what's the median per capita income in Germany? Median income in Germany, it says it's $16,845, so about $17,000. Yeah, you guys are gonna be in some deep shit this wintertime, I hear. Here's gonna be. Although keep in mind, right now in Norway, gasoline, even at $9.63 a gallon, is still being sold for less per gallon than gasoline in the U.S. I mean, you're paying $9.64 a gallon, but that's not how much it's being sold to you at. It's being sold to you at $2.12 a gallon plus $7.51 in taxes. While here, it's being sold to us at $2.83 a gallon and 34 cents in taxes. How nice. So the gas companies are actually profiting more from Americans per gallon than they are from Norwegians per gallon. It's absolutely insane. So it says here the median income in Germany is 16,000. Where is that? $845. Hang on. Yeah, that's right. I'm using an ad blocker and I'm not going to turn it off. So I guess we don't go to that website. Here we go. Oh, I don't know. Hang on. Wow. Yeah, let's do Norway. That's right, because we have some gas prices for Norway. And we have a Norwegian here. Norway's median household income, $76,800. But what's your per capita? Let's see. That's GDP per capita. I don't need that. I need per capita income. Go away. Norway is up north, right? There's Sweden. There's Norway. Oh, wow. You have, like, nobody in your country. 5.5 million people. Wow. Okay, you are giving me this ad blocker bullshit. You know something? The fucking ad blocker's turned off and you're still giving me this shit. Yeah, I know how to take care of you. Yeah, we'll take care of your little ass. Where are you at? Oh, there it is. I should be able to delete that. Delete no. There you go. Yeah, now go fuck yourself. Something's preventing me from scrolling. So part of the ad blocking is preventing me from scrolling. Let's try deleting that. That deleted everything. Okay, we can't use this site because I'm not turning off my ad blocker. That's non-negotiable. Let's resume Ghostery 2 while we're at it. Of course I got a reuse password. I reuse it for everything. If you've used Simplify 3D for 7 years and you like Simplify 3D, I feel confident in saying pay the $60 and upgrade it. There's got to be a way to find this. Here we go. I already donated to you this year. Don't bug me. Nudge.
Where is... Well, see, this is wrong. That's saying median income is $46,000, and that's not true. So this is not using per capita. This is probably household. Where is Norway? There it is. Norway is up close to where the U.S. is. Geography, government, economy, population, culture. That doesn't help. I would think it would be under economy. You see, it's very hard to find per capita numbers sometimes because they don't like using per capita numbers, because per capita numbers expose the truth of the shift in income, in the U.S. and worldwide. They use household income because it hides the truth. The numbers look better, but only because, you have multiple people working in the household, which makes the numbers look better. There has to be a per capita number here somewhere. Norway's pretty high up there, though. Says here 22,684. And that sounds like a per capita number. Now, of course, when you look at numbers for a European citizen, you have to add in the value of the social services they receive from the government. So, I don't know what that means. That sounds like household. This seems more like individual. But see, this one's too low, too. What do these numbers mean? Like, the median per capita income in the U.S. is $35,802. So what does this 19,306 mean? Oh, I bet you that's median income, including the entire population. Yeah, that's not going to work. Because only 160 million Americans work, so about half the population doesn't work, mostly because of retired and children. I suspect the $19,000 is if you took the total income of the whole country and divided it by the total number of people in the country. Which is not a number we can use. That number doesn't make any sense. Population by year. I don't know what a lot of this means. Oh, the United States is only 60% white? I thought it was 76% white. When did that change?
See, now, this is something very telling. Can you guys read that? Yes, you can. This right here is why we're conducting a lot of the racism that we're conducting. That section right there is why we're so racist. Why we're so systematically racist. I don't mean the people are racist. I mean why we build racism into the fabric of our society. This is actually a large reason why we have the abortion issues we have. It's largely to do with racism. It's mind-boggling how much of this stuff is just straight up racism. You wouldn't think so, and it's because we hide it. We hide it as classism. We hide it as pro-life. We hide it as, you took out the loan, pay the loan. We hide the racism as these other things. But this right here is the most telling thing right there. Currently, the United States is 60.4% white. According to Pew Research Center, Pew is sketchy a little bit there. They're not necessarily wrong, but I always take what they say with a grain of salt. The country's racial profile will be vastly different by 2055. Whites will remain the single largest racial group, but will no longer be the majority. Meaning, they will be below 50%. And here's where they break down where they estimate it will go by 2055. Believe it or not, blacks are not going to change very much. They're only going to go up 0.5%. But the Asian, Hispanic groups are going to grow substantially. And so whites will only be 48% of the population, which means if these other groups can start to work together politically, they can take control away from white people. And there's a good book to read. I only read parts of it. I still have to read the whole thing. I'm still looking for an audio book of it. But it's called The Birth Dearth. And most of our anti-abortion rhetoric is aimed at white women. You see, it's natural. We all want to procreate. We want to have children. It's built into our genetic code. We want to procreate. We want to have kids. That's normal. That's natural. It's part of our genes. But kids are expensive. They take a lot of resources and a lot of money. It's one of the reasons why there's so many benefits for families with kids, because they need it. Kids aren't cheap. And one of the problems from a racial point of view is that minorities tend to have a lot of children. Poor people tend to have a lot of children. And the reason for that is genetic. It comes down to more kids means more labor. More people to work the fields, more people to work the shop. That doesn't exactly flow right with today's society, but that genetic, that instinctive drive, that's where it comes from. It comes from that, well, we need more help, so we need more kids, and kids help. In a modern society, that it doesn't quite work like that, because we're not working fields like that anymore. It's not a family running a field. You hire people. So the dynamic has changed, but the genetic instinctive imperative is still there. However, as a family becomes wealthier in today's society, like the last 20, 30 years, as a family becomes wealthier, and this could actually flip when you become ultra wealthy. When I say wealthier, I mean you're making a living wage. You're able to support a family. We tend to slow down a little bit on the children because, 1 or 2 children is enough, because children are expensive. I'd rather be able to have more of a life. I'd rather be able to give more to fewer children than have to give less to more children. So there's a societal drive to reduce the number of children. It's not like a conscious decision. It's one of those social geometry kind of things that just happens.
as wealth goes up, birth rate goes down. That's normal. Well, the problem is white people are the wealthy people. So white people are having less babies, which means minorities become more and more a larger portion of the overall population, meaning generationally, whites become a smaller chunk of the population. It's called the birth dearth. They're worried that we need to force white women to have babies, even if they don't keep them, in order to keep the white population larger and to maintain white supremacy. Nope. Not what I said, and you know it's not what I said. I said wealthier people, not whiter people. So the general consensus is as more white people become wealthy, more white people have fewer babies. And they're afraid that the minorities will outnumber us and we won't have the majority anymore. So a lot of the racial tactics we use are designed to keep the poor impoverished and keep them incapable of, well, they think, keep them incapable of growing their numbers. And then they realize we need to make the white people grow their numbers. So most of the anti-abortion purpose, not the stated reason for these groups that exist today have grown a life of their own. The original intended purpose of this dynamic was to make white people carry the babies so that we can maintain a higher white population. That's the theory. Obviously, there's no concrete proof of this, but that's the theory of the birth dearth and why we have this movement. Now, of course, as time went on, these movements took on a life of their own. And now they have nothing to do with the original intentions, but that was the original intention. That was the original purpose of it. So we'll see. It's interesting. Wow. They're estimating by 2060 that 25% of the population will be 65 and older. Wow. That's incredible. Jesus. I never would have guessed that 65 and older would account for that much of the population. I don't know. Probably as I start prepping for these events this next season. I'm definitely going to be doing more with this one because I'm just loving how this is coming out. This model is turning out fantastically. It prints so perfectly, and it's so light relative to what it's made out of that it's all vase mode. This is a single extrusion. Every single component. This whole thing is one single extrusion. Launch slugs, motor mount, shock cord retention, fin reinforcement, stiffeners, everything. This whole thing is one single vase mode print, and that makes it a lot more a lot less prone to errors and failed prints, and also a lot lighter. And this is Alien 3D, you know, the guy who makes that that filament sampler box that you can get. Alien 3D is the one who I don't know if he still sells it. Let's find out. If you decide to sign up for his UFO box, use my link down below. Like, if enough people sign up for it, I'll get a box. I had to discontinue my UFO box because I can't afford it. But he has some filament samples in each box, and he always has a project in each box if you get the full UFO box. So there's something you can build. Ooh, Meteor Mined Copper looks nice. But I do not see Blood of Your Enemies Red, which is too bad. I only got one more left of that. Oh, that's a pity. Such a pretty color. Is this the Saturn Rings gold, or is this a different one? No, this is more copper. The Saturn one was more gold. That's just a silk copper. Boy, I hope he gets the transparents back. I like the transparents better. That's too bad. I really like that color. There's his alien green pet G. I should make a rocket out of that too. That's nice. I like that color. But oh, what the hell? You guys can't even see what I'm showing you. I keep doing that. But there's the alien green. He doesn't have any more of the Blood of Your Enemies red. He's got these silk colors. That's it. That's too bad. I love that color. But it's $37 a month. Yeah, come on, keep it clean, welfare god. Can't be too vulgar, man. You get a 3D printing accessory, one project involving electronics and 3D printing, and the samples of filament. 4 20-meter samples. What the? Why? Why is that 37 and that 43? What's the difference? I wonder why. Is it because of this part here? A control board of some sort? So you get a more advanced project or a board? I don't know. Either way, it's a great box. I can't afford it. So uh, oh man, what I would give to have a 52 kilowatt hour battery. Oh, the places I could go. I would almost be able to not have a gas car anymore if I had a battery that big. Yeah, but when did this become normal? When did it become normal for a freaking frozen pizza to be the same price as a delivered pizza? A proper pizza. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, I guess there's a minimum cost where you can only bring the cost down so much, regardless of how cheap you make it. You got to have sauce, you got to have the tools, the crust, and the pepperoni, and all that stuff. I mean, so there's only so much you can do to bring the cost down, I guess. I got a post here tonight. I got to figure out how I did this. I hit EXT. So one of those keys, EXT. Oh, T. Oh! Now, isn't that interesting? Okay, so if you select a part and you hit T, it makes the part transparent. How cool is that? So I can make that blue, then hit T, and there it is, transparent. It's not exactly clean. I mean, the coloring is showing defects that don't actually exist. At least I don't think they exist. Still, it's kind of cool that you can make a part transparent like that. Where did the part go? There it is. Huh. That is cool. But it's cool that you can make it transparent without actually turning it into a cut tool. That lets you see in clear detail things like the reinforcement rib that I put in here. The bottom's at a 45-degree angle, so it builds out slowly until it's touching both sides. And that keeps the fin from warping. There's a reinforcement tab on the inside that keeps the fin stiff. That's kind of cool. Boy, I wish you can control how much transparency. Like about a little less transparency would be better. Where it's, I could see through a little less, but have a little more solid color skin. I wonder why that's not an advertised feature. I've never seen that mentioned anywhere that you could do that. Pretty cool. All right, well, I'm going to use Simplify 3D for, obviously a while and, find more issues and bugs, report them. Hopefully they get fixed. And, try to find a list. It says, what's annoying is I want to see a mod list, a change list, a change log. Yeah, 120 unique features and improvements. So I want to see a list of the 120. Hi, baby. Come here. Hi. How you doing? You're a good boy. Not that I'm calling him a liar or anything. It's not like that. It's just that I want to see what I'm missing. I want to see what those features are. I wonder if there's anything in here. But there's not 120 things listed here. Huh. I'll keep looking. There's got to be a list somewhere that lists all the changes. Troubleshooting. Hi, baby. You want some petting too? You good boy? It's almost feeding time. All right, I shouldn't even be on you guys doing this. So I'm typing out replies on Simplify 3D with you guys sitting here. All right. So that's it. I will see you guys next week. I'm going to keep playing with Simplify 3D. I'm going to post a couple of bug reports, see if they come up with a solution. Two things that the new version has that I'm very pleased with is I can now see which sections of the model are affected by each process, which is wonderful. And the model repair, whatever it is that they do in the background to repair models, appears to work better now. Models that I had to correct before in 3D Builder, I don't have to now. Now Simplify 3D seems to handle it just fine. So, yeah, it's stopping you because you keep trying to type porn. Yeah, a few hours ago we got sidetracked. At least it's chunked. So I could just tell people, okay, after this hour mark, just don't even bother watching anymore if you don't care about all that other shit. At least it's not back and forth like it sometimes is. So, but I'm going to keep using it, see how I like it. So far, I do like it. I think most of my issues are simply learn the new changes. There are a few things I hope they'll fix. I hope they'll fix the dense infill. I hope they'll fix the ability to hide models. I hope they'll fix the adjusting start and stop points back into um, back into the main menu instead of as a button at the bottom, which is just dumb. Making me click more times is not an improvement. But otherwise, I love all the new infill styles. I like the improved supports. I like the improved model manifold repair algorithm. I like the improved multi-process options. As far as more stuff, we'll have to play with it and see how it works. Usually it's all over me, not all over the walls. That's the problem. So I can't go pee in a public toilet because if I can't get little Junior to come out, I'll be walking out with piss-covered pants. So I hold it until I get home. So, Michelle's like, why don't you go to the bathroom? Like, because I don't want to walk out of the store with piss-covered pants. What are you going to do? Check out the links down below. The dipping cup is finished and finalized. The funnels are finished and not finalized yet. I am going to thicken up this one a little bit because when I dropped it, it cracked.
So it's a little bit too thin. This is only 1 layer thick. So it's a little too thin, so I'm going to fix that. And if you guys make any, post a make. If you make and use any of this stuff, you know, post a make. And also, if anybody knows how to post G-code to printables, it keeps rejecting my G-code because there's a G92Z0 command it doesn't like. I don't give a fuck what you like. Post it. I was trying to post this model to printables and it wouldn't let me. Well, it wouldn't let me post the G-code. But the G-code's important because of the special way it prints. We'll see. All right, I will see you guys next week.